but no public events on his schedule. The mood in Baghdad now following that pre-dawn strike. Saddam Hussein apparently still in the country, still in charge. At least we think so. Let's go to Reem Brahimi live in Baghdad right now. You were listening to the press conference from the Iraqi foreign minister. What struck you about that, Reem? Okay, we've lost Reem Brahimi. We're going to try to get her back. But as Leon told you before, the information minister called President Bush and the United States a disgrace, called President Bush an assassin, and also said that Iraq had no Scud missiles. Let's go live now to Kuwait, where Bill Hemmer is standing by live. Air raid sirens have been sounding all morning long. What's the mood like there now, Bill?
Yeah, Carol, listen, quite tense at the moment here, a bit frantic at times, but things have settled down the past 30 minutes or so. Just to bring you up to date, CNN is now being told that military officials do believe an incoming Iraqi missile had been intercepted by 3 Patriot missiles launched in the northern Kuwaiti desert. We're told that Iraqi missile did have an impact, but no casualties reported, possibly falling into the Kuwaiti desert. There's a lot of it out here in this tiny country. The all clear has been given. That word from Ryan Chilcote, embedded with the 101st Airborne Division. Here in Kuwait City, it was about 35 minutes ago, Carol, we heard a loud explosion, a boom going off just to the right of our location in Kuwait City, downtown Kuwait. What it was, still uncertain right now, but immediately after that explosion was heard, we heard yet again those sirens going off, as they have now for the past 90 minutes intermittently here in Kuwait City. Yet again, though, just to be clear, the all clear has been sounded for us. Not the situation, though, in the desert where we find Dr. Sanjay Gupta. He is embedded with the U.S. Marines, a location known as Camp Iwo Jima. By telephone, here is Sanjay by wearing a gas mask. So at this point, we know the all clear has not been given there. Sanjay, what do you know?
That's right, Bill. No all clear here by any means. We are in the middle of our 4th call now. We've been here for almost half an hour. We do have our gas masks on, our Kevlar, and our helmets. This is the 4th one in as many hours. The first bunker call, the first real bunker call that these Marines had ever seen, that took place at about 10:30 this morning. We've had 3 subsequent bunker calls. At the beginning of this bunker call, we did hear thuds sort of all around us. Because we're in the bunker, it is very hard to tell exactly from where those sounds are coming, although they appear to be north and south of us. There was also sirens alarming, and they are still intermittently alarming. When we first came in, we were not at our masks. About 15 to 20 minutes into this bunker call, we were all told to put our masks on. That is where we stand. We're literally quite hunkered down and quite anticipatory about what might happen next. Bill?
Yes, Sanjay, listen, we've been hearing from you for the past several hours. What are you hearing from the Marines as to why it's been a stop-go, a start-go process out there in the desert?
Well, there does appear to be a lot of confusion and a lot of stopping and going here. The situation seems very fluid, very dynamic right now. We've heard thuds now, loud thuds, closer than before for the first time just recently, and that appears to certainly have ratcheted up the tension a little bit in this particular camp. I can't tell you why it stopped go. Certainly when we're given the all clear, we get out of here and the mood seems to lift, but as soon as we hear those sirens go off again, as soon as we hear that bunker, 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 everyone's right back inside. Bill?
All right, Sanjay, thank you. Quickly here before we leave Kuwait City, Darren Kagan's with me here, and we've been talking a lot about how the Kuwaitis have been reacting throughout this entire affair. We do know it may come as a surprise to many at home that a number of Kuwaitis and also foreign nationals who work and live here showed up for work today. Yeah. But ever since that first siren went off about an hour and a half ago, a lot of those people reversed their decision.
Very different. I think it was the last hour that I was here with you telling you about my experience. I was going out trying to follow the story, picking up where Sanjay was, we were going after perhaps a place where perhaps that first rocket or missile was fired. We didn't get very far from our base here for CNN when we did start hearing those sirens go off. As you go into town, you can hear the sirens a lot more clearly than we can hear where we are. And we want to show folks what it was like. First of all, if we can go ahead and roll that tape. This is an area very close to the port here in Kuwait City, the Shuwaik port. Let's listen into the sirens. As you were saying, People were out on the street. Now, light traffic for a day like today, but people out and not too concerned. And then once you did start hearing those sirens, the mood did change. And in a second here, the tape will show, there you go. Some locals definitely trying to get perhaps to a shelter or just to get off the street. This was, I guess, about almost 2 hours ago now. We did then hear the all clear. And folks back in the States have said, oh, these sirens can somehow sound confusing. When you're here, you learn, don't you? Very quickly what it is. Once you heard the all clear, also down at the port, a site that we saw, people who already are at work being released. Perhaps danger, perhaps not, but you know what? Not a day to be at work. Sending people home and going on from there. And then as we're making our way back here to our base, the traffic increased incredibly. A lot of people trying to get out of Kuwait City today.
Hey, listen, Darren, while you're here, I just want to show for our viewers, if we have the videotape by way of Kuwait television, they have been out to that desert and apparently caught that location where that first missile had impact, again, in the Kuwaiti desert. I have not seen these pictures firsthand yet. They have not been described to me just yet, but what we do know is that this missile fell harmlessly, fortunately, into the Kuwaiti desert. How far from the Iraqi border? Not quite clear yet, but as often we talk about, you know, the strategy on many sides among any member of any military on this planet is to fire and recalibrate at a time, that when you see how far you've gone, how much more you have to adjust that.
Some of this is an exact science and some of it is not.
That is. Thank you, Darren. We're going to get back to Darren and Carol at the CNN Center yet again for more. Hey, guys, back to you.
All right, thanks, Bill. We have Reem Brahimi back live with us now from Baghdad. Reem, the Iraqi Information Minister just held a press conference on Al Jazeera television. Did he mention at all Saddam Hussein?
Indeed, he did, Carol. He mentioned Saddam Hussein in this context. He said that the U.S. administration had attacked Baghdad with 40 missiles and had publicized this through the media. He said that the U.S. administration claimed that the target was President Saddam Hussein, and the rulers of the United States now become daring, said Minister Sahaf. Now, he said this shows the media that, in fact, the U.S. administration admits itself that it is an administration of assassins, a gang that kill people, but they failed. Now, the minister also said that the president's speech that was shown on Iraqi TV about 3 hours after the beginning of the bombings here in Baghdad, he said that speech was a response to the U.S. allegations or U.S. saying that it was targeting President Saddam Hussein. The president, the Iraqi president, he said, was talking to the peace-loving people in the world to show these people that the United States believes in assassination, but Iraq is standing firm.
Reem, just to clarify, was he intimating that Saddam Hussein was still alive, functioning?
Indeed, Carol. He was actually saying not only that President Saddam Hussein confirming that he's still alive, but also saying that he expressly spoke on Iraqi TV and addressed not only the Iraqi people, but the people of the world in order to respond to what the U.S. was saying, that it had targeted a building where President Saddam Hussein was, and to prove that he was basically still around.
Did he mention casualties, damage from this missile attack?
Now, we understand, Carol, from the Ministry of Information that there are a number of casualties. We are still trying to find out exactly how much. These figures haven't come across yet. But definitely the minister mentioned also the buildings that were hit, some of them. He said that the radio, the television buildings had been hit, but the buildings were empty. He said a customs building was hit. And also he said that one missile may have been dropped, if I understood correctly, in a residential area. Now, we understand that the Ministry of Information is going to take journalists on a tour of Baghdad to
all of this to the plight of the Palestinians, you know, saying at the end of his news conference, this is some kind of a Zionist American attempt to quash the Arabs and the Palestinians. Now, of course, the Iraqis have done next to nothing for the Palestinians over the last decades, except, you know, to pay off the families of homicide bombers. But they are trying to inflame the Arab street by tying these military moves to the Palestinians.
Although the Iraqis themselves have attacked more Arabs, I think, than anybody else.
Yeah, Saddam Hussein has killed more Muslims than any person in history.
In the meantime, we just had that live report from Adam Housley in Kuwait City. Also, somewhere in Kuwait, embedded with the Marines, is Oliver North. And Oliver has had his gas mask on. Currently, it's off. And Ollie, we're receiving word from the Pentagon that there's a possibility that a small aircraft crashed not too far from where you're at within the last hour or two. Do you know anything about that yet?
Steve, there have been a lot of unconfirmed reports. What we can confirm is that, first of all, and most importantly, everyone here is safe. Every U.S. Marine and Marine Air Group 39 here at this base, all of the other allies who are co-located with us, there was no indication of a chemical attack, though we did indeed put on all of our equipment several times. And I'm here to report that this old man has gotten a whole lot faster putting this stuff on.
Absolutely, a lot faster, and I don't think you're old. Anyone sees you, you're in the prime of your life, Colonel. But let's talk about you guys right now. It's 3.5 hours from nightfall. I imagine there's a certain gate somebody has when action could be imminent.
Well, I will tell you this, and we're not allowed to talk about upcoming operations, but I will tell you that this little drill here today has made a whole bunch of Marines mad as hornets, and anybody who makes Marines mad as hornets had better stand by. Let me leave it at that. Over.
Well, you know, at the same time, we know that the shock and awe part of the campaign hasn't started, but there has been, you know, at least an initial foray into Iraq. Has this, in a way, taken the edge off for a lot of the kids who are out there that are brand new at this? They're young and they weren't there for Gulf War I.
Edie, as quickly as we've seen all of this develop, these youngsters responded in an extraordinary way. I mean, I've been, you know, around Marines for the better part of my life, and I watched these youngsters. By the time we hit our third drill, and it was a matter of maybe 4 hours here today, these youngsters were pros. They know what the sound of enemy incoming sounds like. They now know what the sound of an outgoing Patriot sounds like. They now know how quickly they can put on their gear, and they've gotten better at it every time. And so when you hear about hitting targets of opportunity like the leadership or what they call command, control, and communications nodes, as was done last night, it gives them a reassurance that it's not only on their shoulders, but there's a whole lot of Americans out there on their side, and that's a mighty good feeling.
All right. Thank you very much, Colonel Ollie North.
Those Marines, for the first time, maybe are experiencing what it's like to be in the middle of a real-life drill when missiles are coming in. Same thing with the Kuwaiti Hotel, which is functioning as our bureau over there.
This is a videotape that Adam Housley's crew took not long ago as everybody was instructed to go downstairs and put on their gear, and that's exactly what they did. And as you can see, it's a nervous time.
Yeah, I for one would not mind seeing Adam Housley on the street for a while and not on the top of a building, even though I don't know what kind of missile capability they have.
In the meantime, they were burning the midnight oil. There's Adam right there. Over at the White House, James Rosen is live at the White House with the very latest. Good morning to you, James.
Morning, Steve, Edie, Brian, and John. By launching this long-awaited military attack against the regime of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein, President Bush has begun the boldest gamble of his presidency and one of the most ambitious American initiatives since the end of World War II. The commander-in-chief will be briefed in the Oval Office later this morning by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld on the effectiveness of the first U.S. missile attacks on Baghdad, which were launched less than 2 hours after the expiration of the 48-hour deadline that President Bush set for Iraqi President Saddam Hussein to leave Baghdad. Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain, America's staunchest ally in the diplomatic run-up to this war and the largest contributor of troops to the imminent ground invasion besides the United States, was notified of the imminent attack at around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, just a short while after President Bush himself decided on the attack. In his own remarks to the nation last night, President Bush tried to prepare Americans for a long and bloody conflict.
A campaign on the harsh terrain of a nation as large as California could be longer and more difficult than some predict. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment.
From around the world, official reaction to the beginning of the war, French President Jacques Chirac, the greatest opponent of the use of force to disarm Saddam Hussein, says today France regrets this action taken without the approval of the United Nations. He warned of the possibility of a humanitarian catastrophe and the certainty of serious consequences for the future. Chirac also spoke about joining with our allies and the whole international community to deal together with the challenges that await us. Pakistan, meanwhile, continues to straddle the fence that it occupied during the diplomatic run-up to this war. That country's foreign minister saying today his country, quote, deplores the initiation of military action against Iraq, but also added, we regret that President Saddam Hussein did not consider all options to save the Iraqi people from death and destruction. That is a quote from Pakistan's foreign minister. The president of Turkey, Ahmet Caesar, says today he considers the launch of war a unilateral action by the United States that is, and I quote, not right. And finally, of course, there is America's own anti-war contingent, which showed itself in part yesterday by marching on Donald Rumsfeld's home in Northwest Washington, the crowd chanting slogans like show your face and you have blood on your hands as they held aloft blood-stained baby-sized coffins. As for President Bush, he'll be receiving frequent briefings on the progress of military operations at the Oval Office. He is also scheduled to meet this evening with the president of Cameroon, one of the nations that sits on the United Nations Security Council. Reporting live from the White House, James Rosen, Fox News. Back to you guys in New York.
And let's hope the President of the United States thanks Cameroon for all their help over at the Security Council.
Absolutely, by throwing up their hands. What about Turkey? Now their cabinet approved receiving the aid, cutting the deal, allowing 60,000 troops. Even the bulk of their parliament approved it with the 19 abstentions. They decided they couldn't do it. Now they come out and absolutely destroy the military operation, call it unilateral. That's a little strange, a little abrupt.
An interesting thing that happens, though, in a situation like this, Brian, is a lot of these governments will be saying one thing privately to the White House and yet publicly saying something very different so that their own populations don't get all inflamed. That's part of what's going on here.
And all you have to do is look at the vote total of the number of nations that are working with us. 30 have said, okay, you can go ahead and announce that we're on board. 15 are.
What's been happening there?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry to come to you looking like Batman or Robin, but we're talking a lot today about gas masks and the very real risk in Kuwait. Something that we talk less about are the real risks of these sandstorms. We're told that if we don't have this kind of protective gear, and we are the lucky ones to have the protective gear, the retinas of the eye can be pitted because the winds are gusting up to 45, 50 miles an hour. And the people behind me, however, the refugees who are now beginning to trickle into this refugee camp, don't obviously have this kind of protective gear. In fact, they have very little besides the clothing on their backs. To situate ourselves, we are, as you say, 35, 40 miles inside the border with Iraq. I'm coming to you from what is called the Ruwayshid Camp B. This is where third country nationals are now starting to come in by the busload. Through the course of the morning, we have seen 4 or 5 busloads of Sudanese, third country nationals, Sudanese workers with their families, including their children, and the Red Crescent Society has set up about 24 tents behind me, and in each one of those tents there is a Sudanese family. Now, we were told earlier today by the Red Crescent and by UNHCR, which takes the lead agency here, that there will be up to 5,000 families. At least this camp can hold about 5,000 families, somewhere between 20, 25, 30,000 when this camp is ready. But you can see that it is really in the rudimentary stages. 2 to 3 miles to my west, there is another camp. It's called Ruwayshid A. That's where Iraqi refugees will be going. There, again, about 5, maybe 3,000 families of Iraqis when that camp is up to speed. Again, they are way behind the curve. Now, that isn't a large number. We're talking 30, 35,000. That's what the UNHCR expects in terms of refugees to come from Iraq into Jordan, and they are prepared for that number. However, we were told this morning that if it's a protracted war and we see more than 50, certainly more than 100,000 refugees, these relief agencies are going to have a very, very difficult time providing for these people. Already, all they have today are boxed lunches. They're getting desalinated water from a borehole that was dug nearby. There may be a kitchen set up here in the next couple of days, but these people have very little, again, except for a couple of suitcases each that they're now, and only protection from, again, 50-mile-an-hour winds and these sandstorms, the only thing protecting them are those canvas tents. We spoke to some of these individuals at the border this morning. We're no longer allowed to broadcast from the border. The military intelligence and soldiers came and kicked the press off about 2 or 3 hours ago. They've created a no-go zone for press about 6 miles. We can go about up to 6 miles to that border, and that is it. However, at the border this morning, we were talking to some of these people coming over by bus. They said that they had seen cratered roads, especially the Highway 10, that main road going from Baghdad to Amman. At about 100 miles west of Baghdad, they saw craters, they saw dead bodies. Clearly, there was a coalition attack by air on that main road. I'll throw it back to you, Chris.
Jim, if you can, remind us how long you've been there and how you've noticed the change in the facilities. How quickly have they been able to get things at least to the point where they are now?
Well, we've been coming and going here for about a week now. A week ago, there was simply one trench line and a couple of latrines at the other camp. This camp was a vast expanse of desert. There was just nothing here at all. Now already there's scaffolding going up for bigger tents that would hold a larger number of people. These tents behind me have gone up, and there is a basic infrastructure around us. But you can see that there was nothing here but desert before. At Camp A, where we talked together yesterday, they are now starting to put the tents up as well. They do have those boreholes for water. It is starting to come together, but all the relief agents that we have spoken with have said that they started late. There was a political reluctance to show that they were accepting the war, condoning the war. So they got the Jordanian government got a late start. The international community is not stepping to the plate in terms of providing funding. So they're all hoping, both of these camps, those who are running these camps, are really hoping and praying that this is a short-lived war. It's a swift, relatively painless one. They say that if it goes beyond 3 or 4 weeks, they just don't know what they're going to do at this point unless they get in massive injections of cash in a big hurry. Chris?
Jim Maceda braving 50-mile-per-hour winds in a sandstorm for us at the Jordanian-Iraqi border, just off from their refugee camp. Thank you to Jim, and a reminder that coming up at the bottom of the hour, 1/2 past, we're going to be hearing from London. Jack Straw, the foreign minister there, is going to be briefing, having a news conference in the Foreign Office. We'll have that for you live. In the meantime, let's head over to the War Room, where Sam's standing by.
Yeah, Chris, we pulled up the map right now, and Colonel Jack Jacobs is here to talk more about these Scuds, and let's just get right to it. The Scuds that have been launched within the last 2 hours or so in the region, where are they placed?
Well, these are going to be the unimproved Scuds, the ones that are permitted, the ones that don't go a very long distance. And I can't imagine Saddam Hussein sending his top flight stuff very far away from Tikrit or Baghdad. Okay. So these will have been positioned somewhere like this.
Right around Basra.
Yeah, fairly close to the border, so that they can make sure they could hit our troops without endangering their own troops. There is a report that at least one of them went into the Persian Gulf.
These are the older model Scuds. Yeah, older model. He has better ammunition.
Well, the stuff that the United Nations has been destroying on it very, very slowly. The stuff he's not allowed to have much farther range.
And they've been knocked out of the air by the Patriots, which had been upgraded, right?
A couple. Yeah, these are new Patriots. Used to be Patriots, not designed to be an anti-missile missile to start with. Mm-hmm. New, improved. Can home in on the warhead, distinguish the warhead from the rest of the missile so that it can take it out.
Does it bother you at all to roll these out in the middle of the day?
Yeah, it does, actually.
Why?
These are not easy to find, but it's not like looking for a needle in the haystack either. I know there's a populated area and so on, but we're supposed to be out there looking for these things. These are not all that small. They ought to be detected and detectable.
As I recall from 1991, they were not that accurate then, and it sounds like they're not accurate now.
No, they're still. It's like firing a bullet through a rifle that has no rifling. No, they're very inaccurate, but they're still quite dangerous. And if they land amidst a bunch of troops, don't forget we have troops at risk because we're in assembly areas. They can do a lot of damage.
I want to talk very quickly. We have 20 seconds about the F-117, which was used, and it's going to be used again. Is that correct?
Yeah, so continue to use it as to drop precision-guided munitions. Here we see an animation of when it's taken off. It's going to go on a mission with 4 others. They're going to 4 others. It's in a flight of 4, but they're going to peel off into 2 separate missions.
During this shock and awe campaign that we hear so much about.
Yes, and these were busy last night working over some of the targets that we saw in the evening.
Colonel Jacobs, thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
More continuing coverage with Chris Jansing and John Siegenthaler straight ahead.
Target Iraq. Wherever the story goes, we take you there. With exclusive coverage from the home front to the front lines, 24/7.
Anti-aircraft artillery fire in the air.
MSNBC. Fast, accurate reporting from around the globe.
This specific plane is just about to fly up over Iraq.
With more than 100 reporters in more than a dozen countries.
The news here from northern Iraq, here in Kuwait.
For the people of Tel Aviv, exclusive experts.
It will be a period of enormous peril to the Iraqi Republican Guard.
The latest technology, the #1 internet news site, the most experienced Washington insiders with balanced reporting and insight on what's really happening in the nation's capital.
Never have I heard a more romantic notion of what will come out of this war with Iraq.
With due respect to your party, I think you got to stop acting like the Dixie Chicks.
The United Nations finds itself sitting on the sidelines again in a major world conflict.
One of the most respected independent voices in America. And the only network with Gulf War veteran journalist Peter Arnett live from Baghdad.
This is a war to the finish.
Teamed with 95 Newsweek correspondents and 275 reporters from the Washington Post, all backed by the #1 name in news.
NBC's David Bloom is in Kuwait.
Washington Bureau Chief Tim Russert.
The country is galvanized around the president.
First, fast, accurate. That's why now more than ever, wherever the story goes, we take you there. MSNBC.
Into a tizzy if suddenly from the top they say, okay, first we're going after this guy.
Steve, that's really the question of the day and the item of the day, the fact that the military could adjust that quickly, because you know that every one of those troops, every one of those combat elements out there, we're all prepared to cross that line when the president said go. And there, in the matter of just a couple hours, you hold them all back while you do these surgical precision strikes. It takes an enormous amount of coordination to get the correct word and the correct planning all the way down to lower levels. It shows the capacity of General Franks and his staff to adjust to things, and they may indeed have to make more adjustments even once this fighting kicks off. If we find areas are hit with chem bio out there, we've got to make drastic changes to the battle plan. It really speaks well to General Franks and his whole command to be able to adjust as they did.
At the same time, Bill, those forces down there on the Iraq-Kuwaiti border where Oliver North and some of our other people are, they've got to be chomping at the bit to go in now that they're getting shot at.
They are, John. I know the feeling myself very, very well. You're absolutely right. You want to get out there and you want to go, and particularly when you hear somebody doing something to you, you really want to be doing something back to them. So there's a lot of emotion out there on those front lines right now.
Well, then, Bill, why hold off? A lot of people wonder this morning as they wake up. You know, we've gone in, we've already taken some action. If the military is ready, as everyone says that they are, why not go in? Why not have the shock and awe campaign begin?
Edie, I think this whole thing has changed dramatically, and the CIA has already let some of this word out. By coming up with this intelligence, we may have a plan underway here to wait for something to happen on the inside instead of us bringing it from the outside. That is, obviously the CIA got some good information about Saddam and some of his people, and maybe the plan right now is to sit back a little bit, do some strategic things, take care of the oil fields or some other priority targets, but maybe try and wait for something to happen on the inside.
And Bill, it should be pointed out that even if those pinpoint attacks that were meant to go after apparently some top Iraqi leadership, even if those attacks failed and all of those guys survived, it's going to set off a chain of communications and emails and radios and telephones, and it may lead us to more locations of some of those top operators.
It will, John. They'll all be on the move. There'll be people talking about this to each other. I would guess that we've probably got some good human intelligence sources close to these guys. That's probably what the sources were for the CIA. To feel strongly enough to change the major battle plan, they must have felt very confident about the intelligence that they had. And so, really, at this point, Saddam's got to really be concerned about those around him. There has to be disarray at the top of his leadership.
Yeah. And at the very least, we scared the living daylights out of him. Lieutenant Colonel Bill Cowan, thank you very much for joining us from the map room down in D.C.
We'll stay there. We have correspondents on the ground with the troops all over the Mideast, and of course, folks at the Pentagon in our own war room. And the latest details now from Lauren Green. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Edie. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Yes, we do have the latest
An Iraqi counterattack is being waged across Kuwait's northern border. The Pentagon reports Iraq has fired at least 3 missiles which have touched down in the northern Kuwaiti desert. American anti-missile systems took down at least one of the Iraqi missiles headed towards a camp in the region. Earlier, 2 Iraqi medium-range missiles hit Kuwait's northern border near Camp Doha, American Camp Doha. The impact site was tested for chemical weapons but later cleared. The day started with our military sending 2 F-117A Nighthawk stealth fighters and dozens of Tomahawk cruise missiles to the heart of Baghdad. The strike hitting high-profile military targets in the southern part of Iraq's capital city. The strike comes earlier than expected. New intelligence led to the attack focused on very senior Iraqi leaders, possibly including Saddam Hussein himself. Iraq TV broadcast a response from the Iraqi leader. Saddam Hussein called the raid a shameful crime against humanity and urged Iraqis to draw their swords against the enemy. It is not known if the speech was live or taped. And guys, upstairs, we'll continue to monitor the latest on what's happening in the Middle East and elsewhere here in the United States. Back to you.
Well, we don't know if that message from Saddam Hussein hours after the strike was taped, but then again, it could have been a body double, because that guy who was reading the poem and the statement was wearing reading glasses, and Saddam Hussein doesn't generally do that when he's out in public. Right, exactly. And he would...
says that the radio and TV building were hit, but nobody was in the building at the time. But we do know from sources in Baghdad that all in all, 14 people were injured and 1 person was killed in those attacks last night.
All right, and Reem, one last time now, for that radio TV building, do we know whether or not that building has been knocked and totally taken out of commission? Is the radio and TV operation actually working there in Baghdad?
Well, we're not clear exactly on what happened to that radio and TV building, how hard it's been hit. I know I've been listening to Iraqi radio for a number of hours now. It doesn't seem to have been interrupted. There's also the speech of President Saddam Hussein was aired both on Iraqi television later on and on Iraqi satellite television, as well as on the television known as Shabab TV, which is run by the president's son. But of course, there's no way of knowing whether the fact it didn't air immediately on Iraqi TV was because there was a problem there or because there was simply just nobody in the building at the time. We'll check on that and update you as soon as we have more on that. Back to you.
Understood, and thank you, Reem. Make sure you get back to us as soon as you hear something more about that. Thank you very much. Reem Brahimi in Baghdad.
And at this hour, gas masks have been put on repeatedly today across parts of Kuwait in response to Iraqi missile attacks. The U.S. military says 1 Iraqi missile was intercepted by Patriot missiles. We've also learned a small plane crashed near U.S. forces in Kuwait, and that has raised concerns of a chemical or biological attack. But so far, there has been no indication that one has taken place. The U.S.-led war on Iraq began about 9 hours ago now when explosions rocked the capital of Baghdad. In the opening salvo, a barrage of cruise missiles targeted Saddam Hussein himself, along with his inner circle. About 3 hours later, the Iraqi president appeared on Iraqi television, but it's not clear if his speech was taped before the attack. U.S. military officials say 6 U.S. Navy vessels were involved in the satellite-guided Tomahawk cruise missile attack on Iraq. The vessels were in the Red Sea and in the Persian Gulf. And President Bush gave the green light to launch that strike around 6:30 Eastern Time last night. It came during an Oval Office meeting with the CIA director and other officials. About 3 hours after the U.S. airstrikes, Iraqi TV broadcast a message from Saddam Hussein. You heard Reem Brahimi talking about that. The Iraqi leader blamed the war on the, quote, criminal Junior Bush. But it's not known whether the message was taped before or after the initial attack. And now we're going to throw to Bill Hemmer, who is live in Kuwait right now, where things have quieted down. No more air raid sirens, at least not yet.
Yeah, that's right, Carol. Let's let our viewers know logistically, geographically, where our location is here. As the bird flies north from Kuwait City, we're about 50 miles south of the Iraqi border. Okay, let me stop myself. Jack Straw, Britain's foreign minister, now talking at a news conference in London. Let's listen.
Backed by the credible threat of force. But we have stressed all the way through that for this threat to be credible, we had to be prepared to use force if the threat itself was not sufficient. The international community has spent 12 years passing a series of Security Council resolutions and showing very great patience in pursuing the disarmament of Iraq, which was demanded by the Security Council should be completed by 1991. Over 4 months ago, the United Nations Security Council gave Saddam Hussein his, quotes, final opportunity to disarm through cooperation. He has rejected that opportunity by once again responding with the familiar pattern of concealment, deceit, and delay. There was a further meeting of the Security Council yesterday to receive a further report from Dr. Blix. I quote directly and verbatim from his report. He said, 3.5 months of work carried out in Iraq by UNMAVIC have not brought the assurances needed about the absence of weapons of mass destruction and other proscribed items in Iraq. And he went on to say, may I add that in my last report, I commented on information provided by Iraq on a number of unresolved issues. Since that last report, which was the 7th of March, quotes, Iraq has sent several more letters on such issues. But he goes on, our experts have so far found that in substance, these letters contain only new information that will help, only limited new information that will help to resolve remaining questions. And those of you who are familiar with the reports and Security Council resolutions contained here and republished by me to the British House of Commons will know that in report after report after report by UNMAVIC, there is laid bare there all the unresolved disarmament issues and chapter and verse about how Saddam has failed to meet his disarmament obligations. And the result of that is that since we are absolutely clear that Saddam Hussein took a long time ago and has continued with it a strategic decision to defy the international community in accordance with Resolution 1441 and its 13th operative paragraph, we've been left with no option but to use force. A preliminary attack on command and control facilities was launched in the early hours of this morning, and my colleague, the Defence Secretary Jeff Hoon, will be making a statement in the House of Commons about this very shortly. Now, some members of the Security Council at yesterday's meeting continue to argue that we should disarm Iraq by maintaining the leisurely pace of the work programme laid down under a previous resolution passed in 1999, Resolution 1284. Let's be clear about 1284. 1284 was a British initiative. It took months to negotiate. In the course of those negotiations, in order to try and reach a consensus, we had to water down the powers of the inspectors. We finally got support, but 3 key members of the Security Council, France, China, and Russia, refused to support 1284. And 1284 failed. It was seeking disarmament by exhortation of Saddam. He refused even to allow the inspectors into Iraq, still less to do their work. 1441 was there to replace 1284. 1441 backs inspections with a credible threat of force. And everybody in the Security Council signed up for 1441. When they were signing up for 1441, they were not saying this is disarmament by peace, as is now suggested. What they were saying is that to Saddam, either you disarm peacefully, or you have to accept that the international community will disarm you by force. It was never the case that 1441 implied the automatic use of force, and neither have we ever suggested it. But it is the case that 1441 required that force should be used conditionally if Saddam Hussein failed to comply by peaceful means. And he has now triggered those conditions. Now, at this time of the beginning of conflict, I want to say this in terms of our message to the people of Iraq. Our message to the people of Iraq is that we are with you. We support you in your plain wish to rid yourselves of the terrible leadership of Saddam Hussein, which has terrorized the Iraqi people for the past 2 decades. And we want to see your suffering come to an end. Earlier this week, we published a paper called A Vision for Iraq and the Iraqi People, and this commits us to working for the relief and reconstruction of Iraq after Saddam. We'll be discussing these issues with our partners at the European Council, the summit meeting in Brussels tonight and tomorrow. The Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer and I will be going to Brussels. Part of the agenda of the Brussels summit represents important internal work for the European Union, particularly taking forward the Lisbon agenda of economic reform. But of course the summit will also be dominated by Iraq. And what we shall be arguing for is for the European community to come together and recognise that we have a common agenda working for the humanitarian relief of Iraq and its reconstruction. Towards that, our own Department for International Development has committed 20 million to immediate preparations for humanitarian relief and has earmarked a further 60 million for humanitarian operations. United Kingdom forces themselves will have £30 million for humanitarian purposes available to them to use in the first month. It's a mark of the appalling record of Saddam Hussein that Iraq is a prosperous country which has been reduced to penury, not least by the huge sums wasted on wars and on the development of weapons of mass destruction. And it's a measure of Saddam's indifference to human suffering that more than half the population in rural areas do not have access to safe drinking water, and that more Iraqi children die before reaching the age of 5 than in a number of impoverished sub-Saharan countries. And all this whilst more than $2 billion of oil for food program funds remains untapped but available by the Iraqi regime. Our pledge is to work with the international community to meet the humanitarian needs of the Iraqi people and to support an international reconstruction program. And to this end, as the conclusions of the Azores summit committed us, we shall be working very hard to secure a new United Nations Security Council resolution. Thank you very much. Andrew Marr.
Foreign Secretary, 2 quick ones if I might. You described the overnight attacks as a limited attack on command and control facilities. Can you confirm that it was also an attempt to kill Saddam? And can you give us your assessment of his subsequent broadcast? Do we think it was him, and therefore has that failed in its an objective? And secondly, can you help us by giving us a little bit more information about the telephone call from your close friend Dominique that we read about in the newspapers?
So far as the first, you'll forgive me, but Jeff Hoon is the Defence Secretary. He'll be giving information about the military activities overnight. So far as the conversation with my genuinely good friend Dominique de Villepin is concerned, it is obvious that there is a difference of opinion on this question, and that is, it wasn't there, the difference of opinion was not there in the run-up to 1441, which was passed on the 8th of November. It has been there this year. I received Minister Villepin's message, which he asked me to pass on to British Prime Minister Blair, which I duly did, but I said that we did not accept the burden of it, and I also had to say to him that the problem for us was that we made a judgment, which I think is supported increasingly by the evidence, that sometime either late last year or earlier this year, France had taken a strategic decision not to implement Resolution 1441. And as far as we were concerned, that's the mother and father of the problems.
Our relations pretty bad at the moment.
Personal relations are, I think, very good, and I look forward to seeing Dominique in Brussels later on today. I think we'll get through this period. Now, yes, at the back. James Robbins.
James Robinson from the BBC. Foreign Secretary, given the scale of newly expressed international opposition to this war, how confident can you be of getting the authorizations you vitally need from the Security Council to legitimize aspects of military occupation of Iraq, particularly the process leading to the transfer to an interim civilian administration eventually, and also crucially, of course, to get access to the oil for food program in the absence of an Iraqi government once military occupation is in place? How confident can you really be of getting the Security Council behind you, as you must? Are you as confident as you were of getting a second resolution, or slightly less confident?
If you read the transcripts of the comments that were made yesterday in the Security Council, it's very clear that, regardless of their opinions on the use of military force against Iraq, there is a widespread understanding in the international community and in the Security Council about the humanitarian and reconstruction needs which are there already as a result of Saddam's impoverishment and will be still more necessary once Saddam has been removed. We're in the early stages of discussing the resolution, not least because the military action has only just begun rather than has completed, but I think we will get there. I'd just say this about international support. There is actually widespread international support for this military action, and within Europe, 14 of the 25 countries which will form part of the new European Union, and those 25 will be round the table in mid-April, actually supporting this action. Yes, Ellen Goodman.
Could you please tell us a bit more about how much notice did we have of last night's attack? And also, will there have to be another discussion between the Prime Minister and the President before British troops actually go into action? And can you give an assurance to the troops and the mothers of those troops, if you like, that before British troops are sent into action, it will be the decision of our Prime Minister, and they're not just going in under the command of the Americans?
Eleanor, first of all, the premise of your question is, with respect, rather mistaken. There have been endless and very detailed discussions with our American colleagues and the other allies directly involved in the military planning over months and then weeks, and intensively over days, about the nature of the campaign. And it should go without saying that because we have committed 42,000 troops there and are very heavily involved in all the military preparations, that if the strategy is one which is a shared and agreed one. Some tactical decisions are made by strategic commanders on the ground, but as I think Jeff Hoon said this morning on the radio, the Prime Minister and he were informed in advance, and so I think it was because I was phoned, woken from my bed in the small hours of this morning. I can't tell you exactly what time it was, except it was very early and shortly after I'd gone to sleep. Yes?
Can you tell us something more about your conversation with the Turkish Foreign Minister and when you think you might get an answer about using their airspace?
I had a good conversation with Foreign Minister Gül yesterday. I'm going to see him in a meeting tomorrow in Brussels because he will be there for a bilateral. Foreign Minister Gül explained that there will be before the Turkish Parliament today a resolution providing authorization for the use of their airspace by foreign military forces, and he said that he was looking forward to that passing. Thank you. Yes.
Foreign Secretary, the first shots have been fired in this war. Can we then assume that the main assault is now imminent? And can you tell us, as we stand on the brink of whatever is to come, what the mood of Cabinet and War Cabinet was this morning?
Look, on your first point, I mean, it's a point I was making in Cabinet, and I don't mind lifting the veil to this extent, that the intensity of pressure on people in this room because of competing 24-hour television news services means that you require from us a running commentary on our forward military plans. But I understand those pressures, but I think the whole country will understand that for the most obvious reasons of safety, we cannot provide that commentary. And when there are announcements to be made, so far as our military activity, they will be made by principally my colleague Jeff Hoon or the Ministry of Defence at an appropriate and safe moment. So far as the mood in Cabinet is concerned, it is a very sober and serious mood, but one of complete commitment and support for the strategy which the Prime Minister set out so eloquently and powerfully in his speech on Tuesday. Yes, sir.
How crucial is it, in your view now, that when you go into Iraq, that you discover weapons of mass destruction to justify the action?
Well, I think the answer lies in this 173 pages of the report which Dr. Blix published last week. Iraq has provided no credible explanations about the 10,000 litres of anthrax, the tons of VX, and so on. Just that. Yes, madam.
It's been reported that you asked to use the Turkish air bases yesterday.
Sorry, would you like to repeat the question for the benefit of
It's been reported that you asked to use the Turkish air bases. I wonder why English needs the use of those air bases now, and why so late today or yesterday, not before.
I was talking to Minister Gül about the use of airspace. We already have use of an airbase at Incirlik, in eastern Turkey, and I was also talking to him about the conditions for its use. Thank you. Yes, sir.
William Horsley, BBC. As you head for Brussels, Foreign Secretary, would you like to say what are the longer-term implications from a British government point of view of this split in Europe and the French and German determination in particular to have a common foreign policy, perhaps with majority voting, a single foreign minister and so on, in view of the split not only over use of force in Iraq but also over relations with the United States? And secondly, do you accept that in view of the dismay and concern around the world, the conduct of the military operation in the coming days and the humanitarian operation will be crucial for whether or not you will have convinced the world of the justice of your actions this time?
Well, as far as your first question is concerned, I mean, it has always been the case that on some foreign policy issues in Europe, there are differences of opinion. And that is why we've always argued that foreign policy has to be an intergovernmental issue, where we agree where we can agree, but we take our own separate decisions where we cannot agree. And that is, in fact, the very clear position, particularly of the French government, who, of course, represent the Republic of France and not an individual part of the European Union in the Security Council, just as do we. There are plenty of areas, as it happens, where the development of common foreign policy is being productive, and that includes not least our work in the Balkans and our approval of the new force in Macedonia. As to your second question about international support, the point I would make in return, particularly to our French and German colleagues, is what is the alternative? Yesterday in the Security Council, Joschka Fischer said that the Security Council, agreed that Iraq's cooperation with the inspectors was unsatisfactory. He then went on to argue for his strategy. But his strategy is one which will simply run into the ground, as previous efforts to secure the disarmament of Iraq by exhortation alone always have done. And war is unpleasant. War should only ever be a last resort. There will be innocent civilians killed in this military action, and we cannot resile from that or use euphemisms to cover up that reality. But what we say is that the number of Iraqi lives saved by this military action will far exceed the number of people who sadly will be killed. It's a terrible calculation to have to make. It's one you have to make if there is to be a proper justification for military action. It is one we've taken, and we think it right. Just take a couple more questions. Yes, sir. Can we have the microphone here with Lamont, please?
The European Union is the largest provider of international aid. Do you accept that the current split between various members of the EU, France on one side and Britain on the other side, for example, is going to put into question the role of the EU in the reconstruction of Iraq after the war?
Well, I hope not. I mean, plainly, Europe is much more effective when it's united than when it's divided. And there is a division at the moment on the issue of military action in Iraq. But the European Union is a very resilient institution, and I believe that everybody recognises in Europe the need for us to come together to secure humanitarian relief and the reconstruction of Iraq. It may take time before we get those terms finally agreed. Yes, Trevor Kavanagh.
You've understandably put the best possible gloss on the position in Europe for tonight's meeting, but isn't it true that what has happened as a result of Iraq is that we are now confronting a fundamental crossroads between old and new Europe? You yourself cited the fact that among those who are in favour of this military action, most of them are in the new membership of the European Union, and there is something which is now, you are now facing an almost insurmountable obstacle with France and Germany in the development of such things, for instance, as the European Convention leading towards a constitution.
Sorry, the European
Constitution.
Constitution. Well, Trevor, first of all, it's 6 out of 15 countries, but my guess is that it's half the people of Europe by population: Spain, Portugal, Italy, Netherlands, Denmark, the United Kingdom, of the current 15, and it's, say, 14 of the new 25. Yes, there is a big issue here about how we secure international peace and security, in a sense, how we make for a safer world. And there are those who are arguing that we do that by setting part of Europe in rivalry to the United States. That is a strategy which I think is fatally flawed, can only lead to division. And our approach, and the approach of a majority of European countries, is to work in partnership with the United States and with other countries around the world. I mean, as for the Convention on the Future of Europe, as it happens, there are many issues where there is not agreement between France and Germany. France is a very proud nation state, and with a very long history as a nation state. Germany is also a proud nation, but is less concerned about what they would see as older concepts of sovereignty than is France and the United Kingdom. And the aim of the convention is to try and secure a reconciliation of those. I'll take one last question. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. For those of you just joining us for American Morning, you're listening to the Foreign Minister of Great Britain take questions from reporters as he continues to reinforce Britain's commitment to Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Well, our concern, of course, is to ensure that this military action is over as quickly as possible and with the minimum loss of life, and huge efforts are being made to secure that end. As to the tactics Saddam Hussein will use, I'm afraid I can't speculate on those. What we do know is that he does have weapons of mass destruction. The whole international community knows that, and it was exactly for that reason that we agreed unanimously Resolution 1441, which begins by saying that Saddam Hussein's proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and his long-range missiles and his defiance of the United Nations poses a threat to international peace and security. And it ends by saying that if Saddam refuses to comply peacefully, then serious consequences will follow. And every single thing that we are doing is fully in compliance with Resolution 1441. What we are doing is putting that resolution into effect, not avoiding it. Thank you very much indeed.
Once again, for those of you just joining us, that was British Foreign Secretary Jack Straw urging European governments on Thursday to pull together to bring humanitarian relief to Iraq and also join in the reconstruction process. Here's a quote from what he had to say a little bit earlier on in the question and answer session with reporters. He said the European community to come together, recognize that we have a common agenda at working for the humanitarian relief of Iraq and its reconstruction. Glad to have all you with us this morning. As probably you know, it has been some 10 hours since Operation Iraqi Freedom has begun. A lot of developments to talk about overnight. Here is the very latest. Iraq fired several missiles into northern Kuwait. U.S. Patriot missiles knocked at least one of them out of the sky. Two others, Iraqi missiles, landed near a U.S. logistics center in the desert. Saddam Hussein delivered a defiant message to his people shortly after a U.S. missile attacked aimed at him. President Bush ordered the attack on two separate targets. The strikes were based on intelligence that indicated a location where Hussein was believed to be holding a meeting. Despite Saddam's TV appearance, it is not clear if he survived or if the message was perhaps taped before the attack. Bill Hemmer joins us from Kuwait City this morning. Good morning, Bill.
Paula, hello. It's been a busy afternoon here in Kuwait City. Air raid sirens have been sounding throughout the morning and the afternoon, intermittent at times. Right now, though, the all clear has been given as of 90 minutes ago. Meanwhile, troops rushed to put on their gas masks and protective chemical suits in the desert. The missiles, though, apparently did not carry any chemical or biological weapons. Meanwhile, a Pentagon official reported that a small aircraft described as something like a Cessna flew across the Kuwait border, crashed within sight of a Marine position in the desert. Officials very concerned because Iraq, they say, has converted some small planes to carry chemical weapons.
It is just about 3 in the afternoon in Baghdad, where you see peaceful streets, what appears to be a beautiful day, but the scene defies reality. There is an enormous force standing at the ready. Saddam Hussein has already been in the crosshairs. Bill.
Paula, also here in Kuwait, there is something familiar about all this that we've been watching and listening to throughout the afternoon. Air raid sirens off and on again for about a 2-hour period. Again, the all clear is now, but still that shock and awe attack has not yet arrived. We will watch it all here live in Kuwait City. Good morning again. I'm Bill Hemmer, my colleague Paula Zahn, back in New York. Paula, hello.
Good morning, Bill. We're going to be with you throughout the morning. Coming up, our coverage will include reports from Baghdad and Reem Brahimi, Dr. Sanjay Gupta in Kuwait, and Kevin Seitz in northern Iraq. We're going to start off in Baghdad this morning, where, as we just mentioned, it's about 4 minutes past 3 p.m. there. Reem Brahimi joins us on the telephone from the Iraqi capital. Reem, good morning.
Good morning to you, Paula. A very calm day indeed after this night and early morning of military action or bombing of the Iraqi capital. A few people were able to sneak out, and just a few cars were emerged during the early hours of the afternoon. And now there's even less so. There were a group of kids even playing football, but it seems they only stayed out for half an hour and then went back. Now, we're hearing from hospital sources here in Baghdad, Paula, that 14 people have been injured and 1 person was killed in the night's airstrikes. The early morning airstrikes started shortly before the sun was up at about 5:30 a.m. There was a thud, and then air raid sirens could be heard. Then we heard a lot of anti-aircraft. There was a lull for a few minutes, and then an intense round of anti-aircraft fire. You could even see orange tracer fire in the sky, although it was a very hazy sky due to a sandstorm and dust the day before. Now, half an hour after that first all-clear signal, President Saddam Hussein was shown on Iraqi TV addressing not only the Iraqi people, but also what he called friends of allied countries, calling on them to observe what he said was President Bush's ignoring their efforts to avert war. He also said that this was a battle waged by the United States against Arabs and Muslims, as well as the rest of humanity. Now, the Minister of Information, Paula, spoke to reporters a short while ago. He told reporters that the U.S. claimed they had bombed the Baghdad with 40 missiles in order to target President Saddam Hussein. He said that the rulers of the United States have now become daring. They admit themselves now, said the minister, that they are assassins. He said the American administration had failed, and this was why President Saddam Hussein had come up on Iraqi TV talking to the people. He said this was to show that they had failed, and also to show what he called the peace-loving people in the world, that the U.S. was a state that believed in assassination. Paula?
Reem Brahimi will be checking in with you throughout the morning. Thanks so much. Bill?
Paula, about 90 minutes ago in downtown Kuwait City, off to the right of my location here, we heard a loud explosion in the middle of the afternoon. Still not clear what that was, if it had any connection at all with the military conflict that appears underway in many circles. Quickly after that explosion was sounded, we heard yet another siren about incoming danger, but since that time we have been in a situation where the all clear has been sounded. A similar scene has occurred throughout the afternoon in the northern Kuwaiti desert. desert. Missiles fired on behalf of the Iraqis have landed in the Kuwaiti desert. We are told, though, no reports of injuries or fatalities. Dr. Sanjay Gupta is with the U.S. Marines. He's at a location called Camp Iwo Jima. He now joins us for more on his perspective in and out of the bunkers throughout the afternoon. Sanjay, what's happening now?
Yeah, good morning, Bill. It's been a crazed morning, no question. About 10:30 local time was the first time we saw anything. And what we saw at that time was a very quickly moving object in the sky. It looked like a missile. It was fast and it was loud, about 300 feet in the air. It appeared to be traveling from north to south. And then we were all told to bunker, 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 and gas, gas, gas. That basically means to get into the bunkers and put on your gas mask. We certainly did that right away. Shortly after that, we heard a boom coming from the south. Again, from the south, somewhere between us and Kuwait City. That's what we had heard at that point. Since then, we've been able to confirm that more than one missile had left. It appeared grayish-green in nature with 3 yellow stripes around it. We've had 3, as you mentioned, 3 bunker calls since then. At times, we've heard calls coming over the PA system like missiles inbound, and we've heard thuds all around us at given times as well. For the time, as you mentioned, Bill, the NBC, nuclear, biological, chemical teams have been investigating the sites. There doesn't seem to be any evidence of chemical munitions. There also doesn't seem to be any evidence of casualties or other injuries whatsoever. We have seen a medevac helicopter take off about 300 meters from here. That helicopter has not yet returned. Bill?
Sanjay, you're a doctor yourself, and you've been with these Marines for several days. You know all about the detection systems now in place in the desert. Why is it that they told you to get in the bunker, put on your gas mask? Getting reports in other locations, they put on their chemical suits as well. Why is it with these detection systems, would the alarm go out to do that if there was nothing detected in the end?
What I understand, Bill, is that why we're doing that is based on the reasonable threat of these sorts of things. There was a small plane, apparently, that we've been hearing actually crossed the border and crashed. Could that plane have been carrying chemicals? Didn't know, but I think the precaution certainly was the people closest to that went to MOP 4, which means the full chemical gear. Us ourselves, a little further away, went to the bunkers with our gas masks on. We were there for almost an hour in those gas masks, but I think that was based on the threat as opposed to any kind of confirmation of any kind of chemical agents being used. Again, we haven't heard that any of the chemical agents have been confirmed, but certainly a lot of people are very anxious about it and nervous, so I think that's why these bunker calls keep happening over and over again. Bill?
One can understand. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, thanks. You take care with the U.S. Marines at Camp Iwo Jima, northern Kuwait. A couple images we want to share with you right now. Kuwait television has gone out to at least one of these locations where a missile had landed, had been impacted. Now, we're not sure if this was directed off its flight because of a Patriot missile that we are told to the Pentagon did make contact with at least one incoming missile. Nonetheless, though, you can see the damage right now in the Kuwaiti desert. Again, no reports of injuries, and that certainly is a good thing. Meanwhile, about 3 hours ago, let's share some sounds and some sights that took place in downtown Kuwait City. Have a listen to this now. This was the scene and the sound from 2.5 hours ago when the first of 3 different waves of sirens went off here in downtown Kuwait City. Civil defense system trying to alert the people who live here about incoming danger. Again, just to recap, Paula, right now we are in the all clear, just like Sanjay is with the U.S. Marines. Much more, though, throughout the afternoon. At times it has been very hectic and very busy. Nonetheless, though, right now, all clear in Kuwait. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. We're just beginning to get some information in from the Red Cross about the effectiveness of the attack. We have now been told that the Red Cross is reporting that at least 14 people were wounded in that attack last night in Baghdad. 1 person was killed, and the Jordanian Information Ministry is now saying that it was indeed a Jordanian citizen who was killed in the strike. Rula Amin now joins us along the Jordanian border of Iraq. Good morning, Rula.
Good morning, Paula. We just learned that a Jordanian citizen, Ahmed Yusuf al-Bast, is the first Jordanian casualty in this war. According to security here, Jordanian security, he was killed when a fuel depot station on the road between Amman and Baghdad was hit by a missile. This is about, we're here at the Jordanian-Iraqi border, and it's about 170 miles away from here. Now, if I step aside from the shot, you're going to see these two arches, and these are the entrance and the exit to the Jordanian-Iraqi border. On a regular day, this is a very busy border crossing, but not today. Very few cars going in, more cars going out, full with Jordanian students who have decided to leave, as well as Sudanese refugees, Sudanese families who have been in Iraq for years, and now they decided to leave, coming here. They were taken in a bus to a refugee camp that was set for them just close from here, and there they were given mattresses, blankets. They are supposed to stay there only for a very short time until their papers are processed, and then they are sent to their home countries. The Jordanian officials say they are determined they are not going to absorb a large number of refugees, and that's why they have very strict procedures at the border so as to limit the numbers of people who are coming in. Those Sudanese refugees told us that they had spent more than 12 hours on the border. We also know that very few Iraqis have been able to come in, although there are preparations to set up a refugee camp here to receive any Iraqi who will be able to get in. Paula?
Rulameen reporting from along the Jordanian-Iraqi border. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
All right, Paula, listen, some of the great sources of information we have on this story comes by way of our CNN colleagues now embedded, working with U.S. military units, be the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, or the U.S. Marines. Based on their information that we've been getting over the past several hours, we can now ascertain what's happening on behalf of the U.S. military in terms of movement and also in terms of what's happening right now inside these camps. Ryan Chilcote is one of them. He's with the 101st Airborne Division, now stationed in the northern Kuwaiti desert. Ryan, by way of telephone, what do you have for us?
Well, Bill, the first wake-up call for the 101st, just after noon local time, a little less than 3 hours ago, I was standing next to a group of soldiers when the Scud siren went off. There are 3 alarms that the U.S. military uses to indicate threat to the troops, and one of them is called the Scud siren. Well, that went off. We all immediately donned our masks. It was the first time any of the soldiers have heard it for real. We had heard rehearsals, but this was for real. All donned our masks and headed for the bunker as quickly as we could. 5 minutes later, we were cleared with another alarm. That means all clear, took off our masks, and a man came up to us, a soldier with a radio, and told us that there had been a Scud attack. Well, I can now tell you that the military no longer believes that that was a Scud. They believe that that was a surface-to-surface missile called the Ababil 100. 40 minutes after that, another alarm went off. The same deal, deja vu all over again. We donned our masks, ran back to the bunker. Again, we were told it was a Scud. It turns out now, according to the military, it wasn't a Scud. It was another Ababil 100, another surface-to-surface missile, apparently intercepted by Patriot missiles, but some of the missile did make it to the ground, did impact near here. Bill?
Ryan, quickly, just to make a distinction between a Scud and the missile you're describing, Scuds have greater range than some of these other missiles. Is that the situation, as you understand it, with this particular type?
To be honest, Bill, I don't know what the distinction between a Scud and a regular surface-to-surface missile is. All I know is that the intelligence officer with the 3rd Brigade that I'm with said we do not normally call the Ababil 100s, those SSMs, surface-to-surface missiles, Scuds. Exactly why, I don't know. Hopefully our analysts can answer that in the coming minutes.
Great. CNN's Ryan Chilcote with the 101st Airborne Division. You take care out there again with the U.S. Army in the desert. One quick note here, Paula. We've been told by CNN analysts and military planners here in Kuwait City that you can expect about a 90% chance of some sort of missile, be it a Scud or otherwise, impacting here in Kuwait City. And although that may sound like a very high number, a great probability at 90%, they also say the chances of a direct hit right now are very, very small. Many of these missiles fired on behalf of the Iraqis do not have great accuracy. Back to you now in New York.
Bill, I do think you need to remind viewers, though, that no one at CNN is taking unnecessary chances.
Yeah, that's very true. I tell you, I have never seen a company that takes better care or is more conscientious of its own employees being out here. I can tell you, Paula, we've been trained, we've been equipped, we have procedures in place. In the event that we need to take cover, we will not hesitate. We will not take any chances on this story.
Thanks so much, Bill. Among some of those other reporters embedded with U.S. troops is Frank Buckley, who joins us now from the USS Constellation. Frank, good morning. What's the latest from there?
Well, good morning, Paula. The Surface Combat Commander for this theater is here aboard the USS Constellation. That's Rear Admiral Barry Costello. He tells us that 6 U.S. Navy warships were involved in the Tomahawk strikes into Iraq. There were 2 cruisers, 2 destroyers, and 2 Los Angeles-class attack submarines. The cruisers, the Cowpens, and the Bunker Hill.
When Clinton was
shops still closed, but more traffic, people moving around, sort of breathing easier, even though it's pretty clear, and they find it pretty clear, and every Iraqi I've talked to believes that tonight there'll be continuation of these airstrikes.
Continuation of the airstrikes. Are they now prepared for what we've heard will be the shock and awe attack tonight?
You know, this country's been bombed one way or another for the last 20 years by the Iranians, then several times by the United States. I think they're prepared as they can be. They've got their supplies in, they're huddled with their family. You do have government officials and militia, the army's on alert all around the city now. In government ministries, you have armed soldiers, some in uniform, some not in uniform outside the Ministry of Information. There were plainclothes men with AK-47s. This did not happen during the Gulf War, as a matter of fact. There's far more evidence of military in Baghdad now than there was 12 years ago. And of course, that war was primarily fought over Kuwait.
Peter, just give me a reaction to this sort of what we've heard about this attack being called an opportunity for, that happened last night, as opposed to sort of the massive attack that we expected.
If you're talking about, you know, were the Iraqis surprised by what essentially was the meagerness of the attack, you know, certainly there's a feeling of relief and a degree of jubilance on the part of the officials we've been meeting with here today. On the other hand, I don't think anyone has any doubts that the U.S. is capable of a much more dramatic, overwhelming attack, and they believe also, along with the rest of us, that will come pretty soon.
All right, Peter Arnett in Baghdad. Peter, thank you very much. Now here's Chris.
Well, Iraq fired missiles across the Kuwait border at U.S. troops earlier today, causing some divisions to don gas masks. Our own David Bloom is with the 3rd Infantry Division near the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border and joins us now live. And David, what can you tell us about what happened where you are?
Well, Chris, and we talked to you a couple hours ago, so you know firsthand what happened. I mean, essentially what happened was we heard 2 large whooshes about 2 hours ago. The soldiers are now telling us that could have been the Patriot missile batteries firing at the Iraqi Scuds or the Iraqi Al-Samud missiles. And then almost immediately thereafter, we heard the horns beeping 3 times, which is the signal to the troops and to us to don our gas masks. Now, we did about a 50-yard sprint over to our vehicle, and we're told it's not just gas masks, it's all of the chemical gear. It's what they call MOP 4, which is the highest level of protection that the military has. They're donning not only their gas masks, but their chemical suits, also their pants, their gloves, their boots, everything they put on in anticipation of a possible attack. Now, it turned out, from all appearances, that this was merely a false alarm, but clearly it certainly had the troops concerned. It had us concerned for a short time, but then the all clear came. We were told it's okay to take off your gas masks. It's very hot inside of all of that gear. People took them off, folded them back up, placed them even closer to themselves than they were before. The question now becomes, you know, does this cause the United States to move up in any way its plans, both for the massive air assault on Iraq, on Baghdad, and then also for the ground war? I can tell you that we heard early this morning, you could actually hear in the sky above these troops the sound of the cruise missiles going overhead, heading toward Baghdad. But as people have mentioned thus far, what the commanders here told us is that was not the beginning of the quote-unquote real air war. That was what they call the pre-battle phase. One of these commanders told us that that was just the Operation Southern Watch on steroids. Operation Southern Watch, of course, is what the U.S. Air Force has been enforcing, the no-fly zones for the last dozen or so years, where they attack selected Iraqi targets. The shock and awe that Peter Arnett and others have been talking about in Baghdad has yet to be delivered.
David, that shock and awe land and air assault that is expected, what happens between now and then for the folks you're with? It's just waiting and anticipating?
Yeah, they're already in what they call the attack position. I mean, we are literally right on the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. So they are poised and ready to move out when they get that order from the president. It's not clear yet how quickly any air strikes would be followed by the ground war. You'll recall that in the first-person Gulf War, it was 38, 39 days. No one expects it to be that long at all. It could be a few days, it could be a few hours. We just don't know. But they're certainly poised and ready to go as soon as they get those orders.
Thanks very much, NBC's David Bloom in the attack position with the 3rd Infantry Division right there on the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border. David, thank you very much. John?
And Chris, we got some more information from the Pentagon. Apparently, defense officials say that the wreckage of this Cessna-type aircraft that Carl Rochelle talked about a little while ago is being examined now to determine whether or not it was carrying any chemical weapons. Officials also say that the reports on the missiles remain a bit sketchy. These are either the Al-Samud or the Scud missiles. The one that was intercepted by the Patriot did not appear to have any chemicals on it. In the words of one, there was no goo. In the meantime, we turn to the White House, and NBC's Jessica Yellen is standing by with more information from the White House. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning to you, John. This is what we know already about the president's activities today. According to a senior administration official, the president had a 6 a.m. briefing by Dr. Condoleezza Rice. He arrived at the Oval Office just before 7 a.m. With news of the updates on overnight developments in the war. When asked about whether or not the man who appeared in that videotape, the man claiming to be Saddam Hussein, whether that in fact is Saddam Hussein, the White House officials there saying that they have drawn no conclusions about who that was. Again, there has been some speculation that perhaps the man with the glasses and the beret is a Saddam Hussein lookalike, others saying it could be him. Now, the president plans to keep informed throughout the day of ongoing activities overseas. He is deeply concerned about international support for this war. We understand, he says, many people are in support of the war. Many nations have expressed their support. The president making phone calls throughout the day yesterday to some of those nations allied with the president. None of those nations specified, but again, he will continue to be on the phone today, we understand. And of course, he will stay inside the White House today, we understand, under extraordinarily tight security for very obvious reasons. The president taking care of his own safety, just as the Department of Homeland Security is taking extra precautions to protect the homeland as the nation starts this war. John?
Yeah, there are new security precautions around the White House as well, aren't there?
There is a blockade in front of the White House. You cannot get onto the sidewalk as a pedestrian or in a car in front of the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue. To approach, you even need to show a pass or have an appointment to get inside. So very tight security here, and we understand in areas throughout Washington, D.C.
All right, Jessica Yellen. Jessica, thank you very much. And we're joined now with the latest developments and what we may expect to see in the next few hours of war. MSNBC military analyst, retired Army General Norman Schwarzkopf. General Schwarzkopf, welcome. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
First of all, let's start with the story about Saddam Hussein, whether or not this attack actually got Saddam. What's your guess at this point?
Well, I'd say it's still an open question, because what they showed was a videotape of Saddam discussing, giving, and it was a generality. It wasn't specifically aimed at what happened last night. So I don't think that the information is in yet. There'll be a BDA go in, they'll fly over, see what it looks like from the air, take a lot of pictures, and then probably come up with a better conclusion of what they've been able to accomplish or didn't accomplish.
The Iraqis firing missiles at U.S. troops in Kuwait. Give me your sense of why the attack really hasn't started yet.
Their missile attack, is that what you're talking about?
Well, their missile attack on U.S. forces, I guess some people in this country watch that and say, well, why isn't the U.S. pounding Iraq right now?
Well, I don't think, you take an isolated incident like their firing of the missiles and use that as an excuse to throw your whole plan out of the window. Central Command has a very, very specific plan with very, very specific timing. It's their judgment as to when to launch it, but there's no point in running around willy-nilly now and just throwing the plan out the window and moving forward.
Do you think they may be holding up the plan because they're still not sure whether Saddam Hussein might have been killed?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think that things are going to unfold exactly. Last night was just a target of opportunity that they took advantage of. But as far as the overall campaign plan, that's yet to start.
At least 4 of these 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs were apparently used in this first strike against leadership targets, as were the dozens of cruise missiles that were launched from the Gulf and from the Red Sea. Why are these the weapons of choice?
Well, Saddam Hussein, if you go back to the last war, he spent a lot of his time underground, deep in the bunkers. Once we almost got him, and after that he went to ground and didn't come out and show himself publicly. So I think that the thinking is that probably if he is in a command center of some sort, or if he's not out walking around on the streets, he's going to be deep underground, and you need those kind of weapons to get to him.
So far, no use of chemical weapons that we know of. Are you surprised by that on the part of the Iraqis?
No, I don't think so. I think it'd be incredibly stupid of them to use chemical weapons at this stage of the game after claiming to the world that they don't have any. All that would do was justify what we're doing right now because we said they had weapons of mass destruction. They said they didn't. So it'd be a dumb thing to do on their part.
How big a role is the CIA and Special Forces playing in this operation?
I don't know the answer to that question, and obviously if I did, I couldn't talk about it on television.
But it's crucial, isn't it? I mean, if Special Forces clearly has some sort of role in all of this, and I mean, it's playing a role, but I mean, what it is, we don't know. I guess the question is, how important is intelligence when you're going in and you're trying to make these crucial decisions?
Well, it's wonderful if you could have that kind of intelligence. The type of intelligence organizations we have are very good at operating behind the lines or of many other kinds of intelligence gathering, and it's great. The more intelligence you can get, the more you can learn about the enemy's intent, the easier it is for you to do your job.
You think the fact that Turkey is not allowed deployment of troops in that country has really delayed this operation in some way or not?
I doubt if it is delayed it. I think it's disappointing that they wouldn't let us do that because...
Hey, Donald, you're responsible for the deaths of thousands of innocent people. Donald, come get this casket. How are you going to sleep at night, Donald, knowing that you're killing innocent people in a war that is unnecessary, unjust, illegal, that goes against the entire world opinion? Donald, come out and take the coffin.
Come out!
Come out! Come out!
Howard! Come on out, Rummy!
But you and your buddies, Donald, come out and take the coffin!
Show your face! 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 Show your face!
Code Pink, Women for Peace, and other anti-war organizations are planning continued nonviolent actions throughout the week.
Is a significant accomplishment. Very, very tough target, to go after missiles because they go up in the air and then they come down. and you got to get them. Normally, it's better if you get them on the way up than on the way down because they're a much tougher target when they're coming down.
General Schwarzkopf, we'll talk to you again in a couple of hours. Thanks very much.
Welcome, John.
Now here's Chris.
It is 32 minutes after the hour. We want to get you caught up on the headlines. No damage or injuries reported after Iraq fired those volleys of missiles at Kuwait. Scud and anti-ship missiles were aimed at Kuwait City and at U.S. troops in the Kuwaiti desert. U.S. Patriot missiles intercepted, as we said, at least 2 of those Iraqi missiles. Now, Iraq's information minister held a news conference this morning. He said his country could not have fired Scud missiles because it doesn't have any. He also said the U.S. mostly hit empty buildings, but did kill 1 person in last night's initial missile strike on Baghdad. And the U.S. Central Command says more Iraqi soldiers are surrendering. That report coming from commanders in the field, although at this point they don't have any exact numbers. Joining us now from New York to break down all these latest developments and what we may see in the next few hours is MSNBC analyst, retired Navy Vice Admiral Dennis McGinn. Good to see you. Thanks very much for joining us.
Good morning, Chris.
You know, let me start with the first question that John asked the general, because a lot of attention focused today on the fact that this war did not start the way it was intended to, that after George Tenet went to the White House and said, we think we've got a beat on Saddam Hussein and his inner circle, the decision was made to drop that huge bunker buster bomb. What do you think is going on now? What do you make of this videotape supposedly of Saddam Hussein?
Well, first of all, I think it was a target of opportunity that was cause for launching a contingency strike. We probably had plans in place to take down command and control, communications, air defense nodes, and some of those strikes may have been rerouted as this intelligence came in about the potential for a leadership target.
We understand that Jeff Hoon, the defense minister of England, is now speaking at the House of Commons. If you can stay with us for a minute, Vice Admiral, we just want to get a sense of what he's saying, because he is going to talk about the military operations.
The House will be aware of reports of a number of Iraqi missile attacks against Kuwait. These incidents are being investigated by personnel with appropriate skills and the necessary protection. There are no reported casualties so far, but I'm afraid there is nothing more I can confirm to the House at this stage. I would like to draw the attention of the House to 2 particular points. First, that coalition forces will take every possible care to minimize civilian casualties or damage to civilian infrastructure. And whilst the coalition will use modern weapons which are more accurate than ever, we can never, unfortunately, entirely exclude the possibility of civilian casualties, tragic though these always are. However, people should treat with caution Iraq's claims of civilian casualties. The Iraqi people are not our enemies, and we are determined to do all we can to help them build the better future they deserve. Second, I would caution the House against suggestions that this campaign will be over in a very short time. We all certainly hope that offensive operations will be over quickly, but we should not underestimate the risks and difficulties that we may face against a regime that is the embodiment of absolute ruthlessness with an utter disregard for human life. Turning now to the United Kingdom's armed forces, I have set out in successive statements the forces we have prepared for this purpose. We have deployed a substantial naval force of 29 Royal Navy and Royal Fleet auxiliary vessels, including the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal and the helicopter carrier HMS Ocean. A land force led by...
We want to go now to Kuwait City and NBC's Don Teague, where the air raid sirens have come on again and his gas mask is back on. Don, what do you know?
Look, let's hold for just a second. We're going to listen. Did that sound like a rocket of some sort?
I don't know. I heard what you heard.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, John, what just happened here. The air raid sirens were going until about 30 seconds before you tossed to us. They stopped right as you came to us. We all put our masks on, and then we were just hearing what sounds like some sort of missile. It could have been a incoming, it could have been outgoing. We've heard the Patriots launched from here today. It's something behind the camera area, but we can't see anything of what happened. So, you know, right now, for precaution's sake, we're staying masked up because they haven't given an all clear here, but clearly something incoming here to Kuwait City again. And I can also tell you, John, that in the last 20 minutes or so, U.S. military confirming that it was indeed 2 incoming missiles earlier today that were shot down. One of them shot down 12:51 Kuwait time, the other one at 1:25 in the afternoon Kuwait time. Those were both intercepted, according to the military, by Patriot missiles and shot down. They're not saying whether those were al-Samud, whether they were Scuds at this point, or they're just saying a ballistic inbound missile from Iraq. So that's what we know right now, John.
All right, this has been a couple, 3 hours now that you've been going through this. Tell me what it's been like this morning to have to endure these air raids and to keep putting on and taking off the gas mask.
Well, you know, it's sort of frustrating. We're just listening again for the sound of those outgoing missiles. You know, it's frustrating because obviously we're trying to do the right thing as far as the safety for everyone here. I'm standing on the roof of a building, and I can probably count a dozen and a half people, all journalists generally, all with masks on and doing what they can. It's a precaution, one that we hope isn't necessary, but it's one that we're going through what has now become every hour or so as these air raid sirens go off here in Kuwait City.
Don, if your photographer can do this, and I don't know whether he's got enough room, but could he widen out a little bit and maybe show us around, and you can tell us more about what's going on the streets down below as this has gone on through the day? Obviously creepy for the people around there.
Yeah, if you can forgive some of the paraphernalia from our set here, basically, but you're looking at downtown Kuwait. You can see there are still some cars out driving around, and there are people out walking around. We've made this point a couple of times today that most of the citizens here are unprepared as far as walking around this city with any sort of chemical or biological protection. And that's what's happening right now. You can see that there's not a lot of traffic, not a lot of people on foot, and ordinarily it would be very, very busy this time of day. I don't know how well we can come over this way and probably not see the building that's still under construction just next to us, but I see construction workers riding elevators and buckets up and down that building right now, so it's sort of this silly feeling, right? We're here wearing these masks because we have them. People who have no choice are saying, well, what can we do? So they go about their life and they're pouring concrete next door. I don't know what the answer is to that.
It's very strange stuff. Don, take care, and we'll get back to you in a little while. Don Teague reporting from Kuwait City as he continues to bring us the information there. And this is one of these things that we've been watching since early this morning when we first had these air raids. In fact, Chris, we first thought that this was a test, that the air raid sirens that were going off in Kuwait City were a test. But then it happened over and over and over again. And then we realized that the Scud missiles had been launched from Iraq on U.S. troops toward U.S. troops in Kuwait, and then that the Patriot missiles had at least taken out 2 of them.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth mentioning that as we have been going to our correspondents who have been out in the field in the Kuwaiti desert, and they had to put on not just that gas mask, but they call it level 4. And a little surprised, frankly, because this was the first time they thought it might have been the real thing, that it took them, and it's hard to get a sense of it where you're in that sort of state of mind, oh my God, we might be under attack, 5 to 10 minutes, according to David Bloom, and as he put it, I can't tell you exactly how long it took, but it was longer than any of us would have liked. In fact, he had to run to get it. We want to go to one of our other correspondents. MSNBC's Jim Aseda is in Jordan. He is at what is called a Camp B, a refugee camp. This is not a gas mask, obviously, but they've had very high winds there today, sandstorms, and at least you have a little protection, Jim, which I'm assuming the refugees do not.
Well, you're absolutely right. Chris, I'm hearing myself, so I'm going to turn this down and continue to talk to you. You were absolutely right, Chris. These people don't have the luxury of this kind of protective gear. The reason I'm wearing this and my crew is wearing these type of goggles is because we've been out here for 2 or 3 days, and for 2 or 3 days it's been nothing but this sandstorm. It was supposed to end yesterday, but today the winds are even worse. We're gusting at 40, 50 miles an hour, and apparently we're told if we're exposed to this for any long period of time, we risk doing permanent damage to our eyes. So we've got this, and you're right. The people that you don't see behind me because they're hovering in the canvas tents that have just been put up this morning, those people don't have this kind of protection or this kind of luxury. I'm standing, as you said, in Ruwaishid, which is a forward base, a forward town in Jordan, very close, about 30 miles from the Iraqi border. This is Ruwaishid Camp B. B, to distinguish it from Camp A, which is for Iraqis. This is for third country nationals. And this is the first wave of refugees who fleeing Iraq that arrived here this morning in about 4 or 5 bus loads. I would say no more than 100 to 150 Sudanese. These are
difficult.
What we call actionable intelligence provided to the president by CIA. Now, decisions have to be made ahead of time on this because the time of flight, depending on where they are launched from, the Tomahawks can be anywhere from 1, 2 to 3 hours. So they have some time en route, and of course the airplanes have to launch off alert to get there. So you got a time element here, Bill.
All right, Don, thanks. Don Shepard, our military analyst who will ride again throughout this military conflict with us. General, thanks to you. Meanwhile, Paula, quickly back here in Kuwait City, we have heard the on-again, off-again sirens now for the better part of 3 hours. It appears right now that this could be rather habit-forming as we get further into this military conflict. Back to you now in New York.
Thanks so much, Bill. And our own Ryan Chilcott, who is embedded with the 101st Airborne, I guess is hearing the same kind of siren call. The motto of the 101st Airborne, ready to move, ready to fight. Ryan, what's the latest from there?
Well, Paula, we just had first I have to apologize. I'm talking to you through a gas mask. We just had our third Scud alarm go off, third Scud alarm sound in just about 3 hours. It just sounded about, I guess, 2-3 minutes ago. We're all now in our gas masks, the soldiers, the journalists that are traveling with the 101st Airborne, and we're awaiting further instructions whether we can take our masks off. Usually about 5 minutes after the initial alarm, another alarm sounds saying all clear. There have already been 2 missile attacks. We're told they were SSM or surface-to-surface missile attacks today, and we were alerted to both of those by these alarms. Paula?
What else can you tell us happened overnight?
Well, actually, things were pretty calm, quite frankly, until the first of these alarms went off. I mean, we never actually heard one of these alarms go off for real. A couple of weeks ago in Camp New Jersey, there had been a rehearsal, a dress rehearsal, if you will, where they tested 3 different kinds of alarms that the U.S. military uses to indicate threats to the soldiers. But this was the first time, I think, that any of these soldiers had actually heard this alarm, the alarm indicating a Scud attack, actually used for real, and it was a real wake-up call, I think, for all of us.
A wake-up call indeed. Ryan Chilcott joining us from Kuwait alongside members of the 101st Airborne Division. We're going to take a short break here. We'll have more right after this.
Secondly, military sources confirmed no evidence whatsoever of chemical or biological agents being involved in any of these missile attacks. Another element of this and the whole umbrella of attacks from Iraq onto coalition forces in Kuwait, an aircraft of unknown type, possibly a Cessna, crossed over from Iraq into northern Kuwait, crashed near the posting of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. That crash, we are unclear if that aircraft was manned or unmanned, a drone or piloted. No evidence whatsoever so far that it contained any type of chemical or nerve agent to be sprayed or in any way dispersed around coalition forces. It crashed near the Marines. An investigation is ongoing there. But as far as these missile systems are concerned, all prescribed, number 1. Number 2, those that were fired and engaged, that's all very good news for coalition forces because it shows the success of anti-missile systems. If it was a Scud, that's one type of success, but if it was one of these lower trajectory surface-to-surface missiles, that's even better news because that is the first time the U.S. military had been successfully capable of engaging that type of missile fired at any type of coalition forces. Back to you in New York.
All right, Major Garrett, with the very latest. We had planned to take you to our correspondent in Kuwait City, but right now he's had to leave his post. As you can hear, the air raid sirens are blaring in Kuwait City. As Major just reported a moment ago, the Iraqis have already lobbed a couple of missiles over. At least one could be a Scud, so they're not taking any chances. By the way, the cameraman is not up there. That is just on a tripod. Our crew is down below where it is absolutely much safer.
Well, there is, of course, war in Iraq, but our troops are also hunting down al-Qaeda just to the north. Geraldo Rivera, live in southern Afghanistan, joins us. Good morning, Geraldo.
Edie, Stephen, Brian, 15 minutes after the air raid on Baghdad last night, the United States launched its largest operation here in Afghanistan in over a year. called Valiant Strike. It was an operation that is aimed at al-Qaeda remnants and hostile Taliban leftovers. Many believe that the operation was linked. The reasoning being that there's been a lot of threats that if the United States were to attack Iraq, the terrorists would rear their ugly head once more. The feeling also being that the United States, whose mission is coalition forces dominated by the United States, the mission being to deny sanctuary and to disrupt terrorist activities, it is quite possible, although not confirmed by the Pentagon or any high-ranking officials here on the ground, that these two operations were linked, that Operation Valiant Strike was specifically designed to suppress the very thought of a terrorist coming at the United States in retaliation for the attacks on Baghdad and the regime of Saddam Hussein. But it was a massive operation involving one of the most elite units of the United States Armed Forces, the 1st Brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division. Last night at about 9 o'clock Eastern Time, the men mustered on the field in Kandahar. They were addressed first by the chaplain of the brigade, and then by Charles Flynn, the battalion lieutenant colonel, and then by John Campbell. John being Colonel Campbell being the hard-nosed, combat-hardened commander of the 1st Brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division. This is Task Force Devil, and they have been, they received some intercepts from Special Forces that indicated that 3 villages, one of which I'm standing in right now, might harbor some of these terrorists. Now, with an operation this size, you could speculate that they must have thought that the targets were what they call high-value targets, HVTs. So far, I can say we haven't found Osama bin Laden or his sons or anything like that, although in one of the villages we did find some financial documents, or they did, the troopers did, that had the name on some huge accounts that had really totally inconsistent with the poverty-stricken village, but yet these documents were found in there. Right now, we have hit another village behind me. There's a video phone. The picture is going to be a little rough, but you can see some of the locals there. They're being questioned by the troopers. If you pan further over, Carl, you'll see there are the troopers from the 82nd. And Specialist Wilbur, why don't you show us what they found in this bag, right in this building right here. So these are farmers. You know, they say they have no weapons, and yet look what they just found. This is something that they found within the last 20 minutes. These are sniper rounds. Obviously, these they're from the the East Bloc days, but they're in very good shape. These are deadly rounds that, if they have the weapon that goes with it, obviously could pose a tremendous threat to the coalition forces. So they are questioning the locals, trying to find out if there's any substance to the report from the Special Forces operators who had that radio intercept as to whether or not there are remnants of al-Qaeda roaming here, possibly even some HVTs. But the mere fact, Steve, Edie, and Brian, that this operation, the largest in a year, larger than Operation Mongoose, larger than Operation Viper, both of which were very successful, also mounted by the 82nd Airborne, the fact that Operation Valiant Spirit is so large and came simultaneous with the attacks on Baghdad cannot, I think, in my opinion at least, be a coincidence. Back to you guys in New York.
All right, Geraldo Rivera live in Afghanistan. There is so much going on this morning.
Yeah, there's so many Walter Rogers, thanks. With the U.S. Army in the northern Kuwaiti desert, one way that we have, Paula, to track the movements of the U.S. military, it is unprecedented in the history of military. How many journalists right now working on behalf of these units? Embedded is the term the Pentagon uses. Paula.
And Bill, we talked a little bit this morning about how last night's so-called decapitation attacks are just the beginning of a multi-tiered process. Kira Phillips, our own reporter who is embedded with the USS Lincoln, is now confirming that more bombs have been dropped on Baghdad. That's about all we can tell you right now. We can also tell you the Pentagon is confirming in the last hour or two they have seen more surrenders from Iraqis. In the meantime, we're going to go to Mike Hanna, who's standing by at our bureau in Tel Aviv. Of course, the big concern is about what happened during the Gulf War with a number of Scuds filed into Israel from Iraq. We mentioned to you a little bit earlier this morning, the Iraqis are accused of firing 3 surface-to-surface missiles into Kuwait last night, one of them taken out by a Patriot missile battery. Nevertheless, the concern is pretty great there, isn't it, Mike?
Yes, indeed it is, Paula, but at the same time, the Israeli government has continued to reassure its citizens that the possibility of an Iraqi strike into Israel, very, very slim indeed. The U.S. had promised to Israel that it would notify the authorities when it was about to commence a strike. It did so. Secretary of State Colin Powell phoning the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon 90 minutes before those first cruise missiles were fired into Baghdad. And sources tell CNN that the Secretary of State told Mr. Sharon that this was a preemptive operation, that the main assault was still to happen. The Israelis, though, on a state of high alert, all citizens carrying their gas masks, including the kids going to school this morning. We understand that attendance at the schools was somewhat down, many parents keeping their children away until they see exactly how the situation continues in the days ahead. The Israeli foreign minister had a telephone consultation with his ambassadors both in Britain and in the US, and he told his Israeli ambassador in the US to convey to the United States the fact that Israel was on its side. But he also asked a message to be conveyed that Israel does not see itself as part of this war, and it hopes that that continues, Paula.
Mike Hanna, thanks for the update. We're going to quickly go back to the Pentagon, where Barbara Starr is standing by with the first we've heard of a crash of a military helicopter overnight. What can you tell us, Barbara?
Paula, officials are now confirming that a Special Forces helicopter late yesterday, before the strike against Baghdad, Special Forces helicopter had a hard landing, essentially a crash in the southern no-fly zone. Special Forces were on board. They have all been safely extracted. We are told no fatalities, no injuries. That team was taken out. But it is a very sensitive matter that Special Forces are moving in and out of Iraq at this time. Officials are acknowledging it. They have not indicated firmly yet whether the wreckage of that helicopter has now been hit by U.S. airstrikes, but that is expected because it is a Special Forces helicopter. The U.S. military would not want the electronics and the other high-tech equipment on board to fall into the hands of the Iraqis, so every expectation that essentially the carcass of that helicopter will now be the focus of U.S. airstrikes to make sure it does not fall into the hands of the Israelis, of the Iraqis. Now, again, the notion of Special Forces moving in and out of this area is sensitive, but for many weeks now, we should emphasize, military officials have said Special Forces will be there. They will move immediately to very sensitive sites, oil fields, suspected chemical and biological sites, and conduct searches for Iraqi leadership. Paula?
Because of, Barbara, the concern over the Iraqis maybe gaining control of some of the technology in this helicopter, I know in our last hit you explained to us that the Pentagon had confirmed that some U.S. Special Forces were moving north from the southern part of Iraq. How might this affect their movement?
That is unclear at the moment because this is all very close hold. We are reporting only what we are told because of the sensitivity that these people are in Iraqi territory. What our understanding is, their mission at the moment is basically one known as preparing the battlefield. They are going to pave the way for some of the operations that we expect to see unfolding in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Barbara, I don't know how much you can add to this, but Kara Phillips, who's on board the USS Lincoln, had confirmed just moments ago that bombs had been dropped in Iraq. Originally, the report suggested Baghdad in particular. Can you add anything to that or clarify that for us?
All we can tell you with specific knowledge here is everyone is indicating to expect a continuing series of very aggressive airstrikes in the southern no-fly zone. That is to be expected. What they want to do there is basically take out, destroy as much of the Iraqi air defenses and communications in the southern no-fly zone in the next several hours. Of course, the reason being, once U.S. ground forces begin to move north across the demilitarized zone, they want to make sure they've taken out as much of the Iraqi threat as possible. We are told very strongly to expect to see continuing airstrikes over the next several hours from carriers, from Air Force land-based aircraft across southern Iraq.
Barbara, quickly in closing, we can now confirm that 17 Iraqis who surrendered to U.S. forces are now in the custody of Kuwaiti police. I understand the Pentagon is confirming even more have surrendered in the last hour or so.
Indeed, Paula, U.S. military officials are saying that there have been more surrenders. They characterize them as very small numbers at this point, but they say it's another indication that they believe in these early hours there will be significant amount of the Iraqi military that will give up and not fight, but it remains to be seen how all of that unfolds.
All right, we are going to look to you to further clarify those reports coming from the USS Lincoln of more bombs being dropped on Iraq. As soon as you got that, let us know. In the meantime, let's go back to Bill, who joins us from Kuwait City. Any more sounding of sirens there?
Yeah, they have fallen silent right now, Paul. And again, about 15 minutes ago, we were given the all-clear signal here in Kuwait City. For our viewers who might be just joining us, an awful lot to keep track of right now. In a nutshell, the Pentagon and military sources here in Kuwait confirmed with CNN that several Iraqi missiles were launched into Kuwait a bit earlier today. We're told that at least 3 Patriot missiles were fired in return, at least knocking one down out of the sky. No injuries reported, no fatalities reported either. Also, the Pentagon is telling us a small plane without a pilot was flown toward a Marine position as well. It crashed just short of that Marine position. We're told not much more information given there. Throughout the afternoon here in Kuwait, we have heard those air raid sirens come and go. Right now, they have gone. The all clear continues. Much more live here in Kuwait City in a moment here on American Morning.
Rolled out of Camp Ripper early Tuesday morning, which was Monday night New York time. We headed into the Kuwaiti desert further north, close to the Iraqi border. We spent the night in the desert. The next day, we did some operations very close to enemy territory. We've been moving all over the desert, hooking up with other units that are here, including heavy artillery, tanks, and the British soldiers that are out here. And today, continuing with ongoing operations in the northern Kuwaiti desert. There is activity out here. 3 times today we had Scuds fired over our heads. All we know, and you may know more than I do, but we heard that one struck at or near Camp Commando and one struck at or near Camp New Jersey, and that 2 other Scuds were blown out of the sky by Patriot missiles. We have not heard about any casualties as a result of those Scud attacks, but we were told to mop up. In other words, put on our chem suits, which we're already on, but then to put on our gas masks, put on our boots, and at one point we had to sit inside our light armored vehicle for close to an hour. Very, very hot conditions, as you might imagine. Each time a Scud was fired, we heard lightning, 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 and we all had to put on our masks very quickly and seek cover. That's happened 3 times today. We are continuing to roll across the desert in our LAV. There's a lot of activity out here, and again, we can't get into too many specifics, but suffice to say that things are definitely happening.
Well, we can update some of the information you have. There were missile attacks launched from Iraq, but as far as we have been able to confirm, only one of them appears to be a Scud or Scud type missile, one of the missiles that would be banned under the UN resolutions. The others, they believe, were these Chinese sunburn missiles, and very low flying, different kind of trajectory than we normally see with the Scuds. So at this point, the information that we're able to confirm does not indicate that those were all Scuds, or even definitively that the first one was a Scud, although they say that just from watching the trajectory and how far it could move, that they do believe firmly that it was one of the type of missiles that was banned under the UN resolutions for Iraq to have.
And Rick, just one other quick question for you. We know you can't talk too much about the operation. You said there was some fire. The good guys won. Everybody's safe, right, on your side?
That's correct. Yes, everybody's safe here. It was very loud there for a while. We were firing from our vehicle, and you may have been able to hear it. It's a very loud 25-millimeter weapon that fires these grenade-like projectiles, and it was pretty loud. We fired multiple times and did strike a target.
All right, Rick Leventhal live with the Marines in the Kuwaiti Desert. Thank you very much.
So his report about missiles far outreach what has been reported and confirmed by the Pentagon right now, but again, he's right in the middle of it. Camp New Jersey, Camp Command are very close.
Also, we do have some breaking news. Senior
some sort of chemical or biological weapon. I'm Bill Hemmer, again live in Kuwait City. A double broadcast today from here in the desert and also back in New York as well. Paula.
Thanks, Bill. Good morning to you all. We appreciate your joining us this morning. We start off this morning by catching up with one of our reporters, Kira Phillips, who is embedded on the USS Constellation. Kira, we had heard reports coming from you just 15-20 minutes ago of a confirmation that something has been dropped on Iraq. Can you clarify that for us this morning?
Yes, I sure am. Actually, I'm going to ask Brian to head over here so you'll be able to see the F-14 Tomcat getting ready to launch off the USS Abraham Lincoln here. It's all a part of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Yes, that is right. I have been reporting that bombs have been dropped in Iraq, and it was by an F-14 similar to this one that you're seeing right now that's just about to launch. I cannot confirm where exactly those bombs dropped, but I can tell you, one moment.
As we stay with this picture, explain to us what folks on board the USS Lincoln will be expected to do in the days to come.
Like I was saying, that was the F-14 Tomcat that just launched off the carrier there, Paula.
All right, we just lost Kira. We hope to get back to her in a little bit. Just a quick recap at the moment. We wanted to go back to that information that Iraq did fire several surface-to-surface missiles into Kuwait. One of those taken out by a U.S. Patriot missile battery. The other two fell in the desert. No official confirmation of this, but just based on our reporting from our embeds who are alongside various divisions of the armed forces in Kuwait, no one appears to have been injured as a result of that. We're going to stand by for a second. Who do we have up now? Nick Robertson standing by in Baghdad to give us a better sense of what happened in Baghdad overnight. Nick, good morning. What's the latest from there?
Well, good morning, Paula. Iraqi hospital sources here are saying that 14 people were injured, one person killed in the missile attacks overnight. They also say Minister Mohammed al-Sahaf, the information minister, says that the TV and radio stations here were hit. He also said that a customs building was hit along with a residential area south of the city. One group of journalists was taken on a tour of the south of the city. This morning they reported that they had not been able to see any signs of damage in the particular area they went to. Also, Minister al-Sahaf saying that the United States said its target was President Saddam Hussein, and that they're not ashamed to say that they fired 40 missiles at him in 40 different areas. Minister Sahaf saying that this is a clear indication the United States are assassins. However, he went on to say that they failed because President Saddam Hussein was able to go on television, speak to the world, and prove that he was still alive. It is very interesting to know part of what President Saddam Hussein had to say was that Iraq's goal was to make sure that the United States lost their patience, that they should lose hope in what they are driven to do, and that they should go to their lowest level and give up. An indication here, the Iraqi leader hopes to undermine support for the campaign against Iraq and perhaps bring it to a hasty conclusion. Very interesting here as well, throughout the day on Iraqi television, we're seeing pictures of President Saddam Hussein at various different times over the last number of years, those pictures being played out repeatedly on Iraqi television. And in the city here, the streets very, very quiet, very little traffic around at this time. On a normal day at this time, Paula, the streets would be busy. The shops at this time still boarded up. The city very much a city, the people bracing for what everyone here fears is to come probably much worse. Paula?
Nick, the Pentagon is not confirming at this hour what exactly it hit in Baghdad overnight. You say the Iraqis are saying, based on the television appearance, it is proof that Saddam Hussein is alive because he was able to go on television. I know U.S. officials are analyzing that tape to see if indeed it was produced live or pre-taped. Can you add anything to that?
Well, we know that on the first day after the Gulf War in 1991, when that began, on the 17th of the morning of the 17th of January, President Saddam Hussein went on television. At that time, it was his broadcast at that time was preceded by that time Information Minister Latif Jassim. President Saddam Hussein's appearance on television again said that this day was preceded by the appearance of Information Minister Al-Sahaf. It is very difficult to say with certainty exactly when the broadcast was made. Certainly President Saddam Hussein referred to today, the 20th of March. That seems to be an indication that it was today. He did look perhaps older and certainly less relaxed, much more under pressure than he normally does. In many of the broadcasts where we normally see him meeting with officials, he seems very relaxed. It did sound like President Saddam Hussein, and certainly that is what Iraqi officials here want the world to believe, that it was President Saddam Hussein. So at this time here in Baghdad, there's nothing to imply that it wasn't him at this stage, Paula.
Finally, Nick, British Defense Secretary Jeff Hoon is referring to last night's so-called decapitation attack as a warning shot, and he says it's part of the effort to deal with as part of a dispersed command and control in Iraq. Give us a sense of what the U.S. military is up against, along with the British here, in trying to locate key members of the Iraqi military, in addition to the political leadership of Saddam Hussein.
It's likely to be a very, very difficult job, particularly President Saddam Hussein. His security and whereabouts are better guarded than anyone else in this country. Locations of meetings are always secret. They are played out on Iraqi television, but it's never clear when those meetings take place. Very difficult to get up-to-date intelligence information there. What Iraqi officials have been telling us is that what they believe has been going on in the last number of weeks is an intense psychological warfare campaign against them. The talk of a shock and awe bombing that's supposed to, the implication that Iraq should give in before, that its soldiers should put down their weapons. All of it is it appears to be part of a psychological campaign, and this targeting of the Iraqi leader and thereby putting pressure on him to appear on television, as the Deputy Prime Minister did yesterday when rumors circulated that he was dead or had defected. Again, it all puts pressure on Iraq's leadership here to perhaps perform in the way that the West wants them to do, to be forced into a position where they have to respond and show that they are in good condition. And if the shock and awe tactics of an intensive campaign of bombing are to be effective, the prelude to that seems logical to be an intensive period of psychological pressure. It's likely to make shock and awe have a much greater impact. Paula?
Nick Robertson joining us from the Iraqi capital this morning. As we go back to Bill, once again, about the only thing we can confirm in absence of a Pentagon briefing right now is what the Red Cross is telling us, that 14 people were injured last night in Baghdad as a result of this initial strike. One killed, the Jordanian Foreign Ministry confirming it indeed was a Jordanian citizen. Bill?
Yeah, and Paul, as you point out, there's a lot we do not know right now, but what we do know is that this attack did take place prior to that 48-hour ultimatum's expiration, about 90 minutes, in fact, maybe 2 hours before that ultimatum deadline was reached. Now the questions are why, and there are strong theories out there right now, and there is some reporting that gives us now a better indication about possibly some of the intelligence the U.S. military or the CIA may have had at the time. David Ensor is working his sources in Washington. Our national security correspondent now can fill us in on what he's learning as to why it went when it did. David, hello.
Hello, Bill. Well, first of all, let me just say that U.S. intelligence officials are expressing some guarded optimism this morning that they may have killed some of the senior leadership of the Iraqi government. Now, that may not include, they say, Saddam Hussein. They believe the tape that was run on Iraqi television probably was indeed the Iraqi leader himself. That's obviously being looked at very closely. The leader, Saddam Hussein, did use today's date in his discourse. He didn't look as unruffled as usual. So the presumption is that he is probably still alive. But as I say, U.S. intelligence officials believe, they are optimistic, that in the strikes last night they did kill some of the Iraqi leadership. Now, what led to this, I'm told, is that Director of Central Intelligence George Tenet went in to see the president to tell him, as one official put it, we have intelligence which gives us some optimism that we have a fix on some of the top leadership, possibly including Saddam Hussein. And it was when the president was presented with that opportunity that he made the decision to move ahead with these early strikes prior to the overall full-scale invasion of Iraq that has been expected and presumably is still in the offing. One other thing I can tell you, there are reports in the newspapers this morning, in some of the papers, that there is intelligence, useful intelligence coming from some of the Iraqis who were ordered to leave, this are diplomats, ordered to leave certain countries in the last couple of weeks.
They believe to be a threat and therefore have dropped the bombs. I can tell you right now, that's another F-18 that just came back from a mission in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, landing here on the USS Abraham Lincoln. The tempo has been picking up since this morning, since the President of the United States came out and said that indeed the U.S. is at war with Iraq. It started out slowly. The missions you just saw a couple at a time. Now it's increasing. The tempo is picking up. But there is one thing I can tell you, Paula, is this is definitely just the beginning. As I've been spending time with the F-14 Tomcatters, getting to know other squadrons here on the USS Abraham Lincoln, the tempo will continue to pick up, and at any time we could see massive airstrikes, a lot more intense than what you are seeing right now. Of course, the element of surprise, a crucial asset in any type of a wartime operation, and that is what they're banking on right now. So what's happening right now is pretty slow and a pretty normal procedure for this type of operation. So we have a lot in store and no doubt a lot to tell you as the minutes tick on. Paula?
Kara Phillips reporting from on board the USS Lincoln. And one of the more interesting facts we've learned this morning, the targeted so-called decapitation attacks last night were not what were originally planned. David Enzer reporting that the head of the CIA shared some information with the president last night, basically said that that particular opportunity had a very short shelf life. They had optimism that they had a fix where some of the top Iraqi political leadership was, including Saddam Hussein and some of the top military commanders. It is not clear at this hour of the 14 wounded last night that the Red Cross is confirming how many of those were members of Saddam Hussein's regime. The one confirmed fatality we can talk about has in fact just been confirmed by the Jordanian Foreign Ministry. It was a Jordanian citizen. We're going to take a short break here. Still to come, the war in northern Iraq. The Kurds have controlled territory there for years. But could the war cost them what they've gained? We're going to hear from Middle East expert Kenneth Pollack straight ahead.
As the strike on Iraq continues, CNN is there, live throughout the day. For the latest updates and news as it happens, stay with CNN.
An investor fearing his mutual fund had sprung a leak sought help. This market is tough, he said, and I seem to keep losing my gains. The friend smiled. You can control your fees and expenses, he said. Paying a percentage point more over all of those years can mean you lose thousands. Just watch the little things, and you'll get where you're going. At Vanguard, lower fund expenses work in your favor.
Introducing the 2003 Chevy Silverado. The same legendary reputation with a whole new look. Everything it takes to name Silverado Car and Driver's best pickup for the 3rd year in a row, proving that the idea of what a full-size pickup should be has come full circle. Now get $2,000 cash back on the 2003 Silverado, plus GM owners can get an additional $1,000 GM loyalty cash. Chevy drives Connecticut.
This is CNN.
Welcome back to our Strike on Iraq coverage. Joining us right now, Senator John McCain from Washington, D.C. Good morning, Senator. First off, your reaction to the so-called decapitation attack last night in Baghdad.
Well, obviously, the CIA and other agencies had information that Saddam Hussein was at a location, and this was an opportunity to remove the leadership of Iraq, which, as you know, is a very tight and closed circle, and I think it was worth the risk. I think it also indicates the United States' commitment to shortening this war and minimizing casualties by changing their entire strategy to take care of this sort of target of opportunity. And so apparently it didn't succeed, but I think it was certainly a risk worth taking.
Yeah, we're trying to make sense of that now, Senator McCain, because we are hearing from David Ensor, our national security correspondent, that there is so-called, quote, guarded optimism that the attack may have killed several senior Iraqi leaders.
Well, if they did, I think it's an important success because, as you know, Saddam Hussein has confined the leadership of his country to a few family members and a few intensely loyal individuals. And if those people are taken out, then it would be incredibly disruptive to the chain of command, their ability to transmit orders, and would also maybe send a lesson to the others in positions of leadership that their best option is to get this conflict concluded as quickly as possible.
You just said you believed it was worth the risk of sort of changing the military game plan when CIA Director Tenet got this information that there was a opportunity perhaps to hit some of this leadership. The British Defense Secretary this morning describing that attack last night as a warning shot, and then he went on to say this was a part of our overall effort to deal with as part of a dispersed command and control in Iraq. What are the risks of this kind of attack when, in fact, the leadership could be fanned out all over that country?
The only risk I know, Paula, and you're going to have a lot smarter military experts than me on the program already and will, but it seems to me that there's a minimal risk here. It seems to me that it's not going to significantly impact our ability to carry out the shock and awe operation, which will be coming shortly. There was a target of opportunity. We took that opportunity. Apparently we didn't get Saddam Hussein, but I think the psychological effect, you know, the old Joe Louis line, he can run but he can't hide, may have some psychological effect on the leadership of this country.
Senator, when you say apparently we didn't get Saddam Hussein, the Pentagon is not confirming that at this hour. Have you been given information that would support that Saddam Hussein is still alive?
No, I have no information, but some people that I've talked to said it's unlikely that they got him. I hope they did. And, you know, that question is going to come up in the course of the program. Saddam Hussein has been seen in uniform. The conflict has been authorized. He is clearly a combatant in this exercise. And for us to go after him, in my view, is not an assassination attempt. It's a military operation.
Nick Robertson, our reporter on the ground in Baghdad, is saying the Iraqi officials that are using that video we've just seen of Saddam Hussein's statement last night once the attacks got underway as proof that he is still alive, but apparently a lot of analysis is being done of that tape to see if it was pre-taped or exactly when it was done. There seems to be no doubt that that is not a double, that was indeed Saddam Hussein talking last night. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, but I do want to say again, the time for a debate on this issue is over. We want to support the men and women who are going to do a magnificent job under very difficult circumstances. We support them and their mission and the President of the United States, and they know that, and it's important to them as they undertake these very arduous and very dangerous tasks that lie ahead of us.
When you say the time to debate is over, I know you heard the same remark Senator Tom Daschle made the other day that most of us heard. Do you have reason to believe that debate will be shelved until the end of these military operations?
I do. I believe that all people in the Congress and throughout the country will rally behind the men and women, their mission, and the President of the United States, and that's something that is important for us to do.
Do you think it was a mistake for Senator Tom Daschle to have made such pointed remarks on the eve of war?
I wouldn't have made those comments, but I don't usually, having on occasion said a thing or two that perhaps I shouldn't have. I'm reluctant to discuss the remarks of others, but I think now we're all going to get behind the President. We're going to pass a resolution, I'm sure, today that'll be 100-0 supporting what's going on, and we'll put that and other remarks behind us.
All right. Well, the media does have a way of remembering those remarks and handing it right back to you, right? We're not going to remind you of any of those this morning. Senator John McCain, thank you for spending some time with us this morning.
Thank you.
Back now to Ken Pollack, who is one of our experts who's basically going to be working around the clock now, who has written a book called The Threatening Storm, an in-depth analysis of the history of Iraq and what might happen as a result of this military campaign. Ken, good morning. First off, what are you hearing about the effectiveness of the so-called decapitation attack last night? A very carefully calibrated attack based on information that CIA Director George Tenet got about the positioning of several members of the key Iraqi leadership and perhaps Saddam Hussein himself.
Honestly, Paula, I'm hearing the same thing that you all are reporting, which is that at this point in time, we just don't know. The intelligence community doesn't think that they got Saddam Hussein. They felt that they had good information, that it was a good shot to take. The president said, let's try it. I think that absolutely was the right thing to do. If it had worked, it might have ended the war in one fell swoop without all of the death and destruction that we may see that may follow. They don't know what they accomplished. There is hope that even if they didn't get Saddam Hussein, they were able to hit a meeting of senior Iraqi commanders and so did some damage to Iraq's chain of command, but they don't even know whether or not that's true.
According to David Enzer, our national security correspondent, there is guarded optimism that indeed perhaps they did get several key members of Saddam Hussein's leadership. If that is the case, what kind of impact would that have on Saddam Hussein?
Well, certainly I think that it'll put a little bit more fear into Saddam Hussein. It'll get him moving a little bit more. I think the biggest thing for Saddam Hussein, though, is that if we did come close, if the U.S. strike did come close to him, maybe it missed him, but maybe it did get other senior leaders, it is going to create a sense in Saddam Hussein that someone in my inner circle is talking to the Americans. And that may be the most important impact of all, because that will make Saddam Hussein even less trusting, even more paranoid, even more determined to keep things to himself, and that's going to further impair his ability to direct the conduct of this war.
You're a man who has studied everything Saddam Hussein basically has done over the last 40 years. What would he be inclined to do if he feels really boxed in here?
Well, typically, when Saddam feels boxed in, he lashes out. Typically, if he does believe that there's any kind of a leak in his inner circle, if he thinks that there is someone who is feeding information to the Americans, he will start shooting people. Anyone who he has any suspicion might possibly be that mole, might possibly be that informant, will get shot. And chances are what that will do is, first of all, he will probably kill a lot of people who weren't talking to us, but it will also stir all of the other Iraqis around him. It will make them that much more concerned. It will make them that much more fearful. And what it could do is it might convince some of the people around him to actually move against him. That if he is just out there shooting anybody who looks at him sideways, they might decide, you know what, I don't know when my time is going to come up. Could be at any moment, given this guy's mood. Better to just get rid of him. So it's the kind of thing that brings breeds dissension in the highest ranks of Saddam's leadership, which can only be to our benefit.
Ken Pollack, thanks so much for joining us now. We'd love for you to stick around with us all morning long so we can continue to get your perspective. Ken Pollack of the Sabin Center. Just a quick reminder, when Ken was talking about some of the pressure that Saddam Hussein might be feeling at the moment, we can now confirm that there are 17 Iraqi soldiers now in the custody of the Kuwaiti police who have surrendered. And Barbara Starr at the Pentagon confirming this morning that even more Iraqis have surrendered in the last hour or two. We're going to take a short break. CNN's Strike on Iraq coverage continues. We'll be right back.
It's not just a new way of listening to radio. It's a new way of looking at it. Introducing the Delphi XM satellite radio. Its advanced display can browse 100 XM channels by category, song, or artist. Its compact design connects easily to existing home or car stereos. And at under $200, it's a perfect gift. The Delphi XM Sky-Fi radio. The newest way to get XM satellite radio. For the road, for the home, for under $200.
Do you know what unlimited means in the neighborhood? It means you can call your mother in Toledo for 2 minutes. And your mother in San Diego for 2 hours. And the pizza guy down the street right now. And every call is the same. Call anyone in the country, talk as long as you want, as often as you want, for one low monthly price. Rack 'em up, people.
Get 50% off your first month in the neighborhood. Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI before May 1st.
Baymont Inns and Suites, worth checking into.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. Here are the latest developments at this hour. Airstrikes are being launched from at least one carrier in the Persian Gulf. 40 Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired last night at 2 separate targets in Iraq. The strikes were based on intelligence that indicated a location where Saddam Hussein was believed to be holding a meeting with his top leadership. Iraqi TV then aired a tape message. We actually don't know that. Actually aired a message from Saddam Hussein 3 hours after the attack. Officials are now telling us in the United States they believe it was a genuine broadcast, but they're going to be doing some testing to see if indeed it was broadcast live or taped. There is also some optimism at the Pentagon this morning that perhaps some Iraqi leaders were killed in that so-called decapitation attack last night. 14 people injured. One person killed, a Jordanian citizen. Let's go back to Kuwait now, where Bill Hemmer is standing by. Bill.
Paula, hello again here in Kuwait City. Those air raid sirens have been sounding off and on throughout the morning. In fact, we had about a 3-hour span here where we heard them and then they died down, came back again, and died down again. At the moment, for the past hour and 50 minutes, we have had the all clear sign here in Kuwait City. We are told that Iraq has been firing missiles into Kuwait, northern part of this country, and because of that, many troops, many Marines rushed to put on their gas masks and protective chemical suits. However, we're told the missiles did not carry any biological or chemical weapons. Meanwhile, a Pentagon official reporting a small aircraft described as something similar to a Cessna flew across the Kuwaiti border from the north. It was aimed for a Marine position, apparently, but it did crash just short of that. Officials certainly concerned because Iraq, they say, has converted some small planes to carry chemical or biological weapons.
Good morning. Welcome to American Morning. A very busy day to track here. Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, Paula, hello. In a moment here, we're going to talk with Don Shepard, Major General, to talk about what these military strikes mean right now and what we can predict in the next coming days or so. We're talking about shock and awe. That was the theory given by the Pentagon, 3,000 Tomahawk missiles. When will that happen? Will it happen? We'll talk to the General about that, Paula.
Okay. Thanks, Bill. I'm sorry, taking in some other information here. We're going to head back out to the desert where Dr. Sanjay Gupta is standing by on duty with members of a MASH unit. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, you've had a bit of a harrowing morning. You've suffered through a number of sirens. Why don't you tell us what's going on now and then backtrack a little and tell us what you've witnessed over the last 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. It has been a harrowing day, no question about it. It started about 10:28 this morning. People were walking around, just waking up, some of them, and all of a sudden we saw something and heard something, saw something moving very fast, heard something very loud about 300 feet off the deck. We got a little bit of a look at it. It was a grayish green. It looked like a missile, had 3 yellow stripes on it, went right over our heads, Paul, moving very quickly. We're in the northern desert of Kuwait, as you mentioned. This thing traveled over our heads further south. Shortly after that, we heard a boom that was south of us. We also heard bunker, 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 gas, gas, gas. That was the call. That's the call that the Marines know so well, to put on all their instrumentation, their helmets and their Kevlar and their gas masks, and run into these bunkers over here. Since that, at 10:28, there have been 5 of these such bunker calls, some of them lasting over an hour long with the gas masks on. Besides that one missile sighting, there have been no others, but the Marines have confirmed that more than one missile, possibly 3 missiles, were fired. One was probably knocked down by Patriot missiles. There were NBC teams actually dispatched to the scene. That stands for Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Teams, and they have found no evidence of chemical munitions. Paula?
I know you say forces there have been trained to go through this exercise time and time again. You have worked in many operating rooms around the country. You're a guy who's supposed to deal with emergencies and shock and all that, just on a personal level. What was the experience like?
I tell you, I've never experienced anything like that, and certainly for the Marines here, I have one, Lieutenant Mike Bilello with me. They've had a lot of drills up until now, but this was the first real-life experience. Let me just backtrack for 1 second. Before the first bunker call today, you know, everyone heard about the attacks on Baghdad overnight. You guys have been sitting here in the desert for a long time, essentially waiting. How did the mood change this morning?
The mindset as the time was ticking down was to expect that, but you never expect the first one, and I was, inches from you when it happened. And the first one's always a shock, but our training kicks in and we react, and I think you saw that. But that's part of being a Marine. It's part of our job, and it's to adapt the environment you're in and get your job done.
Do you think people feel pretty protected? We're hearing, people in New York are asking, are people feeling confident in the gear that you have and the training that you have? Missiles flying overhead?
We're very confident in the gear we've been issued. It's been inspected. We've trained with it on several occasions. We put trust in the medical personnel we received here in support of us, and the meds we've been given. From a medical standpoint, Doc, I think we're pretty well protected.
Shock and awe. That's a term that we keep hearing again. Have we seen it yet?
I haven't seen it from here, but that doesn't mean anything. You can't see very far over these berms or in the bunker. We spent a lot of time in the bunker today. But I'm sure the response will be just, as the President said, and we'll just wait on that.
All right, Lieutenant Mike Bilello. Paul, 5 such bunker calls today, at times wearing the gas mask for up to an hour. People do feel very confident, though. That's the one thing that struck me. People feel very confident waiting in the bunkers with the gas masks on. People are understandably anxious, but I didn't sense a sense of overly being scared. Paula?
Sanjay, before we let you go, we're going to try to bring Major General Don Shepard into the conversation, who joins us from Atlanta right now, formerly of the Air Force. General Shepard, fire away.
Yeah, well, I remember in Vietnam, we used to get so many rocket and mortar attacks, we got complacent. I was just wondering from the lieutenant if he sees anybody get complacent yet as they've run in and out of these bunkers and really nothing has happened yet, Paula.
Sanjay, I'll let that, ask that question to Mr. Bilello.
Yeah, Lieutenant Bilello, Major General Don Shepard is asking a question, which is that with so many bunker calls, do you think that there's a concern, or have people already started to become somewhat complacent with this? Do you think that's a risk?
Good afternoon, sir. I would say that complacency will get Marines killed, and we're told that in training, so there are no complacent Marines here.
Yeah.
We're swift in every drill.
Yeah, I think pretty clear answer there, Major General Shepard.
Yeah, great, and I pass on to him to stay that way all the way to Baghdad.
Yeah, and he passes on to stay that way all the way to Baghdad. Again, Lieutenant Mike Bilello joining me here in the northern desert of Kuwait. Paula?
Thanks so much, Sanjay. General Shepard, just a quick question to you. We saw Kira Phillips on board the USS Lincoln a little bit earlier this morning, and she talked about F-14s taking off and F-18s. Just give us a sense now that this first attack was launched overnight, what the mindset must be of the hundreds of thousands of men and women on duty now.
Well, we're getting serious, but it hasn't kicked off yet, Paula. My guess is that the aircraft that you saw taking off the Lincoln there were hitting targets in the southern no-fly zone, further preparation of the battlefield for the Marines and the soldiers as they break through those berms. This is not the major portion of the attack. I think when that comes, there'll be no doubt in anyone's mind, Paula.
General Shepard, thanks so much. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Good morning, Bill.
Hello, Paula. Yet again here as we continue to analyze this military front to try and see what the strategy may be once it truly kicks off in the conflict with Iraq. There still is this wide open question, Paula, whether or not Turkey airspace could be used by U.S. fighter jets. It would be critical from a number of standpoints, chiefly being military planners will tell you the southern portion is taken care of when it comes to taking on Baghdad, but the northern part is still in question. There may be a vote today, we're told, in the Turkish parliament. Frederica Whitfield is watching all of that now from Ankara, the Turkish capital, and she can tell us what she is seeing and hearing thus far today. Frederica, hello.
Hello, Bill. Well, the Turkish parliament is in session, and a vote could come at any moment today. At issue, those U.S. military flights over Turkey in order to carry out any northern front operations in Iraq. But unlike the initial, much more comprehensive plan that would have allowed U.S. military full access of Turkey, which was denied earlier this month, it's unclear whether there will be any financial incentives that would come to Turkey. And Turkey could certainly use it. They are $93 billion in debt. And initially, that first comprehensive package would have offered $30 billion, including $6 billion in direct U.S. aid in exchange for full access. Well, now Washington is saying we're not quite sure if we're going to offer anything. And if we do, it certainly isn't going to be anything close to the $30 billion. Even after what could be today's parliament vote, the U.S. still could come back with a special offer, asking for special passage of the 60,000 American troops and their special armored gear just to pass through the Turkish territories in order to make it to northern Iraq. It is expected that there just might be some financial incentives offered there. Bill?
Frederica, thanks. Frederica Whitfield in Ankara. Clearly a windy day in Turkey. This is something we have not seen in the past day. That's been a good thing based on the sandstorm we experienced about 24 hours ago. Before we get back to General Shepard, John King at the White House now has some developments. John, what do you have for us at this hour?
Well, Bill, the president in the Oval Office, we are told to expect two things today. One, an urgent round of military planning and a decision on when to give the go order for the major portion of the U.S. strike. And number two, some urgent telephone diplomacy as well. Some of it to allies. The British Prime Minister Tony Blair will be in daily contact with President Bush, we are told. We're also told this morning by a senior official that the president has been briefed and quite well understands the criticism from Paris, from Moscow, other key capitals around the world. But we are told Mr. Bush will be, quote, undeterred by that. He escalated by as much as 2 days, we are told, the planning yesterday by launching these strikes, trying to decapitate the Iraqi leadership. U.S. officials say the president this morning in his meetings with Secretary Rumsfeld and others will decide whether to stick with the initial plan, which we are told called for the major strikes not to begin for perhaps another 12 to 24 hours, or whether to escalate it even further. Bill?
John King at the White House, thanks. Now to Major General Don Shepard. Don, I want to talk about something very specific here. We're told possibly 4 Iraqi missiles inbound in northern Kuwait earlier today. That's the reason why the Marines and the soldiers had to reach for their gas masks, some putting on their chemical suits. We heard the sirens here in Kuwait City for about 3.5 hours off and on. We are told, though, that 3 Patriot missiles were fired and perhaps only intercepted one of these Iraqi missiles. Based on the early information we have right now, what can you say about the capabilities right now of these Patriot missiles? How good, how effective are they?
Yeah, Bill, well, we got some baseball cards that I'd like to show you here and then talk about the Patriots in relation to that. The first one of these, the possibility of what's being fired at us, the Al-Samud missile, those that are being destroyed. They had about 120 of them, reportedly destroyed 60 of them. That's a possibility of what was being fired. It's a variant of the Scud. The other one, the next one is the Al-Samud missile. Beyond the Al-Samud missiles, the SS-21 Scarab. It's a short-range ballistic missile. Again, its range is down around 75 to 100 miles. And beyond the Scarab, we've got another one coming up here, the Al-Fatah missile. It is really a variant of the ground-to-ground frog rocket, free rocket over ground, if you will. Now, the problem with all these missiles is that we have suspicions that they may have found ways through science projects to put chemical, perhaps even biological, probably chemical weapons on these. The improved Patriot has improved battle management capability to allow us to sort the incoming rounds further out and employ the missiles against them. We don't know how effective this new PAC-3 Patriot is. It's been tested. It looked good in testing, but we're going to have to wait to see. All of these are early reports. We still don't know exactly what was fired, and we don't know exactly what we have hit out there. So we're going to have a lot to sort out there, Bill, before we come to conclusions.
All right, let me move to a different area then. What is it like then on the Iraqi side, knowing that the accuracy of these missiles does not have a very good track record? Folks like yourself say sometimes when they get a direct hit, it's only because of chance and luck. What do they do now, based on the firing, the information they get back, then the recalibration of these missiles to be launched at a later date?
Bill, this is harassment type fire. This is not any type of organized military response to United States forces. They do not know where United States forces are. The United States forces have moved to different positions, so they had some intelligence early on, but they don't know exactly where we are, which is one key to targeting. And the other thing is that they don't have command and control mechanisms at their disposal like we do. We're jamming their frequencies. We're listening to their frequencies. So I don't expect that these attacks are going to be very effective. On the other hand, they do keep United States forces running to their bunkers, so it's harassment at these early stages, Bill. Their best bet would be to either get out of the area or to surrender.
Take that final point just a step further. How do you fight then if you're wearing a chemical suit? How do you fight if you have a gas mask around your face? How do you fight if you're inside of a bunker?
Yeah, the answer is you don't. Basically, you have these warnings when you have incoming rounds because the enemy can't attack on the ground while these rounds are coming in either. So you wait for the rounds to come in, then you get the all clear when they stop hitting, then you get up and move out and fight, and you practice it day after day after day. Marines and soldiers are really good at this, Bill, as you've seen.
Major General Don Shepard, thanks again, and we'll write it again next hour here on American Morning. Let's get back to New York now. Here's Paula again. Paula?
Bill, I wanted to add a little point that the Kuwaiti police officials are now confirming, I guess, that they have in custody 17 Iraqi soldiers, and our understanding is those numbers will go up because Barbara Starr from the Pentagon is confirming that more have surrendered in the last hour or two. We're going to take a short break. Our coverage will continue right after that.
As the strike on Iraq continues, CNN is there. Every night, get a look ahead at the day's developments. When you need to know, stay with CNN.
I have it, you have it, we all have it. It's called blood. And every 3 seconds, someone needs blood. Each year, 4 million people need blood transfusions. You can help by becoming a blood donor. It's fast, simple, and safe. One donation from you can save up to 3 lives. Be a lifesaver. Call 1-866-FROM-YOU. That's 1-866-376-6968. Toll free to find out where you can donate and save a life today.
Get a job.
Look, it's a giraffe.
I don't see it.
The less art kids get, the more it shows. Are yours getting enough? Art. Ask for more. AmericansForTheArts.org.
Attention all smokers. Now you can kick the habit in just 7 days. That's right, you can quit smoking easily in only 7 days guaranteed. Introducing the all-natural Smoke Away system, the herbal stop smoking program that works to help completely stamp out your nicotine cravings in just 1 week. Fed up with expensive patches, prescriptions, and gums that often don't work? For less than the price of all of them, you can stop smoking in 7 days guaranteed with Smoke Away.
I like the fact that Smoke Away is all natural, and it really works.
I did Smoke Away for 3 days, and I've been smoke-free ever since.
Smoke Away has added years to my life. I know now I can enjoy my kids growing up and their kids growing up.
Smokeaway's unique combination of all natural herbal ingredients work to completely and naturally eliminate your body's craving for nicotine without side effects. Pick up the phone and order your Smokeaway system now.
To order Smokeaway, call 1-800-993-0609. That's 1-800-993-0609. So call 1-800-993-0609 and order now.
This is CNN.
I want to take you back now here in Kuwait City live. Good morning again, everyone. It's just coming up now on 5 o'clock local time here in Kuwait City. This morning when we woke up, we took a drive at about 35 miles west and north of Kuwait City. We got to the furthest point we could reach prior to hitting a military checkpoint where we returned back. What we saw along the way was quite striking. In the past 2 months and 3 visits here to Kuwait, I can tell you it was difficult to go a half mile on the highway outside of town and not see some sort of U.S. military or British military presence, be it a Humvee, a tank, an armored personnel carrier, what have you. Today, it was difficult to even spot them until we got to that checkpoint area. We sat there for the better part of half an hour, and what we witnessed and what we saw was a giant convoy, maybe 24 giant big rig trailers coming back, their loads empty on the rear, coming back from the north, headed south. What they were carrying, we don't know, but clearly a resupply mission is underway in the northern part of the desert. Could be food or water, could be ammo, could be light armed vehicles, could be armored personnel carriers, whatever the military right now has in terms of its strategy. I think it's quite important to point that out, only because it gives us the indication here in Kuwait that all these units, be it U.S. Army or U.S. Marines, now have reported to their units, are now moving north toward the Iraqi border, much like we reported now, Paula, in the past 2 days here in Kuwait, a clear sign that that military operation has moved even further up in the northern part of the desert. Paula.
Bill, and in addition to that, at this hour, you have U.S. troops on the move in southern Iraq. Let's check back in with Barbara Starr, who joins us live from the Pentagon with more on that. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Paula. Well, a bit of an update from here on last night's strike on Baghdad. Officials telling us it was a complex of small buildings south of the city that they were mainly aiming at. 2 F-117 stealth fighters, each dropping 2 JDAMs, Joint Direct Attack Munition, 2,000-pound precision bombs with some deep penetration capability. After the F-117s dropped those 4 bombs, the Tomahawk cruise missiles were called in on what is described as cleanup duty against that target. Some 36 Tomahawk missiles, we are told, being called in on this series of strikes. Officials still trying to assess this morning exactly the results of last night's airstrikes. Now, we are told to continue to expect throughout today more airstrikes over southern Iraq, over the southern no-fly zone. The military, the U.S. military, will be moving in with land-based and Navy aircraft carrier-based aircraft, moving to clean up and strike some of the Iraqi air defense, artillery, missile sites in the southern no-fly zone, preparing the way for what is expected to be the ground invasion and the full air campaign sometime in the next 24 to 36 hours or so, we are told. Finally, on that Special Forces helicopter that we now know made a hard landing, or essentially a crash landing, in the southern no-fly zone yesterday before the mission against Baghdad. We are told everyone was recovered safely. 1 Special Forces soldier suffering some minor injuries, but the entire team was extracted. However, officials are saying Special Forces are now continuing to move throughout the southern no-fly zone. Part of the effort, Paula, to prepare the battlefield, move against key targets, and prepare the way for the next round. Paula?
Barbara, you said the Pentagon right now is trying to assess the impact of the airstrikes. We had heard that they were guardedly optimistic that perhaps they did kill some members of Saddam Hussein's top leadership. Can you confirm that?
No, I'm sorry, Paula. We can't confirm that here. Officials are not yet ready to say that. We do, however, expect a briefing from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, General Richard Myers, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, sometime mid-morning, we are told. We expect they will tell us more about it. But, you know, officials are generally, military officials here are very cautious about making any assessment till several hours pass and they get the full picture.
Even the British Defense Secretary, Jeff Hoon, is saying, told reporters that he doesn't think the strikes were as effective maybe as they had hoped. Senator John McCain, in an interview I did just about 45 minutes ago, suggested it is his belief that Saddam Hussein is still alive. Now, I know Pentagon is not confirming any of this stuff. Can you add anything to that?
Well, we asked that question here early this morning of a senior defense official. Do you believe that Saddam Hussein is still alive? And we don't know.
Meanwhile, David Enzer, our national security correspondent, is saying that an analysis of that tape is being made. There was a tape message shortly after the strike begun by Saddam Hussein. It is their belief, indeed, it was Saddam Hussein, not a double. But I guess they're going to get back to us and let us know when, in fact, that message was taped. Barbara Starr, thanks so much. We'll be getting back to you often throughout the morning. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
Ed, Paula, still awaiting a report by Kelly Wallace. She's working the story in Israel. There's been a lot of concern right now whether or not Iraq would launch missiles, perhaps Scuds or otherwise, targeting Israeli citizens, much like we saw back in January and February of 1991. Before we get to that report, though, CNN's Bob Franken, also another one of our many embeds here at CNN. He's with the U.S. Air Force, stationed somewhere in Kuwait, right near the Iraqi border. Exact location not known right now. Bob joins us now to tell us what he is seeing and hearing from his perspective. Bob, hello.
Hello, Bill. The exact location is one of the pieces of information that we are not allowed to give out. You know the conditions of the embed, and that just is one of the ground rules here. But what I wanted to report is similar to the situation in Kuwait City. There have now been 4 code reds, they're called, which in military parlance means that an attack is imminent. All 4 of them have proven to be inconsequential in a period of 10 to 15 minutes. The code has changed. We're in a code green, meaning that there are really no requirements for you to wear anything. But as a matter of red.
All right, Bob, did we lose you? Okay, Bob Franken again here. Sorry, getting some information in my ear. Bob, thanks for that report. Bob's with the U.S. Air Force. He mentioned 4 code reds. We have heard him here in Kuwait City as well. At this point, yet again, just to reiterate, Paula, the all clear has been given. We've been sitting in that mode for the better part of 90 minutes now.
You raised some interesting issues with General Don Shepard about 15 minutes ago about the effectiveness of U.S. Patriot missile batteries. I think you suggested that one of the incoming missiles from Iraq, a surface-to-surface missile, was taken out. The 2 others believed to have fallen in the desert. Anything else you can tell us about that?
Yeah, not a whole lot, but I can tell you, Paul, there was a lot of concern as to whether or not the Patriot missile is really that effective. You remember from the 1991 war when not a single Scud launcher was taken out, targeted on the ground in Iraq, and because of that, the Iraqis were able to continue firing these Scuds into Israel, into Saudi Arabia, into portions of Kuwait. Now, after the past 12 years, there's been a lot of technology put into these Patriots to make them better and more effective, and as Don Shepard pointed out, we're all waiting to see right now whether or not that technology has indeed been implemented and whether or not it works better than what we saw 12 and a half years ago.
Thanks, Bill. As we review what happened in 1991, it's important to remind all of you listening out there this morning that Iraq indeed fired 39 Scud missiles into into Israel. And today, Israeli citizens are being told not to leave home without a gas mask. Let's check in with Mike Hanna, our bureau chief, who's standing by in Tel Aviv this morning. Mike, good morning.
Well, hello there, Paula. As you say, Israeli citizens have been instructed to carry their gas masks at all times, and indeed they have been doing so. Even the kids going to school this morning, going along to school carrying those gas masks, although a large number of parents did keep their children away from school, waiting to see exactly what transpires. The Israeli government was informed of the fact that the strike was about to happen in Baghdad. Secretary of State Colin Powell calling the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon some 90 minutes before that first cruise missile did go into Baghdad. And in the course of the day, Israeli Foreign Minister, in a video phone conference with his ambassadors both in the UK and in the US, sent a message to the US saying that Israel is fully supporting the US in its efforts, but and this is an important fact, saying that Israel does not believe it is part of this war and expresses the hope that this remains the case. This referring to the fact that it did become a part of that last Gulf War when those 39 Scud missiles that you mentioned landed here. But at this stage, no sign whatsoever that there is any real threat, and the Israeli government has been saying repeatedly that the likelihood of an Iraqi strike into Israel this time round is very slim indeed, Paula.
But if for some reason these Israelis are brought into the war, what is the understanding between the Israeli leadership and the U.S. leadership about what would be fair in retaliation?
Well, this is another thing that has changed since the last Gulf War, and that is a change in leader. The U.S. has expressed the hope that Israel does not get involved, that it does not respond should it be attacked. But at the same time, Ariel Sharon, the Israeli Prime Minister, has indicated he wants to do everything possible to help the U.S., but he still says, and ministers of his have said, that if Israel is struck in any way, it reserves the right to react forcibly using the maximum amount of force if necessary. So once again, if Israel is struck, all indications are from the Israeli government that it's likely to respond depending again on the level of the attack that's offered against it, Paula.
Mike Hanna, thanks for that report. Our Strike on Iraq coverage continues right now. Good morning, welcome. I'm Paula Zahn in New York. It is some 12 hours since Operation Iraqi Freedom began. There are many developments to talk about this morning. Here is the very latest at this hour. U.S. warplanes are launching fresh strikes against Iraq this morning. And we're going to break away to hear Mohammed al-Douri, the Iraqi ambassador to the UN.
Quoting President Bush, that he started the war, and they have to take in consideration that declaration, official statement by United States that United States now in war with Iraq. And allies also, not only United States, and allies also.
What exactly are you asking them to do?
Well, right now, just to shoulder their responsibilities in conformity with the Charter and international law. You know, this is a war of aggression. Iraq has been aggressed by United States and Britain and allies yesterday. So this is a break of peace. So this is mainly.
Is there any word on any casualties? Have you heard about any?
Well, yes, it seems that we have only one person killed and one injured. Yes, we have. We have. This is more than 42 long-range missiles. Part of them on Baghdad itself, and the other on the west side of the country. This is right now the situation. And,
how are you feeling today?
Me, you know, how you can imagine that? My family is there, my country is there, my people is there, and also other human beings there, yours also. So this is the war. So we have to be worried about this war, about every and each individual. We don't need this war. There is no need for this war. Absolutely.
Are you taking any measures to protect your family?
Where? There? How can I do? How can I do? No.
What are your orders? What are you? You're talking to Baghdad. What are you to do?
Well, I told you I am a diplomat, so I have to behave in United Nations. My work is in United Nations, exclusively in United Nations.
Ambassador al-Douri, if the government changes.
Well, this if we have to wait this if. I cannot answer the if. I want to see the reality. There is a war. We have to talk about this war and not any other things. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador Mohammed al-Douri, the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, obviously making critical remarks of the Bush administration for engaging in this war, not going quite as far as Iraq's information minister went just hours ago. I wanted to share a little bit of that with you now. Just 9 hours after the strike, he said, quote, "Every centimeter of Iraq will be a living hell." He called U.S. President George Bush a disgrace and a criminal, and he said, quote, "I think George Bush and the Prime Minister of Britain should be targeted by their own people." people. They are cowards. End of quote. Let's check back in with Nick Robertson, who is standing by in Baghdad. Nick, this is the first official confirmation we've gotten from anybody about what was struck. Mohammed al-Duri saying parts of Baghdad in addition to western parts of the country. Can you add anything to that this morning?
Well, we understand from Iraqi officials here that in the west of the country it was the Anbar province. Now, over the last few weeks, there have been a number of strikes in Anbar province by coalition forces patrolling the southern no-fly zone. Those have been taking out missile sites that have been, in the past, we're told, about 250 miles west of Baghdad towards the Jordanian border. We don't have further clarification on that. What we do know from the information minister this morning, Mohammed al-Sahab, he said that a television and radio station had been hit, that a customs building had been hit, and also a residential neighborhood on the southern side of Baghdad. And certainly looking at some of the pictures cameramen have taken today in Baghdad, looking at the locations of the impacts, difficult to see precisely what they were hitting, but certainly falling well within the bounds of the city, well within the built-up areas of the city, some quite large explosions going off on a couple of occasions, a lot of smoke coming up from those. But as far from what we have, from what journalists have been shown today in the city, no journalists, to our knowledge so far, have been taken to see sites that have actually been hit. However, journalists have been taken to hospitals here in Iraq. We are told by hospital sources here that there were 14 people injured, one person dead. That didn't quite tally with the figures Iraq's ambassador to the UN, Mohammed al-Duri, mentioned, but that's what we're hearing from hospital sources here. And certainly the pictures coming that journalists have been able to take of injured people in the hospital indicate at least one child injured and two women, one with abdominal injuries, another with leg injuries. Those people being treated in hospital here in Baghdad. Paula?
Nick, the other thing that Barbara Starr has just confirmed from the Pentagon is that it indeed was a complex of small buildings that were hit in Baghdad, first by JDAMs and then a so-called cleanup operation by Tomahawk cruise missiles. Can you give us any idea of what normally happened in that complex of buildings that seem to have been hit?
At this time, Paula, until we're able to go to that building and know its precise location, it would be difficult for us to assess. On the southern side of the city there, the Al-Dura area, an area that Iraqi officials say was hit, there is a large oil refinery. It is an area where the main road to the south of Iraq crosses over the Tigris River. It is a huge new bridge. As you go over that bridge, you can see on both sides of the river some very affluent residential areas, some buildings in that area that are very large, much larger than average. Impossible to say who would live there, but without going to the area, without being shown exactly what was targeted, it would be very, very difficult for us to assess at this time, Paula, exactly what might have been hit and exactly the damage that happened there.
Yeah, I guess we're going to get our first official confirmation from U.S. officials around 11 o'clock this morning when a Pentagon briefing gets underway. Nick Robertson, thanks so much for that live report from Baghdad. Back to Bill now in Kuwait. Bill?
Yeah, hey, Paula, getting a couple things right now, just so our viewers know. We're about 2 hours away right now from the first Pentagon briefing since these hostilities began. Not sure who's going to do the briefing, maybe General Richard Myers, maybe the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Nonetheless, I will have it live for you, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, a little less than 2 hours from now. Also, Kofi Annan at the United Nations apparently has made a statement about the situation here in the Persian Gulf, and as soon as we get that tape, videotape from the UN, you'll hear it here on CNN. Apparently, Kofi Annan, who has voiced his disagreement with any sort of military action right now, talking today about offering whatever assistance he can going forward with this conflict with Iraq. Meanwhile, there were sharp words of criticism earlier today from Moscow. Russian President Vladimir Putin saying the hostility should end immediately, saying as a political decision this could do some far-reaching damage between the Russian, British, and U.S. relations. That word from Moscow earlier today. Let's get more now, the view from the White House. And CNN's John King, who's back with us on the front lawn. John, I'm certain the White House has heard these comments. Their reaction at this point is what to the Russian president?
that they respect what President Putin has to say, but President Bush profoundly disagrees, and that he will be, quote, undeterred by the criticism he is hearing from Moscow, Paris, at the United Nations and other key capitals around the world. The question here this morning, Bill, on an urgent morning at the White House, is when will the big wave come? Mr. Bush made clear in his remarks last night that this first strike was a selected strike against what the Pentagon calls a target of opportunity, the Iraqi leadership. This morning, Mr. Bush already meeting with his key military planners and intelligence officials, the CIA Director George Tenet. Quick shot of him here going in under the umbrella to the White House. Among those on hand at the White House, Mr. Tenet has a particularly difficult job at the moment. He is updating the president not only about what they know on the situation inside Iraq, the whereabouts of key officials, but also on the threat of terrorist attacks here at home as all this plays out. Again, last night's attack dramatically scheduled by the president up to 2 days in advance of when we are told the major strikes were scheduled to begin because they thought they had a lock on the location of Saddam Hussein and other key leaders. Mr. Bush making clear in his remarks to the American people last night that when the major wave of the assault begins, there could be risks for those American troops.
I want Americans and all the world to know that coalition forces will make every effort to spare innocent civilians from harm. A campaign on the harsh terrain of a nation as large as California could be longer and more difficult than some predict. And helping Iraqis achieve a united, stable, and free country will require our sustained commitment.
Now, we are not scheduled to hear from President Bush today. Officials say that is the current plan. Some urgent meetings again with his military team and his national security team here at the White House. Some urgent telephone diplomacy as well. A sense of great urgency here this morning, Bill. I can tell you very reminiscent to the morning after the September 11th, 2001 attacks. Aides have an extra clip in their step. They're very serious this morning. Not a lot of small talk going on in the halls of the West Wing. A matter of business here. Everyone involved in these serious consultations as to when the big wave comes. Bill?
And John, quickly here, getting word out of Baghdad, Saddam Hussein perhaps survived this initial attack. None of this is absolutely 100% confirmed. We do believe that address was on videotape, possibly taken earlier today. But if indeed he's still alive at this point, has the White House reacted to that? Any sense of disappointment, or what has been the reaction?
The reaction has been that the CIA and others are analyzing that tape, whether it was live or videotape. They assume as well that it was videotape. They won't even say here at the White House that they're sure it was Saddam Hussein. They say they want to have intelligence sources look at that tape to see whether it was live, whether it was videotape, whether it could have been made several days in advance, and the Iraqi leader simply mentioning the date so that it would seem that it was after the attacks. Some sources saying they assume the Iraqi leader escaped this attack, but they say they're not sure yet. As one official put it, in the hours after that first strike, we're going to look, listen, and watch what happens inside Iraq.
John King, front line of the White House. John, thanks. Now back to Paula yet again here in New York. Paula?
Bill, one of the things we haven't had a chance to talk about much this morning is the status of refugees. And the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, Rudd Lubbers, made an urgent appeal to the Iraqis to leave their borders open to allow people trying to head to other countries to leave Iraq. Despite that, the Jordan Red Cross is now reporting that a number of people are trying to cross the border. I guess they have space for some 5,000 people trying to leave Iraq, going into Jordan. For a much better perspective on all this, let's turn to Matthew Chance, who is standing by along the Jordanian-Iraqi border. Good morning, Matthew. What are you seeing there this morning?
Well, good morning to you as well, Paul. At the moment it is very quiet, but as that conflict unfolds in Iraq, here in neighbouring Jordan, the authorities and the aid agencies are very much preparing for the possibility of a humanitarian crisis that threatens to follow. Already throughout the course of today, we've seen a number of buses pass through this checkpoint here, the Iraqi border, with the Jordanian border rather, with Iraq, pass through here and to be moved into camps carrying people who've come from the Iraqi capital. These people, though, that we saw were nationals of Sudan. They weren't Iraqis, they were Sudanese students and workers who simply thought that they'd been caught up in this conflict and it was too dangerous for them to stay here at this time. As we speak, though, the authorities, in conjunction with the various international aid agencies, the UNHCR, the Red Crescent, the International Committee of the Red Cross, are making their plans and putting their plans together on the ground to cater for the possibility of tens of thousands of people coming over here for this possible crisis. That crisis, though, has not materialized yet, Paula.
Matthew Chance, thanks so much. We'll be coming back to you in the hours to come. Want to quickly bring you up to date on some of the worldwide reaction to the start of this military strike last night. China and Russia among those countries asking the U.S. administration to stop the war immediately, or in their words, as soon as possible. And earlier this morning, Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan, had this to say about the start of the military campaign.
Today, despite the best efforts of the international community and the United Nations, war has come to Iraq for the third time in a quarter of a century. Perhaps if we had persevered a little longer, Iraq could yet have been disarmed peacefully, or if not, the world could have taken action to solve this problem by a collective decision, endowing it with greater legitimacy and therefore commanding wider support than is the case now. But let us not dwell on the divisions of the past. Let us confront the realities of the present, however harsh, and look for ways to forge stronger unity in the future. My thoughts today are with the Iraqi people who face yet another ordeal. I hope that all parties will scrupulously observe the requirements of international humanitarian law and will do everything in their power to shield the civilian population from the grim consequences of war. The United Nations, for its part, will do whatever it can to bring them assistance and support. Let us hope the future will be much brighter for the Iraqi people than the recent past, and that they will soon have the chance to rebuild their country in peace and freedom under the rule of law. Over the past weeks, the peoples of the world have shown what great importance they attach to the legitimacy conveyed by the authority of the United Nations. They have made clear that in confronting uncertainty and danger, they want to see power harnessed to legitimacy. They want their leaders to come together in the United Nations to tackle the problems shared by all humanity. I will do my utmost to ensure that the United Nations rises to this challenge.
There you have it, the Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan, making prepared remarks earlier this morning, talking about the need for stronger unity in the future in the United Nations at a time when there is so much discussion about what role the UN might play down the road after this military campaign. Once again, the worldwide reaction has come fast. It has come furiously, much of it negative. China and Russia calling on the war to end immediately. President Putin calling the military action, quote, a major political mistake, posing the question, does Iraq pose weapons of mass destruction? If so, then what must be done and how quickly must they be liquidated? Michael Aku will be joining us from the UN in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, we're going to go back to Kuwait City, where Bill is standing by. Bill.
Hey, Paul, I just talked with John King of the White House. I want to throw one other note on here. We'll get a briefing from the White House in the press room there. Ari Fleischer will do the duties on that at 11:30 Eastern Time, 2 hours and 15 minutes from now on the clock. I mentioned the Pentagon briefing, 11 a.m. Check that now, getting 12:30 on the White House, not 11:30. It's 12:30 today from the White House. About 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. The Pentagon, meanwhile, confirming with Barbara Starr that it will be General Richard Myers and Donald Rumsfeld, the Defense Secretary, who will handle the question and answer portion, as well as statements from the Pentagon today, 11 a.m. Eastern Time there. Back to the embeds right now. A series of colleagues here at CNN embedding with various units of the U.S. military. Walter Rogers is one of them. He's with the 7th Cavalry, U.S. Army, stationed near the Iraqi border, northern Kuwait. Walter's back with us now to join us what he's been picking up over the past several hours. Walter?
Hello,
Bill. I've been talking to members of the 7th Cavalry, the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, here in the northern Kuwaiti desert. After a missile was fired by the Iraqis at American forces, we could hear it exploding in the distance from here, trying to gauge the soldiers' reactions. At first, it was a reaction of fear. I think, however, as this war draws closer, you can get the sense that the American soldiers with the 7th Cavalry are becoming extraordinarily angry that the Iraqis fired a missile at the troop elements which are gathered here in the northern Kuwaiti desert. One soldier said to me, Saddam Hussein firing one missile at this massive American army which is gathered here is sort of like going bear hunting with a chihuahua. So the Iraqis may have miscalculated when they fired that one missile across the border, because what they really have done is irritate and anger the American forces here and make them even more hungry to get on with this battle. I was in this very desert right where I'm standing now when the Iraqis fired that missile. I could hear the shots over my shoulder over there, the explosions. Subsequently, it was explained that some of what we heard were explosions from Patriot missiles trying to shoot down the Iraqi missile. But everyone in this unit had to jump into full chemical weapons suits, the masks, the parkas, boots, trousers, everything. After that, and the discomfort that is spawned of standing in one of those chemical weapons suits in the desert heat, a soldier could only be angry. And I think, as I say, the Iraqis may have miscalculated by firing that missile. Bill?
Now, Walter, back up just a little bit here. It's been said for weeks now that the possibility exists out there for some sort of incoming missile to be aimed at these U.S. troops. Do they find it to be that surprising, though, knowing that it has now happened and take place, at least in target anyway, knowing that it's missed that target in U.S. troops? Are they surprised, though, that the Iraqis have taken such a measure?
No, not surprised so much as just angry. These soldiers, when they go into battle, know what they will be facing in Iraq. And besides, one of the things they fear, in addition to the chemical and biological threat, which they know they face, and of course that gives them great pause, but one of the things that upsets them the most is the concern that the American soldiers will face Iraqi civilians being used by Saddam Hussein as human shields. I talked to one tank sergeant, tank commander recently, and he said that's what bothers him the most about this, that the Iraqis would, or that Saddam Hussein would use civilians as human shields against an American army coming in to force a regime change. So, of course, the concern is that there will be a chemical and biological attack on the American soldiers, but they're well trained for that. And I think right now the mood here is just anger and a desire to get this over with, get on with this as quickly as possible. Bill?
Walter, thanks. Walt Rogers again, northern Kuwaiti desert with the 7th Cavalry, U.S. Army. Just one other footnote on this. If you talk to U.S. Marines or members of the Army who have trained in these chemical suits, they've gone in these chambers and they have come face to face with things like mustard gas, VX gas, sarin nerve gas. They will tell you they are quite confident going into the battle because they trust the training. And they trust the equipment. That's what gives them the measure of confidence going forward. Much more in a moment here from Kuwait. Paula, now you and you.
Thanks, Bill. As we were talking about a little earlier on this morning, we're again beginning to hear the first wave of criticism against this military campaign. President Putin of Russia calling the campaign, quote, a major political mistake. Russia and China among those countries asking for the military action to be stopped immediately. And then a little bit earlier, we heard from the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, where he talked about the UN rising to the occasion, but went on to express some disappointment that the process couldn't have persevered longer. Here's a little more of what he had to tell reporters in a prepared statement.
Today, despite the best efforts of the international community and the United Nations, war has come to Iraq for the third time in a quarter of a century. Perhaps if we had persevered a little longer, Iraq could yet have been disarmed peacefully, or if not, the world could have taken action to solve this problem by a collective decision, endowing it with greater legitimacy and therefore commanding wider support than is the case now. But let us not dwell on the divisions of the past. Let us confront the realities of the present, however harsh, and look for ways to forge stronger unity in the future.
Michael Oku now joins us from the UN with more on how diplomats are reacting this morning to the news overnight. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning to you, Paula. Diplomats are going to be arriving here at the United Nations for Security Council meeting ostensibly on other matters, Paula. They're going to be discussing the Central African Republic. But you can imagine that by 10 o'clock when they get here, there will be a great reaction to what has happened overnight, of course, in Iraq, this war starting in earnest. The Secretary General, Paula, went on to say that I hope all parties will scrupulously observe the requirements of international humanitarian law and will do everything in their power to shield the civilian population from the grim consequences of war. Clearly, the Secretary General had made a pitch to try to reach some sort of common ground and is now shifting now that war has started to start thinking about the Iraqi people, making that point quite emphatically several times during his first public address since the bombs started dropping. Now, Annan has written a letter to the president of the Security Council this month. That would be the ambassador from Guinea, essentially asking him to start having discussions about financing humanitarian efforts in Iraq. Clearly, that is his focus at this point. He has said that he needs some $123+ million to finance this. He is not happy with the amount of support that he has at this point, and he mentions the fact that international law really directs the occupying nation, this of course being in this case the United States, to bear the brunt of this. The United States, as far as we understand, Paula, is having some discussions about doing this. Diplomats say that the U.S. along with Great Britain may be in the process of drafting some sort of resolution that would change the oil for food program to give the United Nations specific and direct control of those finances so that that oil can be used specifically for humanitarian efforts, Paula, as well as for further reconstruction in Iraq after any kind of a war here. Paula?
Let's move a little further down to the road to that reconstruction process. What is the role that is envisioned for the UN in that process?
Well, the United Nations would take direct control of the finances and would start in some way trying to plan any kind of humanitarian assistance. We understand, of course, that, again, the United States is going to be playing a major role in this. They have said that they would like to play a major role. Other countries now coming forward, Paula, to assist the United Nations on this. Most of those humanitarian workers, by the way, Paula, at this point are no longer in Iraq. They're in a staging area in Cyprus. We understand that they will be there for quite some time until they are given the go-ahead, hopefully they say in a matter of weeks rather than months, to start doing actual work on the ground. Of course, that would involve food for the Iraqi people. It would involve rebuilding the infrastructure in the country and things along those lines. Paula?
Michael Oku, thanks so much for the update. We head to our Washington bureau right now where Jean Meserve is on duty. She has collected some really interesting information about some kind of potential threat against a nuclear power plant outside of Phoenix, is it? Good morning, Jean.
Paul, an administration official says that recent intelligence indicates that the Palo Verde nuclear power plant near Phoenix, Arizona, could be targeted by terrorists. But another government source emphasizes that the intelligence is uncorroborated and has not been deemed credible. But the source says at a time like this, you take any such threat seriously and act conservatively. Jim McDonnell of the Arizona Public Service Company would not comment on the intelligence information, but says National Guard troops were dispatched to protect the plant Tuesday afternoon. The National Guard was not deployed during 2 other periods of orange alert. He says, we take all of this very seriously and the plant is very well protected. A spokesman for the Department of Homeland Security says the department and the FBI have been working with state and local officials to address this threat information. Nuclear plants are part of the nation's critical infrastructure and have always been regarded as potential targets, but the Palo Verde plant is particularly important. With 3 reactor units, it is by far the nation's largest power plant, according to the Arizona Public Service Company. Located about 50 miles west of Phoenix, it generated more than 30 billion kilowatt hours of electricity in each of the past 3 years, providing power to Southern California, Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, Nevada, and Utah. It is important to note that there has been similar uncorroborated threat information in the past that has not resulted in any terrorist action. For instance, a threat against banks on the East Coast and another against bridges in California. Nationwide, a Homeland Security official says we feel we are at the appropriate level of protection, but we will continue to evaluate our posture and take the necessary steps depending on incoming threat information. A spokesman for the department, Gordon Jandro, said emphatically yesterday that there are no plans to elevate the threat level to red, the highest level of alert, unless there is specific, credible, corroborated information about a strike. And CNN has learned that during a conference call with state emergency management officials yesterday, Secretary Ridge, said if and when there is cause to go to red, he hoped to take only the affected region or state up to that level rather than the entire country. In that same call, Ridge telling state officials the federal government will work with them during this time of heightened alert, but warning them this could be an extended process. Paula?
Secretary Ridge was a guest on our show yesterday, and he said he was very much aware of the concerns of Americans, the fear of potential retaliatory strikes after the military operations got underway. Do we expect to hear more public statements from him today?
In fact, Secretary Ridge is going to be on Capitol Hill this morning testifying, and I imagine there will be questions to him there about the current state of affairs. So yes, we will hear more.
Jane Reserve, thanks so much for that update. And now on to the issue of the markets. The market's about to get open here in New York City about 4 minutes from now, a delayed opening because of 2 moments of silence that will be honored today. Christine Romans has a little bit more on that. Good morning.
You know what now? At 9:32, we'll get the real opening of trading here today, and we've had 6 days of quite a rally on Wall Street. The Dow hasn't been up 6 days in a row, Paula, in about 2.5 years. So the market's expecting really the best case scenario for the war in Iraq. And so now traders sort of holding their breath, waiting to see what happens next militarily and see if that expectation follows through. You know, last time around in 1991, the Dow actually did quite well in the days following the strikes there. You had the Dow up some 4.9% in the first week or so, the first day, and then continuing up in the 6 months and a year after, doing quite well. Watching oil prices here today as well, coming down. That's relief for the U.S. economy, and it also shows there's not a lot of fear about supply disruptions. So we'll be closely watching oil prices as much as stocks today.
That may be a relief to the U.S. economy. When is it people who are driving cars and trucks and SUVs will get any relief?
Well, absolutely. It takes much longer for the relief when the prices go down than when prices go up, for sure. So maybe 6 weeks, 8 weeks, we'll see if that follows through.
Christine, please stay with us as we observe these 2 minutes of silence that are being marked down at the New York Stock Exchange. We're going to stay with this picture as members of the New York Stock Exchange and the men and women that work there honor 2 minutes of silence to support U.S. troops. Christine, you were talking about this rally we've seen over the last 6 days. A lot of people are saying one of the reasons for that rally was the fact that people were anticipating a short military campaign.
Absolutely. And another interesting thing about that is that international markets have rallied as well, even markets in countries whose governments don't necessarily go along with the U.S. position. That has been something that's been noted over and over again on the trading floors. So you've seen stocks rise over the past 6 days in a very nice rally. You've seen oil prices, Paula, come down 20% in 6 days. So that's important to watch as well. And bond prices have also come down. It's showing that flight to safety, the money that was going into the safe havens, is starting to reverse a little bit, and people are a little more bullish about stocks. They're pricing in a decent outcome to all of this. The next question, of course, for investors is, does all of that really happen? And we'll watch all of the events as they unfold.
Please keep an eye on that for us. Some appropriately grim faces on the floor of the exchange this morning, supporting U.S. troops. There you have it. The market's now up and running.
Up and running.
Keep track for us this morning. Here are some of the latest developments at this hour. U.S. missiles hit a fuel storage center about 170 miles west of Baghdad. That according to Jordanian officials. Nick Robertson in the Iraqi capital reports that a TV and radio station, a customs building, and a neighborhood were bombed in Baghdad, a neighborhood where a complex of buildings were targeted because it was believed that members of the Iraqi leadership were there, perhaps along with Saddam Hussein. The Red Cross says one person was killed, 14 injured. The attack, as we said, was aimed at the Iraqi leadership. John King saying this morning that the White House escalated the campaign by 2 days because of this intelligence information. Intelligence officials believe, they are at least guardedly optimistic, that maybe some of Saddam Hussein's top leaders were killed. They will not say, though, if Saddam Hussein is dead or alive. We expect to get a lot more information at 11 o'clock when a Pentagon briefing gets underway with General Myers and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Back to Kuwait now, and Bill.
Paul, a few more things just to fill in for you what we're learning through the Pentagon and other sources throughout the area here. U.S. Special Forces apparently operating in Iraq on the ground there as well. Also aircraft from the USS Lincoln dropping bombs earlier today on targets inside of Iraq. In addition to that Special Forces operation, apparently a helicopter has gone down in southern Iraq. It went down, we are told, prior to the cruise missiles. 42 in total were launched earlier today. No word right now on injuries. We're told no one was injured as a result of that. But as for that helicopter and its status right now, no clear indication given. Perhaps more from the Pentagon briefing at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 90 minutes away. Also, Iraq has been firing missiles into Kuwait this morning, possibly as many as 4. We are told that at least one was knocked out of the sky, knocked down by a Patriot missile that was stationed here in Kuwait. That sound you hear is one of a series of alarms, sirens, air raid sirens that we heard earlier in the afternoon here. 3 different waves, but again, for the past 2 hours, the all-clear signal has sounded, and we have yet to hear a siren over the past 2 hours' time. Meanwhile, for the U.S. Army and the U.S. Marines operating in the Kuwaiti desert, many of them rushed to put on their gas masks. Some were told reached for their chemical suits and geared up as well. We're told through our correspondents working in the field, including Dr. Sanjay Gupta, that he experienced and witnessed a missile fly over from the north overhead where he's stationed with the U.S. Marines headed toward the south. Now, we should add that all these missiles did not harm anyone. No reports of casualties, no injuries reported. In addition to this, the Pentagon is saying that a small plane described as something similar to a Cessna was en route in target to a Marine position in Kuwait, but it crashed short of that location. A strong concern has been on the U.S. and British half that these small planes could be equipped possibly with chemical or biological weapons. There's been a lot to keep track of today, Paul, as I'm sure you're well aware of back there in New York as well.
And then some. Thanks so much, Bill. I just wanted to quickly bring you up to date on some information that we reported a little bit earlier on this morning to give you a better context of what may have happened last night. The Iraqis are suggesting because Saddam Hussein went on television shortly after the attack was launched, it means that he is alive and well. Well, according to David Enser, our national security correspondent, U.S. officials are saying we just don't know that yet. There may have been a body double rather than Hussein himself speaking on tape. One former CIA analyst told us at CNN, quote, "I do not believe that that was him on the tape played after the strikes." So a number of U.S. officials now are continuing to analyze that tape you're seeing right now that we have been playing since the early hours of the morning. Let's go to Nick Robertson, who is standing by on the telephone from the Iraqi capital. I know, Nick, in your last report, you said the Iraqi information minister said the fact that we saw Saddam Hussein on TV was proof that he was still alive. Are they still saying that?
Absolutely, and that address given by President Saddam Hussein has been played out on Iraqi television again a number of times during the day today. Again, Iraqi officials have been saying that they believe what's been going on has been a psychological warfare, clearly reacting to that, putting President Saddam Hussein on television to knock down any rumors that he may be dead. Clearly, this is a very important time for the Iraqi leadership to show that they are in control, to show that they are firm, to show that they intend to resist any attacks on Iraq. My fellow correspondent here, Reem Brahimi, has just returned from a hospital, Al-Kindi, one of Baghdad's main hospitals here. She has been visiting some of the war wounded there with members of the ICRC, the International Committee for the Red Cross. She's been able to see at that hospital a man and a woman who were injured. Now, the man was a worker at a television station. He was taking the woman, who was his sister, he said, to a shelter. They were both injured as they were going to that shelter. Also, another man in his 40s in the hospital there. He was a guard at a school. He has injuries to his forearm. Now, according to sources at that hospital, and we had heard before that one person had died in the bombing this morning, according to sources at that hospital, it was a woman who was killed. The person who died was a woman. We also understand from the International Committee for the Red Cross that they have delivered first aid kits to treat 100 people. They have delivered those to the hospital there. And the director of the hospital says that the hospital is short of external fixatures for setting fractures, those metal frames that are often seen externally holding wounds together. We also understand, and we have seen from pictures from another hospital, that at least 2 women and 1 child were injured. That was at another hospital, and according to Iraq's information minister, a total of 14 people injured this day and 1 person killed. According to the hospital sources at the Al-Kindi hospital in Baghdad, the person who was killed was a woman. Paula?
Nick, the Pentagon is confirming that it was indeed a small complex of buildings that were targeted in Baghdad last night, where intelligence suggested that perhaps the top Iraqi leadership was. They also, Mohammed al-Douri, the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, confirmed that there was another site far west of Baghdad that was hit. I think you reported some 250 miles west of this city. Can you give us any details on exactly what was struck last night?
Again, at this time, very difficult to say, Paula. A group of journalists were taken out of Baghdad further to the edges of Baghdad, the Al-Dura area on the southern side of the city. They say they were driven around residential neighborhoods, but they didn't see any signs of damage. What we know from where our position in the center of the city, that the impacts that could be seen appeared to be on the southern side of the city, appeared to be at a number of different locations, but impossible for us to say where we stand right now what the targets were, what the damage may have been. The only accounting that we have been able to do independently is to visit one hospital here in Baghdad and to see 3 of the injured people. And also another international television station has been to visit another hospital in Baghdad where they saw 4 injured people. So the locations in that part of the city on the southern side, the Al-Dura area, an area of Iraq, one of Baghdad's large oil refineries, an area also on that periphery, on those outskirts of the city, of some upmarket neighborhoods, some large houses, a residential area, but without being able to go there and see the buildings, impossible to say what those buildings were involved in.
I do want to say at this point, though, one official has told CNN that if Saddam did not die last night, it's got to leave him wondering about the loyalty of some of those around him that we hit the target we did. Nick, as soon as you can put that into better focus for us about what that small complex of buildings would typically be used for, that would be very helpful. Nick Robertson on the ground in Baghdad. Thanks so much for that update. We wanted to share with you now the first image we have seen of the president today. The president joined by his chief of staff, Andrew Carr, there to the right, CIA Director Tenet to the left, and we believe that is the back of the Vice President Dick Cheney this morning. John King telling us just about an hour ago that this military strike was escalated by several days because of some very important intelligence information that Director Tenet shared with the president, suggesting that there was a plan that had a very short shelf life, the opportunity to strike the small complex of buildings where it was believed that Saddam Hussein was with top Iraqi leadership. Sources are telling us that they are guardedly optimistic that they did indeed kill a couple members, or actually they're not giving us that exact number, but they said several members of the leadership. No one is saying whether Saddam Hussein is alive, whether he was injured, whether he was killed. We, of course, will get those details at 11 o'clock from the Pentagon. But once again, this was not the way we are told the military campaign was expected to unfold. It was just due to this information that CIA Director Tenet got his hands on that caused this so-called decapitation attack to be launched last night. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
All right, Paula, thanks. Listen, I want to get back to, again, one of our embed reporters, Carl Penhall, is with the Army 5th Corps. He, too, is in an undisclosed location in the northern Kuwaiti desert. One can only assume that he is near the Iraqi border. Carl, what do you have for us this hour?
Well, Bill, like many of my colleagues during the course of today, there have been repeated chemical attack alerts in the course of the day. In the spot where I am, we've had at least 5 alerts. That's involved us each time donning gas masks, along with the soldiers, of course. They too have been donning gas masks, scurrying away into tents. Each time the alert has lasted about 20-25 minutes. Commanders have said to us, though, that they haven't yet detected any presence of chemicals in the atmosphere. Additionally to that, Bill, preparations are continuing here at the camp where I'm based. As you see in some of the video, the air crews, the maintenance and ammunition crews on the Apache helicopter pilots have continued arming helicopters. You see in some of the video them signing messages on some of the Hellfire missiles and on the rockets, signing some humorous messages, some a little cruder, but nevertheless messages to the Iraqi regime, some very heartfelt messages there, Bill.
Carl, thanks. Carl Penhall with the Army 5th Corps, one of many embedded reporters now with the U.S. military. Going to get to Major General Don Shepard in a moment here about what may happen in the early days of this strike, when it gets underway. John King at the White House said perhaps it comes in the next 12 to 24 hours, perhaps not. That's what we're all waiting to see and hear at this point. Paula, back to you now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. There is so much curiosity about the tape many of us saw last night shortly after the military attack got underway in Baghdad and west of Baghdad. We're going to put up on the screen now a split images, one of Saddam Hussein, that is to the right, where we know for sure it is Saddam Hussein, and the image to the left, which is what we saw on television last night. There is one former CIA analyst that told CNN that based on his many years of analysis of imagery of Saddam Hussein, he doesn't believe that is him on the left. Of course, Saddam Hussein is known to have a number of body doubles to stand in for him from time to time at public events. There are, from the Iraqi point of view, a compelling argument that he is still alive. They say that presence last night on television proves that, but U.S. officials say we just don't know that yet. David Enzor is standing by in Washington with more on the kind of analysis that is being done at this hour to determine if, in fact, that was Saddam Hussein last night. David, good morning. What have you learned?
Hello, Paula. Well, as you say, U.S. intelligence officials are saying, quote, we just don't know whether that tape that was broadcast last night was Saddam Hussein or not. The tape on the left, is that the same man as the one on the right? That's the question. CIA technical analysts are are looking closely at the tape, using a number of techniques, I'm told, by former photo analysts at the agency. They're doing superimposition, which is a method under which you place one picture on top of another. They're doing triangulation, which is where you draw triangles, in effect, between the eyes, the nose, and the mouth, and various other parts of the body, and of the face, and try to see if there are differences in the triangle size. Obviously, they'll be doing voice analysis of the tape. There are some who say they haven't seen these kinds of glasses before, and there are questions about whether that raises any warning flags. In any case, there's a real question now as to whether or not this really is Saddam on the left, although some officials say they think the assumption has to be, first of all, that it probably is. As you mentioned, one former photo analyst of long standing who did a lot of study of Saddam Hussein has told me that he doesn't think that is Saddam on that tape. Now, U.S. intelligence officials are expressing optimism, Paula, that during the strikes last night, whether or not Saddam Hussein was in fact killed, they do believe that some of the senior leadership of Iraq did die in that attack by the United States. One official told me that if Saddam did not die last night, it's got to leave him wondering about the loyalty of some of those around him that, quote, we were able to hit the target we did. So they are standing by their intelligence that led them to believe that this was a legitimate leadership target. Again, they weren't 100% sure Saddam was there, but they were sure, they say, that some of the senior leadership of the Saddam Hussein regime were in that location that was targeted last night. The strike came, the decision by the president came after George Tenet, the CIA director, brought information to the president, which, as one official says, was that the U.S. had intelligence which gave us some optimism that we had a fix on some of the top leadership, which could possibly include Saddam. Paula?
I know we're all waiting this Pentagon briefing that'll get underway a little over an hour from now, David, but what is your belief as to when there will be actual confirmation about whether Saddam Hussein was actually at this small complex of buildings and whether he's dead, injured, or alive?
You know, unfortunately, that may take a while. We may have to speculate about this for some time to come. It may take Americans on the ground in the place. That kind of definitive proof may be sometime in coming, but the analysis of the tape could be sooner, and it's possible that we may hear from U.S. officials that they don't believe that is Saddam on the left, with today, tomorrow, the next day. It is a very difficult call to make, however. This photo analyst, as long as we've got a moment, Dino Brugioni, who was one of the sort of pioneers of CIA photo analysis. I remember a year or two ago interviewing him, and he was showing me pictures, for example, of Mao Zedong and his doubles. And the face looked exactly the same, but if you look closely at the ears were different. So it's a fine art, and there are experts at the CIA practicing it right now. Paula?
Well, keep the details coming, because what you've reported has been absolutely fascinating. David, thanks so much. Back to Kuwait City now, and Bill.
Paula, listen, following up on these Iraqi missiles fired into Kuwait earlier today, we are told that at least one Patriot missile battery did respond and knocked one of these missiles out of the sky. But for a much clearer idea as to what's happening with the Patriots, Lisa Rose Weaver is embedded with the Army 5th Corps. She is with the unit that has provided some of these Patriot defense missiles, and Lisa's with us right now by telephone. What can you tell us at this point about what you're seeing and hearing from the U.S. Army?
Well, Bill, where I am, I'm with the Echo battery of the 52nd Air Defense Artillery Brigade. Earlier today, I did not see or hear the Scud missile and Patriot intercept activity that occurred now a few hours ago. However, the fact that it did happen meant that we here at Echo Brigade, Echo Battery rather, had to go into what is called MOC Level 2. We're wearing part of our chemical suit. That means we are wearing the trousers, the long-sleeved tunic top, as well as the boots. Everyone here is carrying their gas mask as they always do, with or without the suit, carrying the gas mask at the hip, ready to get it on in the event that chemical or biological contaminants are found in the atmosphere. That has not happened today where we are, but obviously everybody on alert for that possibility. Now, earlier, before the Scud activity, the Patriot missiles here were positioned into place. Even before they lock on target, Bill, they have to be positioned in such a way so that they are ready to respond as quickly as possible. There's a process of orientation with satellite information so that they are then able to track incoming Scuds or other missiles as they may come. You may now be seeing a video of some screens inside a small trailer. That is where you would see information about an incoming Scud if they were indeed incoming. So fortunately, nothing like that has happened exactly where I am, but again, everyone here on alert. Bill?
Lisa Rose Weaver, again embedded with the U.S. Army 5th Corps, watching the Patriot missile battery deployed here in Kuwait. Back with Major General Don Shepard. I want to pick up on our first point, if we could, Don, about the whole idea of chemical suits. What do we know right now about the potential for chemical agents being weaponized, put on top of a missile, and launched into Kuwait, hitting either U.S. troops or folks living here in Kuwait City?
Well, Bill, unfortunately, all of that is possible. Basically, what we've seen the video of people putting on their chemical suits. They're what we call mission-oriented protective posture, or MOP, 0 through 4, 4 being the highest level where you put on everything, the outer and inner garments, the gloves, etc. Other levels you have just the mask available. People running in and out of shelters. Now we have a baseball card that basically shows the type of gas that we would be concerned about, and it most likely is a VX type gas. The VX type gas is one of the nerve gases, the others being sarin and tabin. The Iraqis admitted that they had about 4 tons of this. We think they have upwards of 800 tons of this stored somewhere. It can be delivered by aircraft, by missile, by artillery. All of those are possibilities, and so when you hear these alerts, you have to assume that all of that's possible and get into your shelters and into your gear until the all clear is given, Bill.
Don, let's move forward. You had an excellent piece on CNN.com yesterday that I want to point out, make a few points here clear to our viewers and pick your brain about this. When this military action goes forward, you point out these airfields in western Iraq known as H2 and H3. Why are these places significant from a military standpoint?
Yeah, well, first of all, they're named from the British days. Their outpost was Habaniya, and then they went about 100 kilometers west. They named that H1, another 100 kilometers H2. These are the areas from which Scud missiles were launched into Israel. It would only complicate the United States posture if Israel was in any way drawn into this conflict and responded. It would make our life miserable diplomatically. And so we would like to seize western Iraq and the H1, H2 airfields as soon as possible for forward operating bases, and also to assure that Scuds cannot be launched from that area, Bill.
Yeah, knowing that no Scud launcher was taken out in the first Persian Gulf War, what does it say right now about how the U.S. military has tried to track down, zero in, and do a much better job this time as opposed to 12 and a half years ago?
The U.S. military has been practicing this, and we have very good systems now that were not as good then. J-stars, we have kill box concepts and this type of thing that we practice and use in Afghanistan, but it is still very, very difficult to find a single truck or a single missile and prevent it in all of western Iraq. So it's still a difficult problem, but again, if we can seize western Iraq and kind of cleanse that area and back the forces off out of western Iraq, that's probably the best way to do it, Bill.
Well, we're back to your article at CNN.com then. Which divisions do you believe go into Iraq first? And what's the strategy behind using one division as opposed to another one?
Well, basically, if you look at what's in the Kuwait theater right now, you've got the 3rd Infantry Division with elements, probably a brigade of the 82nd Airborne. You've got the 101st Airborne. You've got the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force with the 1st Marine Division. You also have you also have the British. And so what I would anticipate is certainly moving north out of there against the hard ground, the heavier forces of the 3rd Infantry Division, the 82nd Airborne. The 101st don't know what they're going to be assigned, whether they're going to move north or move to the northern flank that we've talked about so much. And the Marines and the British, I estimate that they will probably go up the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, secure the oil fields around Basra, and then move on north toward Baghdad. The whole idea is to encircle Baghdad with the defenses up there, Bill.
Got it. You mentioned Baghdad. What are the Iraqis doing right now in order to defend that city?
We've heard the term hornet's nest, and basically they have taken their outlying air defense systems and moved them into intense fortifications around Baghdad itself. In addition, they're drawing berms, they're drawing trenches, this type of thing, and they're also dispersing military assets within the civilian sectors of Baghdad. Now, there's two things about that. One, it can cause collateral damage with the political problems that goes with that if we strike them in populated areas. The good news is, once they disperse it out there, it's very difficult for them to mass it again to be effective militarily when United States and coalition forces come in. So there are pushes both ways about whether that causes problems and for which side. Baghdad is going to be heavily defended. The whole idea is to decapitate the leadership and get these forces to give up, surrender before we have to go in house-to-house fighting in downtown Baghdad, Bill.
Thank you, Don. Major General Don Shepard with us here, a military analyst. You're going to hear a lot in the coming days and weeks about Baghdad and also the town of Tikrit. We will visit that at another time. Don, thanks again. Back to Paula now in New York. Paula.
Thanks, Bill. Back to one of our in-beds, Gary Tuchman, who is alongside members of the U.S. Air Force in Kuwait, not far from a U.S. Patriot missile battery that we are told successfully shot down an Iraqi surface-to-surface missile. Gary, give us the very latest on what you're being told from officials there. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Paul. And we've actually been brought out to a Patriot launcher missile site right now. There are several throughout the country of Kuwait. This one is at Camp Doha, which is where U.S. Army, Marines, and Air Force personnel are stationed. They are telling us that they did indeed fire a Patriot missile from this site here at Camp Doha and successfully hit the second Scud missile that was launched. Military officials here say there were 2 Scud missiles fired. There have been 4 Patriot missiles fired at them. 2 of those 4 did indeed, they say, hit the 2 missiles that were launched from Iraq. The people who are with us here, about 10 of them participated in the launching of the Patriot. They said after the success, which they found out about in 2 seconds, which is really unbelievable. That's all it took, 2 seconds for them to know that they successfully hit the Scud missile. They say they all gave each other high fives. Paula, back to you.
Gary, this is the first time we've heard the distinction that these were indeed Scuds that came into Iraq. Of course, the Iraqis denying they have them today. But there was a characterization of a surface-to-surface missile earlier this morning. That's exactly what you're being told by the Air Force?
The officials here, and this is an Army official who's telling us this, says they have confirmed 2 Scud missiles.
Desk. Yeah, I'm going over there.
As this incoming fire from Iraq came in.
Paula, can you repeat the question? I didn't hear that question.
Yes, Gary, and I'm going to take this out. What you said is the officials there are telling you that it took 4 Patriot missiles to be fired at some of the incoming missiles from Iraq.
They are telling us that 4 Patriot missiles, and not all at this location, only 1 have been fired from this location where I am at Camp Doha, which is just north of downtown Kuwait City. But they're saying 4 Patriot missiles were fired. Of the 4, they did strike 2 of the Scud missiles that came from the north.
Gary Tuchman, thank you for that live update from Kuwait. Now back to Bill in Kuwait City. Bill?
Well, thanks. Listen, we're just trying to gather what we can here in Kuwait City. And just to update our viewers, it was a very tense afternoon for about 3 hours here, simply because what Gary's describing to you is a similar thing that we all experienced here. When these missiles were fired up into the air, the air raid sirens went out here in Kuwait City. We heard 3 different waves of them. And then after about an hour and 15 minutes, they died down. The all-clear signal was heard. A short time later, about 45 minutes after that, the sirens came back yet again indicating danger was on the way. But then, as many of our colleagues took the better half of judgment and took their own precaution and took cover down the parking garage of our hotel here, the all-clear signal came again after that. We heard an extremely loud explosion here about 4 hours ago in downtown Kuwait City, but there's no verification at all as to what that may or may not have been, whether it had any connection at all to what we're experiencing right now regarding these Iraqi missiles. But nonetheless, it was loud. Many of us heard it and took great precaution trying to make sure that indeed we were safe at the time. Listen, we continue to watch this story right now regarding these Patriot missiles because the Pentagon has said for quite some time they've thrown an awful lot of technology into it, trying to beef it up, make it more secure and more fortified so that it's more effective. And what Gary is saying is true, that indeed it looks like at this point this Patriot missile battery may have indeed done the job. To get any sort of reaction with a 2-second time to figure out how your rate of success or failure is just absolute lightning speed. Now with nightfall here in Kuwait City, it's 6 o'clock on the nose, in fact, here in Kuwait, same time locally in Baghdad. The reason I point this out is because nightfall is starting to set in. The military will tell you unequivocally that they say they own the night. They own the darkness. They operate like no other military in the world when things get dark. It was largely thought that this strike, this shock and awe theory put out by the Pentagon, would begin at night. 3,000 Tomahawk missiles, maybe, but again, we continue to wait for that if indeed that starts. We heard from the White House and John King reporting earlier today, maybe that's in the next 12, maybe 24 hours, but again, at this point, we simply do not know. Quickly, while I have you here, I don't know if you have the videotape queued up or not, but we have some videotape we can show you just outside Kuwait City. Gary Tuchman was talking about this. It is a ditch, essentially, where one of these missiles has been knocked to the ground. It fell harmlessly in the Kuwaiti desert, and at this point has made a pretty good bunker, a pretty good hole in the desert. But again, no injuries, no fatalities, no one hurt as a result of that. Our coverage is going to continue here on CNN. I said 6 o'clock local time here. That makes it 10 a.m. Eastern time back in the States. Paula's going to stay with me. Leon Harris is going to rejoin us. He was with us earlier this morning in the pre-dawn hours in the U.S., and also Judy Woodruff out of Washington, D.C. Our coverage continues here live on CNN right now.
And good morning again for those of you just joining us. As Bill mentioned, we are now entering the 13th hour since the start of military action in Iraq. What we have learned from John King at the White House is that the pace of the military campaign was changed drastically last night, escalated by 2 days when the head of the CIA, George Tenet, took some intelligence information to the president suggesting that there was a very short window of opportunity to specifically target a small complex of buildings in Baghdad where it was believed that members of the top Iraqi leadership were meeting, perhaps even along with Saddam Hussein. We're going to spend some time this morning analyzing the tape that some of you may have seen of Saddam Hussein speaking shortly after the attacks got underway. No one is confirming whether that was indeed him speaking or whether it was a body double. A lot of analysis going on by national security experts to determine that. As Bill mentioned, Judy Woodruff is joining us from Washington this morning. Good morning, Judy. And Leon Harris from Atlanta at CNN Center. Good morning to you as well, Leon. We're going to get a quick check now of the war news with Leon.
That's right. Good morning, Paul and Judy, folks at home. Let's begin right now with a check of the war news at this hour. There you go. That's the sound of war. They're the wail of sirens, the thunder of a new desert war. These are the early moments of the U.S.-led strikes on the Iraqi capital a bit more than 12 hours ago. At this hour, Operation Iraqi Freedom is underway. And there south of Baghdad, the all clear comes shortly after siren sound there in Kuwait. An Iraqi neighbor targeted by Iraqi reprisals. Kuwaiti military officials say U.S. Patriot defense batteries intercepted 2 Iraqi rockets and brought them both down. There were no injuries involved. Kuwait says that neither missile is believed to have carried any chemical or biological weapons. Now, this is one of the U.S. vessels used in opening airstrikes. The Naval Joint Command says submarines, cruisers, and destroyers unleashed a total of 40 Tomahawk missiles at significant military targets, their words. U.S. intelligence officials expressed guarded optimism to CNN that several senior Iraqi leaders may have been killed in the strikes on Baghdad last night. Now, minutes after those strikes, President Bush came out and addressed the United States to announce, quote, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance, end quote. The president delivered his 4-minute speech just about 2 hours after the expiration of that ultimatum that Saddam Hussein retreat into exile or face war. U.S. officials are saying that they just aren't sure whether to believe that a televised appearance made this morning, this one you see here, whether or not this was indeed Saddam Hussein or an imposter, as initially speculated. As you may know by now, he has many doubles that traveled the country in his stead. Now, it's also not clear if this appearance was actually live or taped, and if so, how long ago it may have been recorded. Now, we've got CNN correspondents posted out there in the region. We have our Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who's been embedded with a group of Marines. Let's check in with him. He was actually reporting live this morning, and he was actually one of the first to actually see any rockets flying overhead. We had reports of missiles being launched from Iraqi territory into Kuwait, and Dr. Sanjay Gupta was there to see it all happen. Sanjay, you there?
Yeah, hey, Leon. We are in the middle of a bunker call right now. This is what we've been talking about all day. Just about a minute ago, we heard bunker, bunker, bunker. That came over the PA system. This is the bunker. This is what we've been talking about. Behind me, about 50 Marines. They're located in that bunker. I'm standing out here just to talk to you for a minute. The message that we're getting over the PA system is missiles inbound. Missiles inbound. Mark Biela is a photographer. He's standing right here. He's about to jump in the bunker too. But this is the sixth bunker call that we've heard all day today, and in as many hours, Leon. So. Definitely people are on edge, no question. They have to put on their flak jackets, their helmets. They've run in there for this particular bunker call. We did not have to put on our gas masks, at least not yet, but that's certainly something that might come up as well. But I wanted to give you a sense, Leon, of sort of what the day's been like here, and you caught us right as this is happening. Leon?
All right, Sanjay, give us an idea. What is it that you do in the meantime now? What instructions are you given in the meantime while you're waiting for something like this?
Well, and it is a lot of stop and go, You know, we can be in this bunker for up to an hour, sometimes even longer, sometimes all that time with our masks on. In the meantime, basically, it's just been a lot of waiting around. But again, with 6 bunker calls, what you'll see is all of a sudden people will be walking around and all of a sudden sprinting 100-meter dashes with their flak jackets, putting on their helmets. I have to wear this now because they told me I have to wear this along with my flak jacket, at least until we're given the all-clear sign. But again, 6 of these bunker calls over the day today. Leon, as you mentioned earlier, we actually saw one of these missiles. We saw the concern. We saw it fly 300 feet over our head. That was about 10:20 local time here in Kuwait. We're 8 hours ahead, so about 2:20 in the morning your time. We saw one of those first missiles actually fly right over our heads very fast, not that high, only 300 feet. But a big grayish-green missile with yellow stripes, and that certainly got everyone's attention here, Leon.
All right, Sanjay, we'll let you get back to it. We'll try to check back with you. You get back to us, of course, immediately once you see or hear anything new there at your location. We would appreciate that report. Let's go down to Judy Woodruff, who's standing by in Washington. Judy.
Thanks, Leon. Of course, one of the places we don't take our eyes off at a time like this is the White House. Our senior correspondent, John King, is there where, John, I gather you and other reporters have just had a session with Ari Fleischer and maybe others?
Yes, Judy, Ari Fleischer briefing us this morning off camera. 2 major headlines out of that discussion. One, Ari Fleischer telling reporters the president has signed a broad execute order, not just authorizing the missions we are reporting on that happened last night on the Iraqi leadership targets around Baghdad, but the president has signed a broad execute order that gives the generals in the field the authority to carry out the full sweep of the attack. That does not mean the president will not give mission-to-mission approval or be consulted before things launch, especially the major wave, but the orders are in place, so military commanders in the field have broad authority now to carry out the battle plan. Also here at the White House, Ari Fleischer saying the United States government, from the president on down, are reaching no conclusions about who is on that tape that was broadcast on Iraqi TV, purportedly to be the Iraqi president Saddam Hussein, or when that tape was made. We are told that internally at the White House, because of a briefing from the CIA director and others, there remain some doubts in the United States government as to whether that is actually Saddam Hussein, or even if it is, as to whether perhaps that tape was recorded before the assault, even though the Iraqi leader or whoever it is on that tape says it was the 20th of March. Other quick issues here: the president involved in urgent rounds of consultations. His military team, planning team, due here at the White House today, including Secretary Rumsfeld, consultations with Congress as well. And the White House says, yes, the president is aware of the criticism from capitals around the world and that he respects those leaders, but that he disagrees with their judgment. The White House also says it will have new names to add today to the list of roughly 35 countries that have publicly said they are part of what the president calls the coalition of the willing. One last point, Judy. Ari Fleischer says the executive order banning the assassination of foreign leaders remains in place, but that the White House believes it is a moot point at this point because hostilities are underway. The White House says Saddam Hussein is a legitimate target as the commander-in-chief of the Iraqi military forces. Judy.
John, there's been some conversation about the fact that when the president authorized last night's strike, it was actually before the 48 hours was up. Did the White House have the ability to turn anything around if, by some miraculous change, Saddam Hussein had decided to leave Iraq?
We are told that that was, yes, that was a possibility, but that by the time the president issued the orders, they said they had very solid evidence that Saddam Hussein had no plans to leave the countries, and indeed they had intelligence that they believed to be accurate, that he was hunkered down with other senior commanders at one of the targets ultimately struck by the cruise missiles and the bunker-busting bombs. So could the president have stopped it? We are trying to get more of the exact details, but White House officials are telling us that if you go through the sequence of events, it was after the president received definitive word that Saddam Hussein was still in Iraq that the actual bombing took place. Certainly the operation was conceived and in the early stages prior to that deadline passing. That in and of itself, Judy, a dramatic development. We are told by sources the president moved up the beginning of this war by as much as 48 hours. He could have launched it as much as 2 days later, but when George Tenet came to the White House yesterday afternoon and said they believed they had a lock on Saddam Hussein and other key leaders, Mr. Bush gave the go-ahead and juggled the battle plans.
But now it turns out that intelligence either was wrong or that they didn't get close enough. Of course, these are all questions we're trying to get answers to.
That assumes that it is Saddam Hussein on that tape. The White House says they're not sure just yet.
That's right. John King at the White House. Now to Paula in New York.
Thanks so much, Judy. Back to the issue of whether that was indeed Saddam Hussein that many of us saw on that tape last night shortly after the military action got underway. We wanted to share with you a split image here of the tape we saw from last night. On the left, images of Saddam Hussein in previous public settings on the right-hand side of the screen. There has been a lot of talk about how Saddam Hussein often uses body doubles rather than appearing as himself in public. There is a CIA analyst who has spent many years analyzing imagery of Saddam Hussein who told us, I do not believe that was him. David Enzer, our national security correspondent, explained to us the painstaking process they're going to go through to try to figure out if this indeed was Saddam Hussein last night and when it was taped. They use these images, techniques called superimposition and triangulation. Some folks are pointing to the glasses, saying they don't look like glasses we've ever seen Saddam Hussein wear before. David Enzer said it could be days before some of this analysis is complete. Nevertheless, it obviously is keeping many members of the Bush administration very concerned this morning as they have gone public with the knowledge it was indeed very specific CIA intelligence that suggested that the military campaign be moved up and try to specifically target a small complex of buildings where it was believed his Iraqi leadership was holding meetings last night. Back to Bill now in Kuwait, who has had a series, I guess, of temperature-raising events, including a number of air sirens going off throughout the morning. That turned out to be nothing after all, right?
Yeah, fortunately, Paula, these were in response to the incoming Iraqi missiles that did not land anywhere near the city of Kuwait. They landed out in the desert, fortunately, and luckily no injuries or fatalities as a result. 6 o'clock local time here. I want to take you back about 5.5 hours. It was 12:30 in the afternoon here, where we can show you some videotape that shows one of these incoming Iraqi missiles apparently knocked from the sky by a Patriot missile battery. Clearly on the videotape you can see some sort of ditch or perhaps an embedded area in this desert here where that missile fell into the Kuwaiti desert. This, we are told, again, was launched by the Iraqi side earlier today. No immediate reports of any casualties as a result of this. Clearly, these missiles sometimes have a very, very poor accuracy rate. And if you go back to the first Persian Gulf War, it was often stated that anytime there was any sort of direct hit by an Iraqi Scud missile, that many military analysts said it was just simply luck on the part of the Iraqis. However, during the first Persian Gulf War in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, there was a direct hit by an Iraqi Scud that killed 28 U.S. soldiers and injured about 100 others. And is that type of weapon that essentially serves as a terrifying element, some sort of what some people label strictly as terrorism, only because it terrifies the environment and the people who are living and operating. And certainly the U.S. military has gone to great lengths right now to make sure that the troops and the Marines indeed are safe out in the Kuwaiti desert. I can tell you, though, the street scenes here in Kuwait, though, as a result of those missile launches, sent a number of people on the run. Now, we did know that traffic is down considerably. The number of people out on the road today down as well. But in no way has this city shut down. What we saw as a result of the air raid sirens that were released for about a period of 2.5 to 3 hours was people coming out of their office buildings, many people choosing to go home, calling it a day at that point. Others, though, did retreat back into their workspace. It may seem somewhat incongruent to folks halfway around the world as to why people would even show up for work today, but it might attest to the level of security that a lot of people here in this country say they frankly feel right now. 12 years ago, a much different environment. 12 years ago, you had an invading Iraqi army. Over a 5-month occupation period, 300,000 Iraqi troops setting up shop and setting up camp here in Kuwait, only to be driven out by the coalition-led forces in late January of 1991. Nonetheless, though, Kuwait continues to operate today. We saw a run on air flights yesterday, but even the airport today, Paula, is still open for flights coming into Kuwait and leaving this country as well. At some point, will the commercial airspace be shut down? We were told that would happen, but so far that is not the case. Paula?
Thanks so much, Bill. We're keeping an eye on the markets here. We had mentioned that we have had a 6-day rally going, which is the longest rally, we are told, in some 2.5 years. Just about 45 minutes ago, the New York Stock Exchange was opened with 2 minutes of silence in support of U.S. soldiers overseas. Market down on the Dow, I guess about 100 points, if I'm reading this correctly without my bifocals. There is some speculation that when you look back at Desert Storm, you did see a small run-up in the market. Today, they're saying the expectation was among some traders that if this military action was swift, that you wouldn't see a softening of those numbers. So we will keep a very close eye on that. Anything can happen until 4 o'clock this afternoon when the markets close. Back to Leon now at CNN Center.
Yes, Paula, we want to go check with our Reem Brahimi, who's been keeping a close eye on the aftermath of those missile strikes in Baghdad last night. She's been trying to get a hard line on exactly what happened last night and how many casualties may have been involved. As I understand it, Reem, as you join us right now on the phone coming from the Iraqi capital of Baghdad, you actually have been able to go to the hospital and find out exactly what happened there?
That's right, Leon. I've just returned from Al-Kindi Hospital. It's one of the main casualty hospitals on the east side of the Tigris River. Now, I saw 3 patients there from this morning's airstrikes. 2 of them are men, 1 of them is a woman. There were another 2 who only had trivial injuries, and they were discharged very shortly after having been admitted in the hospital. But the 3 I saw, 2 of them were injured in the leg. They're a brother and a sister who were trying to go to a shelter at the time of the bombing, but they were actually hit before they made it to the shelter. And the other one was a guard who works at a school. He wasn't able to, he was making his usual rounds at night and early in the morning. It's a girls' school, and he was hit in the forearm. Now, I understand that there are other patients in another hospital.
Reem, I'm sorry to cut you off, Reem, because we have some live developments happening right now with Bill Hemmer at his location there in Kuwait City. Bill, take it away.
Yeah, hey, Leon, listen, getting the incoming sign yet again that danger is on the way. The air raid sirens have been issued here in downtown Kuwait City. What this means is not clear right now. We can tell you we heard a series of these sirens throughout the course of the afternoon, but immediately after we had heard those sirens, the all clear sign did come out. We take precautions here at CNN. We don't take this lightly. When we believe we need to take cover, certainly we do. Just want to let you know, Leon, the air raid siren is up again, working again here in Kuwait City. We'll let you know what comes of this, if anything. Back to you now.
All right. You got a good deal, Bill. You guys be careful in the meantime. Let's go now to our Walt Rogers, who's embedded with the 7th Cavalry Unit out there in the desert there somewhere between Kuwait and Iraq over there by the border. We don't know exactly where they're at, but let's check in right now and see what things are, how things look right now, at least from Walt's perspective. Walt, what can you tell us?
Hello, Leon. It would appear the Iraqis badly miscalculated today when they fired 6 tactical ballistic missiles across the border into Kuwait at the American forces here and towards Kuwait City. They have put steel into the spine of the American soldiers you see assembled here in this desert with the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry. At first, when the alarm was spread here that the Iraqis were firing missiles at the U.S. troops, some of the soldiers confessed to being fearful. All of them were told to put on their chemical weapons suits, that is full gas mask, full parka, gloves, boots, full trousers, full protective covering. We could hear the explosions several miles in the distance as Patriot missiles were trying to take out the tactical ballistic missiles that the Iraqis fired. When things settled down, after an all clear was signaled, these American soldiers with the 7th Cavalry got angry. You could see the anger. You could see them just rise to the occasion. Whenever President Bush gives the order for the 7th Cavalry to move across the border, it is going to be a charge, and these soldiers are more than a little furious because the Iraqis, according to the Army, fired 6 ballistic missiles, 6 tactical ballistic missiles in their direction and in the direction of Kuwait. Leon?
Walt, I am wondering right now, after hearing that and hearing how their resolve was actually stiffened by hearing these or seeing these missiles, how soon, or I don't know if you can tell us this or not, I should offer that caveat first. Do you know how soon those men there at your location found out about the impacts or the misses of those missiles back in Kuwait before the word got back to them? Do you know how long it took for that word to travel?
It was a very short time. I was just walking a few meters from here. I heard the explosions in the distance, 3, 4, perhaps 5. My initial thought was that I was listening to incoming artillery, but again, we're a good distance away. It sounded like artillery, and then all of a sudden, the captain of our Apache troop, Captain Clay Lyle, ran out and said, "Everyone, get in your hard-skinned vehicles." He thought he would be taking incoming artillery. Moments after that, every soldier here started yelling, "Mop 4, Mop 4." That is the chemical warfare condition by which you are instructed to put on your boots, your trousers, your parka, your gas mask, and your gloves. We were fully covered, sitting in our vehicles, probably 20 or 30 minutes until we got an all clear. It was pretty warm in there. For me, it was just a relief to get out of that in the chemical weapons suit in the desert. But for these soldiers, as I say, it put more steel in their spine. Leon?
It may be exactly what Saddam Hussein does not want to hear this morning. Thanks, Walt. You be careful out there. We'll get back to you later on. Walt Rogers traveling out there with the 7th Cavalry Unit. Let's get now to Judy Woodruff standing by in Washington. Judy.
Thanks, Leon. As you can imagine, they're assessing all of these developments, whether in Kuwait or Iraq, across the board in the region at the Pentagon. And we want to go there quickly now to our Barbara Starr. Barbara, we know whenever conflict breaks out, there are accidents, and there's already been one.
Indeed, Judy. We expect to hear more in about half an hour from Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. But yesterday, before the action began over Baghdad, a U.S. Special Forces helicopter, an MH-53, Pave Low it is called, crashed crash landed in southern Iraq. It was transporting a troop of special forces soldiers that were moving into southern Iraq on one of their reconnaissance missions. The entire team, we are told, was recovered and extracted from the area. That carcass of that helicopter that crash landed has now been destroyed by U.S. airstrikes. Of course, the U.S. not wanting the Iraqis to get their hands on that high-tech equipment. Also, we can bring you up to date on a few more details about the mission over Baghdad last night. We are told 2 F-117s, each dropping 2,000-pound penetrating weapons, about 3 dozen Tomahawk cruise missiles. But a very interesting issue is beginning to emerge in the intelligence community here in Washington. They are looking at the tapes, and what they are trying to figure out this morning is, did the Iraqis possibly see the U.S. coming? They are looking at the tapes and the time at which the Iraqis turned on their air raid sirens over Baghdad and the time at which the Iraqis began firing their anti-aircraft artillery. And as far as some officials have told us, it seems to them the Iraqis may, they cannot confirm it, but may have turned that equipment on just before the F-117s dropped their bombs over this site in the south of Baghdad. That may be an indication that some long-range Iraqi radars may have seen the F-117s coming. And of course, if that is proven true, it will be a major concern, because those are supposed to be stealth fighters. The enemy is not supposed to see them coming over the horizon. Judy?
So, Barbara, you're saying they did not expect the Iraqi military to have that capability?
We have talked to intelligence officials who say, as far the very early assessment, but as far as they can determine right now, there are concerns. They need to figure this all out, that Iraqi radars may have somehow seen the U.S. coming at them. It's not unusual to see the Tomahawks. They fly relatively low, but they're very concerned that those Iraqi anti-aircraft artillery batteries apparently were firing in the direction the F-117s were coming. So the question is, did the Iraqis see something, or did they just get lucky? Nobody's quite sure yet. It's an issue that's being looked at very carefully here.
Well, if that's the case, that would be a very significant development. All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Thank you. Now to Paula.
Thanks so much, Judy. We're hearing more now about what might be an ongoing part of the military campaign from Art Harris, who joins us along the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border. Art, what are you seeing right now?
In here. Where is it? Where's the fox?
Go ahead, Art.
Where? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Art. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm right at close to the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border, where I have just seen and counted what appear to be 8 missiles fired directly over our position in the last 10 minutes. We have our gas masks on, and our chemical biological vehicle for the 2nd Marines has just sounded an alarm at possible gas in the area, and everyone has their masks on and preparing to either move or wait and see what happens. The missiles appeared to come overhead. There were streaks of light like giant Roman candles, and they kept going. I just heard an explosion in the distance where one apparently landed. I have no confirmation of it, but it was coming. They were all coming from the Iraqi side of the border. I am with the 2nd Marine Division of Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, light armored reconnaissance unit, and they are very close to the border. Their job is to scout intelligence, and I'm speaking from inside my gas mask right now, and watching and waiting for what orders come down.
Art, exactly how are you able or allowed to tell us how far you are from the Iraqi border?
Well, I can only tell you that we're very close. And these missiles were quite surprising. I was standing outside. Here comes well, yeah. I was talking to First Sergeant Michael Sprague of
All right, I believe we just lost our signal with Art Harris, who is with the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, very close to the Iraqi border, describing what he said as 8 missiles being fired over his position from Iraq into Kuwait. He said that he and the men and women he's joining in the field all donned their protective gear. He had a gas mask on at the time he was reporting to us. He described seeing streaks of light. An alarm was sounded. We do know that the Iraqis, and can confirm, fired 3 missiles into Kuwait last night shortly after the military, or the so-called decapitation part of the campaign came underway, which is a very targeted attack of a small complex of buildings in Baghdad, in addition to a site 250 miles west of Baghdad. In the case of those missiles being fired into Kuwait, an anti-Patriot or a Patriot missile battery took one of those out, and 2, we are told, fell harmlessly to the desert sands of Kuwait. We're going to check in now with Joe Wilson, who is one of our experts on duty around the clock for CNN. He was one of the last diplomats to meet face-to-face with Saddam Hussein. He joins us now from Washington this morning. Good morning, Joe. I want to ask you about some of the speculation surrounding that taped appearance we saw of Saddam Hussein last night, the administration not confirming whether they believe it is indeed him or a body double, but one official telling us that if Saddam did not die last night, it's got to leave him wondering about the loyalty of some of those around him.
Oh, I think that's exactly right. I took a look at those pictures myself, and the one thing that I've always been struck with, Paula, the picture I have with Saddam Hussein, he doesn't have that birthmark underneath his or next to his left ear that you can see in the right-hand picture there. In the picture, in the meeting that I had with him 12 years ago, now presumably those things grow during the intervening 12 years, but I mean, clearly they'll be looking at this very carefully throughout the day. With respect to somebody betraying him, if in fact that was where he and the senior leadership intended to be last night, yeah, I'll bet they're very nervous about the extent to which they've been penetrated by American and Allied intelligence.
Well, what is the potential for that? Because the Pentagon reporting this morning they are guardedly optimistic that in fact they might have killed some members of his top leadership.
Well, they will remember from the last Gulf War when we hit a couple of their deep bunkers when we thought the families and senior leadership were there. They will know that we've got a pretty good fix on some of their installations, but without a doubt, the fact that we've hit something that may have contained senior leadership is going to roil their thinking and their security there.
Your reaction to the fact that it appears as though, from our reporting from the White House this morning and John King's reporting, that this military campaign was moved up, perhaps escalated by as much as 2 days, when the CIA director came upon some intelligence which suggested that they had a small window of opportunity to strike at this small complex of buildings in Baghdad.
Well, you know, once the ultimatum expired, and even before that on the president's command, we're at essentially in the midst of a conflict, openly in the midst of a conflict. And when you're in a conflict, command and control targets are fair game. So the fact that we hit at their command and control targets, their supreme command and control targets, should not be a surprise either to us or to them. We definitely tried to do it during the Gulf War, and I suspect we will continue to try and do it here. If we can decapitate the regime, the chances are this war will go much more quickly and much more smoothly in our favor.
One of the things, Joe, that really needs to be analyzed is something Barbara Starr just reported from the Pentagon. There is some concern on the Pentagon's part that maybe some of the anti-aircraft fire from Iraq into the skies happened even before some of those bunker buster bombs were dropped, well in advance of the cleanup mission with the cruise missiles.
Well, that's right, and the F-117 is a so-called stealth bomber fighter, and if a radar picked it up, they'll have to figure out what sort of sophisticated radar system the Iraqis had to pick it up. And if it was, they may have picked up something else that set the alarms off. I think they're probably pretty trigger happy. They certainly were in the first several nights of the Gulf War 12 years ago. Any time they had any inkling that something might be overhead, they filled the sky with anti-aircraft fire. They may have just been doing the same thing this time.
Joe Wilson, as always, thank you for your input. The big question, of course, that we're going to explore and hopefully learn more about in this briefing straight up at 11 o'clock from the Pentagon. Did the Iraqis see the U.S. coming. Again, thank you, Ambassador Wilson. Back to Leon now at CNN Center. Leon?
Well, Paula, right now we want to see what our boy Bill Hemmer is seeing, because he is in Kuwait City standing by there. And when last we checked with Bill, he was hearing the beginning sounds of some sirens that were blaring there. And now, Bill, we have you up on the screen, and I see you, and I can't really quite hear anything. What's going on?
Listen, Leon, at this point, we do believe the all clear is on the way right now. Those sirens have died down. In fact, the ones we hear in the distance give us the indication. Our sources here in Kuwait tell us here at CNN that these incoming missiles have not contained any sort of biological or chemical agent. That's the early indication we're getting with our sources placed. And again, as the sirens start to die down, again, this repeats a pattern that we have seen now over the past 6 or 7 hours. When the missiles come across and enter Kuwaiti airspace, even prior to that, when they're picked up flying over southern Iraq, we hear these sirens oftentimes. And just like many cases earlier today, Leon, shortly after that point, we were given the all clear. Want to get to Gary Tuckman quickly. He is embedded with the U.S. Air Force. Gary, you were talking earlier about the Patriot missiles. What more do you have right now for us?
Well, Bill, we are at Camp Doha, which is one of the several Patriot missile launcher sites here in Kuwait. 30 minutes ago, we were talking on the air with the general in charge of Army men and women here who fired a Patriot missile, successfully hitting a Scud missile that came from Iraq. They had warned us that while we were talking, in case there was another siren, that we have to be prepared to run with them, put on our gas masks, and run into a bunker. And indeed, 15 minutes ago, the sirens started wailing loudly. You heard it where you are, Bill, but we heard it even louder here because the sirens were emanating from here, which is just north of you. Immediately, everyone, and there were about 30 soldiers standing with us, started running as fast as they could. We followed them. We all went into the bunker with our masks on, and we just sat there quietly for 10 minutes. We were then told about 5 minutes ago that we had the all clear. And what these soldiers were told is that what the reason for the siren was were missiles that were actually fired into Iraq. And they had a false reading and thought the missiles were fired into Kuwait. Now, does that mean that U.S. and coalition forces were firing missiles into Iraq? We haven't confirmed that. However, these soldiers were told that by their superiors. These people have trained for this thing for a long time. This was reality, and I can tell you that several of the soldiers who were with us in the bunker were quite scared. Bill?
Yeah, listen, Gary, that term fog of war is no understatement, especially as we try and gather information throughout this conflict and throughout the entire battlefield, whether it's across the border in Iraq or here in Kuwait. Gary Tuckman with the U.S. Air Force. A couple more notes for you quickly, Leon. The U.S. military has set up its public relations department down the coast of the Persian Gulf, about 30 minutes south of Kuwait City, at a hotel down there. Indications we're getting from them also, they put on their chemical suits and biological suits in the event that incoming missiles carried some sort of agent. But again, we want to stress right now, early indications right now from our sources here at CNN working in Kuwait, no biological, no chemical agents attached on this latest missile. And I can tell you also with the all clear signal now here in Kuwait City, that's the best sound we can hear as we're stationed here in the Persian Gulf. Leon?
Hey, Bill, just curious. We know that the U.S. military is quite adept at making some sort of attack at night. I want to know whether or not the people you've been talking there in Kuwait City are looking at or thinking of taking special precautions, perhaps because of any kind of attacks coming into Kuwait at night. Any talk there at all about that?
Yeah, great question. Military experts will tell you that you can expect these missile attacks. You can expect the possibility of an incoming Scud during the nighttime. For this reason, the Iraqis try and conceal them. They try and make sure they stay elusive so that the fighter jets and the AWACS planes that patrol the skies over Iraq cannot locate them. I've stressed this point throughout the morning here, Leon. I'm going to make it again. In 1991, First Persian Gulf War, not a single Scud launcher was found and destroyed in Iraq. It was a great sense of frustration for the Pentagon. They've worked for a long time trying to make sure that their accuracy improves, trying to make sure that they can pinpoint these Scud launchers on the ground in Iraq. We're all about to see Leon, now whether or not the improvements they have tried to make are indeed more effective now in the year 2003.
Yes, we will, no doubt. We'll see that soon. Thanks, Bill. Be careful. We'll check back with you in just a bit. And in the meantime, let's go down to Judy Woodruff standing by in Washington. Judy?
Thank you, Leon. We want to bring everybody up to date now. Sirens wail over Baghdad as the U.S. launches an assault against Iraq. Right now, American and coalition forces are in the early hours of Operation Iraqi Freedom. It began last night with a barrage of Tomahawk missiles and precision-guided bombs, all fired at Iraqi leaders. The Red Cross says that 1 person was killed and 14 were wounded in the strike. Many are being treated in area hospitals in Baghdad. Iraq says that the U.S. missed its intended target, Saddam Hussein. In the moments after the U.S.'s opening attack, there was a television appearance purportedly by Saddam Hussein. U.S. intelligence officials say they are analyzing a videotape of the broadcast, trying to determine whether it was indeed the Iraqi leader or one of his much-talked-about doubles. Meanwhile, intelligence officials say even if Saddam Hussein is still alive, they may have killed some of the senior Iraqi leadership in that opening military strike. Well, as Iraq comes under attack, Baghdad is targeting neighboring Kuwait, where tens of thousands of American troops are based. Kuwaiti officials say that Patriot missiles shot down 2 incoming Iraqi missiles. There are no reports so far of any injuries. And of course, we've been reporting other Iraqi attacks in the meantime. In Washington this morning, the nation's commander-in-chief is planning the next move in the strike against Iraq. President Bush has been meeting with his war council and with intelligence officials. In that address on television last night, Mr. Bush said the military campaign in Iraq could be longer and more difficult than some expect. And now back to Leon in Atlanta.
All right, good. Thank you, Judy. We want to get some more perspective now on what we've been seeing, getting into these actual reports we're getting from our correspondents who are overseas. We're turning now to our military analyst, Major General Don Shepard. You've been sitting here watching these reports that we've been getting from Sanjay Gupta, from Bill Hemmer and others, and they've been going in and out of these situations where they had to put on this chemical or biological protective gear. First question that comes to mind is how many times can they go through that process? We've seen, as a matter of fact, I think Sanjay's group has gone through that maybe 6 or 7 times this morning. Yeah,
this brings back memories, Leon. In Vietnam, we'd be hit nightly for a couple 3 weeks in a row, and have to run to the bunkers. It really gets old. The key is do not let yourself get complacent. Always assume the worst. In this particular case, that it could be chemical and/or biological, and get yourself to the bunker. And then when the all-clear signal is, get out and go back to work and do it again next time, and do it all the way to Baghdad.
All right, so then how do you know when is the time to do it, and how do you know which gear to grab?
First of all, you basically listen to the sirens. They will tell you when to go to the shelter. This is well practiced, and they will tell you over the radio what type of mop posture. It goes from 0 to 4, 4 being the most serious, where you put on everything, including the outer garments and that type of thing. And so your chain of command basically tells you how much to put on, and then you hear the all-clear signal. You can go back out and go to work again.
Who makes the initial call on that in the first place, though? Who decides which siren to sound?
Yeah, there's basically an air defense system set up for notifying headquarters. I'm not sure how it's set up over there as far as who can do it, but basically anybody that sees anything that presents a threat to the forces can give the alert up the system to whoever actually pushes the button.
All right, now we have had eyeballs on some of these missiles or rockets or whatever that have been coming in and flying overhead over the troops and over our reporters out there. Still, we haven't heard from the Pentagon exactly what they think it was. We don't know if they were Scuds or if they were Al-Samouds or whatever.
Yeah. We've got baseball cards that basically we can run through here and show you some of the possibilities. They can be delivered from aircraft. They can be delivered from missiles. This is the Al-Samoud missile. 125 of them owned, about 60 of them destroyed supposedly. It could be an Al-Samoud Scud. Looking for these things, they're very hard to find, as we found out during the Gulf War. It could be some of these. It can be a modified SA-2 on this missile as well, air defense missile. We've also got another possibility, the CSS-8. It's a surface-to-surface missile, a shorter range missile, range somewhere around 95 miles. It could be put on this. Again, very, very difficult to find. Put them on trucks, put them on all kinds of vehicles to launch. And then the final thing, this new Ababil, or the Al-Fatah missile, a shorter range adaptation of the Frog or Free Rocket over ground. It could be delivered by any of these things. And again, the danger is they may have found ways to put biological weapons on these vehicles. And the danger again is that they could be delivered by light aircraft, by missiles, or by rockets, or by artillery shells. You have to be ready for it all.
But up to this point now, we have not seen very good accuracy coming from the Iraqis. Any of these missiles here pose a particular threat accuracy-wise?
No, they're notoriously inaccurate. Basically, within about half a kilometer is what you can expect. Artillery is more accurate than that. but they're not very accurate. But the danger is that they can hit anything, and they really mess up your planning. They keep people going in and out of shelters. The whole idea behind this is not to search for each one of the sites, but at some point to get the forces moving and capture the territory and deny the people the sanctuaries to launch this stuff.
Now, we haven't seen just missiles coming in from Iraq this morning. We also have had this report of a plane, some sort of a small plane that may have been flown in, that actually was flown in, was observed by some Marines out there. What do you think it was up with that? If that was not used to spread any sort of biological or chemical agent, what in the heck could that possibly be used for?
This is a wacky report, and it's somewhat confusing. We have reports that they have adapted light aircraft and also drones, unmanned drones and unmanned light aircraft, to come in and deploy chemical or biological agents. I'm sure they're combing this crash site right now to find out, but there were early reports that it circled for almost 5 minutes before whether it was shot down or whether it crashed. This doesn't make any sense to me yet. I don't know if the report's accurate, so I think we're going to have to wait and see and let the Pentagon analyze this for it. But we are worried about light aircraft.
What do you make of the reports that we're getting now about concerns? We just heard this from Barbara Starr moments ago about concerns perhaps in our intelligence community about what the Iraqis may have seen coming. The fact that their AAA, their AAA anti-aircraft ammunition was going up at a time when these missiles were coming in last night on these strikes into Baghdad, and perhaps that the sirens were starting to sound at a time when these planes were coming in, that may indicate that they may have some way of telling what's coming, and it's come in advance of it arriving there.
Yeah, look, my conclusion on that is don't get too worried about this too early. There are all sorts of clues that strikes are going to happen. When they see jamming on their radars, they know that stealth aircraft or other aircraft can be coming when they see jamming. Tomahawks are also can be detected by not only radars but ground forces. They may have some techniques to detect stealth airplanes, but the value of stealth is you don't get the early warning because of the stealth characteristics. And in the final analysis, the stealth airplanes are very difficult to acquire for a surface-to-air missile site or a radar-directed gun, and they're hard to lock onto. So this is not something to get terribly concerned about. We see the Tomahawk missile going in here on this thing, and basically very hard for them to detect. So I'm not too worried about this yet.
And in no way does that ever reduce any advantage that the U.S. has right at this particular point.
Overwhelming advantage in every way.
Of course. All right, Major General Don Shepard, thank you as always. Paula, back to you in New York.
Thanks so much, gentlemen. There is an uneasy watchfulness this morning in northern Iraq, the area controlled by Kurds who are sworn enemies of Saddam Hussein. They know that at any moment they can again be the target of an Iraqi attack. Along that northern border, Iran is now saying it can expect to take up to as many as 1.2 million refugees coming that way, as many as 200,000 ethnic Kurds on the move, we are told, in northern Iraq, some of them headed for rural areas to try to protect themselves from the possibility of any kind of military attack. We have Jane Araf very close to that border now to tell us a little bit more about what she is seeing near the town of Dohuk. Jane, what are you seeing?
Paula, there's freezing rain gathering on the mountains near us, but that hasn't deterred townspeople from heading further into the countryside. Now, the roads from here, and this is a major city in northern Iraq, are lined with tents. And these are makeshift tents with sometimes 10 children huddled underneath. Now, you can imagine the level of fear that would drive people to leave their homes in Dohuk and other cities in northern Iraq to go and live in these freezing conditions. Now, the children that we see in these pictures are smiling at the novelty of a camera, but they're living in miserable conditions. They're warming their hands by the fire. They're gathering water from streams. And one man told us that he had left his job and his house in this city, a comfortable job and house, to take his 5 children to live in a tent that he had saved from the last refugee crisis in 1991, thinking they might need it again. Now, there are 200,000 people who have left this city alone. Altogether, an estimated 400,000 at least have left other cities to head to the mountains in the countryside, and hundreds of them are living with almost no protection. Paula?
You talk about the lack of protection. What will be their access to any food and water if they are camped out there for any period of time?
It's definitely a problem. There's food in the country, and particularly in northern Iraq, there's a lot of stockpiled food. But one of the big problems is fuel, keeping warm. 2 people have already died of exposure, according to authorities, elderly people. And they've only got enough fuel in this region for a week, they say. That includes heating oil as well as gasoline. Now, what they're trying to do now is they've started today to build tent cities. Now, these are not classic refugees. The classic refugees would be coming from the rest of Iraq, crossing the unofficial border between Iraqi-controlled territory and northern Iraq. But that border has been closed. The Iraqi government is not letting anyone in or out. These are people who are internally displaced, Kurds heading further into the countryside, and local authorities are trying to take care of them. Paula?
Jana Raff, thanks so much. We're going to keep you posted on some of what the Red Crescent Society is doing to take into account the needs of these people. They are trying to designate sites now for what is expected to be millions of refugees in that part of the country, not only going towards the border of Turkey, but Iran as well. Air power is one of the critical elements in the current confrontation with Iraq. It is delivered partly from ships at sea, partly from air bases on land. CNN's Bob Franken joins us from a U.S. air base near the Iraqi border, a very jumpy air base where they have been in and out of code red for the last several hours. He joins us now live on the video phone. Bob, what's the latest?
Well, 6 times today, and we heard the interview just a moment ago where it becomes tedious. It already is, but of course, one has to react every time, and so each time one of what they call a code red or a MOP 4 occurs, you put on all of your protective gear and you head for cover. Interestingly, we were in one building which had a TV system here where you could literally watch the television and it would tell you what the MOP sequence was. After about 10 minutes, just a few minutes ago, it went down from a MOP 4 to a MOP 1. So we're really now just able to walk around out of our protective gear. And that's been going on all day. As for the air base itself, it is a major place for a launching pad for various fighter bombers. There were about 35 of them that flew last night in what became at 9 o'clock local time, which was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the Eastern Standard Time Zone. In any case, they switched from, just to use a little military talk, from Operation Southern Watch was the one that protected the no-fly zone, to Operation Iraqi Freedom, as the United States has decided to call it. In any case, that was at 1 a.m. Eastern Time. 9 o'clock local, as I said. In any case, we have no indication that there's going to be any escalation. This will be one of the places where they would launch many of the attacks. This is where many fighter bombers are based, the F-A-18, the F-16 fighters, and of course they can also be used as bombers, as I said. And in addition to that, they've got some anti-tank planes here, as well as some search and rescue planes. Earlier there were some reports about search and rescue. We were not able to determine if, in fact, any search and rescue missions looking for a helicopter had come from here. But as you said when we were talking a moment ago, Judy, this is a very tense place right now, a place that is waiting for the final orders to come.
Bob, there has been the suggestion from many folks we've talked to at the White House this morning that this campaign was escalated by as much as 2 days because of some very important intelligence information that this head of the CIA had and shared with the president, showing a very small window of opportunity perhaps to take out a small complex of buildings where the top Iraqi leadership was meeting. Was there any sense of surprise from members of the Air Force you were with that, in fact, the campaign started last night?
Having done that, we are also hearing, however, that when I say we're hearing this, we're not saying this will be a factor. People think that maybe the may have fired, may have just a little bit.
There's nothing wrong with your television sets, folks. His audio is fading in and out. It's actually quite a testimony to all of our hundreds of people on the ground there that we can even get live signals like that up along that Kuwaiti-Iraq border. Just to quickly bring you up to date, there is some concern on the Pentagon's part that perhaps the Iraqis knew the U.S. was coming last night. That's the question they're asking themselves. Barbara Starr pointing to some initial concerns that perhaps the Iraqis' anti-aircraft artillery was turned on in advance of some of the first bunker bombs being dropped. Some of those questions we hope will be answered in a briefing that will get underway at the Pentagon in just about 8 minutes from now. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld will be addressing reporters, as well as General Myers. A lot of questions being asked this morning. Judy, probably the one we spent a lot of time on the most this morning is the question of whether Saddam Hussein was even at that complex of buildings. You and I have both looked at these split images of the tape that was released last night of Saddam Hussein that aired shortly after the attacks begun, and we're going to try to put this up on the screen again now, and we compared that with an appearance that Saddam Hussein had made before. The White House not willing to say just yet if this really is Saddam Hussein on the left or a body double. A lot of analysis being done at this hour. David Enzo reporting that a CIA analyst told him, a man who has spent many years analyzing imagery of Saddam Hussein, he does not believe this is Saddam Hussein on the left. The Iraqis, of course, are saying the fact that he went on television last night is proof that he is alive. Is still too early, according to American officials, to say just that. So this Pentagon briefing should, we're hoping, bring us a lot of information that we've been asking questions about all day long. Judy.
You're right, Paul. A lot of questions, and this war is only, a little more than 12 hours old as we approach 11 o'clock Eastern time here in the United States. We want to bring back in right now one of our military analysts, Major General Don Shepard. General, I'd like to ask you just to step back and look at everything that we know so far. The initial U.S. strike last night, the attempt by the Iraqis to come back at Kuwait on several instances now this morning, and what we are hearing may or may not be going on off of U.S. forces in the Red Sea, the Mediterranean. Step back and give us a bigger picture of what you see going on right now.
Okay, Judy. Basically, we see an example of tactical surprise. All of us in the media were waiting for the big launch, if you will, the huge strike that we've been anticipating around Baghdad. And what we saw was a tactical strike, actionable intelligence provided by the CIA on a leadership target. That was performed by the 117 stealth fighter, two 117 stealth fighters dropping laser-guided bombs, the GBU-27 penetrator bombs, reportedly. It will be cleared up by the Pentagon later on. In addition to that, we've had 42 Tomahawks launched, reportedly from the Persian Gulf and also from the Red Sea. Now, there have been reports and concerns about them knowing that they were coming. I don't think we should jump to those conclusions. There's plenty indicators that things are coming Baghdad's way. You could have people on small ships watching them being launched from the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea, simply phoning it to Baghdad. You have radar jamming that is noticed. So there's all kinds of cues that something's going to happen. It doesn't mean that they have some type of new radar on the Iraqi side that can detect stealth aircraft. On the other hand, we see the Iraqis launching harassment strikes, if you will, from missiles or perhaps rockets from the southern no-fly zone. These are easy to move, easy to hide at our troops that are massing in Kuwait. So this is all understandable and I think foreseeable, Judy.
General, we want to remind everybody we're still waiting. Of course, we're waiting at 11 o'clock at the top of the hour for a briefing at the Pentagon with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld and Richard Myers, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. I want to ask you, though, about those Iraqi strikes back. I think some of us had the impression that there was an expectation that some of the troops in southern Iraq might already be demoralized. They might already be so intimidated by this massive U.S.-British force across the border that they might not fight, but that's not the case?
Well, it's way too early to assess anything like that. I suspect it's like everything else. There are some that are demoralized and ready to give up at a moment's notice even before they fight. Others are probably going to fight a little. Others will fight to the death. You have to be prepared for the worst and hope for the best, Judy.
If you are Donald Rumsfeld right now, how much can you say to the press, to the public for that matter, about what is coming next?
Very little. I think the next thing that we will see is the movement of forces. The flag goes down and the forces, the ground forces, start to move out at the same time that we have the massive air attack being predicted.